John, I heard you're getting a prenup. Don't worry, I already checked, and they do make the pen mighty small these days. Looks like John's prenup isn't the only thing that's small. Don't worry, John, I'm sure her expectations won't be that high. Well, that was fun. I hope all of you got vaccinated before coming tonight.
Do you know why accountants make great comedians? They can balance a joke. But, hey, I figured, at least I can wear a suit to work every day and pretend I'm a superhero. Who wouldn't want that, right? And the only excitement I get is when the coffee machine explodes. It's like a mini volcanic eruption. Believe it or not, I thought auditing would be the most thrilling part of the job. I remember my first day at the firm. I was excited to work with numbers, and then I realized we were dealing with other people's problems. But hey, at least I finally get to live out my dream of wearing a suit every day. Who knew accounting could be so depressing? I miss the excitement of my old job, crunching numbers for the knob. I thought accounting would be like one of those detective shows where you follow the money trail, but it's more like watching paint dry. So I studied for the exam and finally passed. But now, I'm pretty sure I have PTSD from all those numbers. I don't know how many accountants it takes to change a light bulb, but I do know they'll wait until the end of the year to do it for tax purposes. I didn't realize how important it was to know the difference between accrual and cash accounting until I accidentally spent my entire paycheck on avocado toast. Studying for the CPA exam is like preparing for a colonoscopy. You dread it, but it's necessary. Studying for the CPA exam is like getting a root canal. Painful but necessary for survival. Studying for the CPA exam is like running a marathon without training. You may finish, but it won't be pretty. I used to think accounting was the worst thing in the world, until I started studying for the CPA exam. I was so nervous waiting for my CPA exam results, I couldn't even focus on my favorite hobby, watching paint dry. I always thought accountants were boring, but after working with my coworkers, I realized we're the fun ones in the office. Who knew accounting involved so much creativity? Once, I had to explain why a $1,000 bottle of champagne was a business expense. It's like we're secret agents, but instead of guns, we have calculators. Accountants are like magicians. We can make numbers disappear. As an accountant, I always tell the truth, but I can't say the same for my boss. But seriously, being an accountant is a lot like being a comedian. We both have to balance things out. It was so bad that I almost felt sorry for them. Almost. I thought I was good at math until I met this client. They were like the boss level of calculus. It was insane. Man, that audit was tougher than a New York winter. I swear that client was deliberately trying to make my job harder. I had to audit a factory once, and it was so loud I couldn't even hear myself think. That client was so difficult, I almost considered a career change. I felt like I was on a never-ending loop of spreadsheets and coffee breaks. But after 5 hours of auditing, I realized the client was just as clueless as I am. And then they asked me to find a needle in a haystack of receipts. It was hard to keep a straight face when they told me their net worth in the first meeting. I thought my life as an accountant was boring until I worked for a celebrity. Now it's a different kind of boring. I'm not used to dealing with such big numbers. I had to upgrade my calculator to handle all the zeros. It's never a good sign when your client's bank account has more commas than my jokes. So I asked my celebrity client what their net worth was. You know you're dealing with a big shot when they ask for an audit of their dog's trust fund. He had no clue about basic accounting principles, but he knew every detail about his Twitter followers. I recently tried to calculate how much money I've earned since becoming a comedian, but the numbers just don't add up. But let me tell you, canceling that accounting software subscription was the best feeling ever. And don't even get me started on tax season. The only thing funny about that is how much alcohol it takes to get through it. I used to hate Excel spreadsheets more than anything, until I started writing jokes on them. I guess you could say I traded in my calculator for a microphone. I may not have a stable income anymore, but at least now I have stable material. And let me tell you, the laughs I get on stage are worth way more than any spreadsheet. Being an accountant is like being a human calculator. Being a comedian is like being a human laugher. Being a comedian is like balancing the books. You never know if you're in the red or black. Both accountants and comedians have to deal with numbers. The difference is that for accountants, the numbers have to add up. For comedians, the numbers just have to make people add up with laughter. As a comedian, my budget is simple. Laugh all the way to the bank. And let's not forget the similarities in the number of times we bomb in front of a crowd. Speaking of budgets, I heard accountants also have to deal with hecklers, except theirs are just called auditors. Thank you, everyone. That's all for today. Now I have to go calculate the laughs per minute and balance my comedy budget.
Hey Silicon Valley, Are you ready to laugh? So after the interview, I went to grab a snack at the cafeteria, and I saw John Smith in line, waiting for his turn to scan his food, and I had an epiphany. That's the problem with the tech industry. They think coding is everything. They forget that there's more to life than just coding. After that interview, I realized I need to diversify my ability to Google. I mean, who needs to code when you can just hire someone from India to do it for a fraction of the cost? Am I right? I mean, did they expect me to just know every single algorithm out there? What is this? A computer science PhD program? I guess all those years of getting A's in school don't matter if I can't write a binary search. You know, John Smith may be unimpressed with my coding skills, but I bet he couldn't tell a joke to save his life. You know what's worse than a tech bro named John Smith? A tech bro named Steve Jobs. So I asked him, okay, John Smith, if you're such an expert on blockchain, then how come you're still single? I bet he thinks Bitcoin is a brand of laundry detergent. And do you know what the John Smiths of the world don't understand? That mansplaining is not a form of flirting. And he probably thinks AI is a type of steak sauce. Am I right? And to think, John Smith probably thinks Bitcoin is a type of physical currency. But seriously, it's like they don't even listen to us women in tech. They're too busy trying to mansplain their way into our industry. Startups are like relationships. They promise so much, but most end in disappointment. The only thing I got from my startup was a t-shirt and a lower back problem. At least in a bad relationship you can break up and move on, but with a startup, you're stuck together until the bitter end. One thing I learned from working at a failed startup is that there's no such thing as job security in the tech industry. At least we have a robust safety net in this country to help us as we search for our next job. Oh wait. They say failure is just a stepping stone to success, but I didn't realize I was building the Great Wall of China. It's like we're all just running on a hamster wheel to make some tech CEO richer. It's like we're all replaceable cogs in the machine. Tech conferences are just a bunch of buzzwords and no substance. How many agile coaches does it take to change a light bulb? None. They just have a daily stand-up about it. AI, machine learning, and blockchain. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I'm at a buzzword bingo game. Can't wait for the day when AI can detect fake enthusiasm at tech conferences. And have you noticed how every tech conference has a speaker who looks like he's never seen daylight? You can tell he's been coding in a basement for the last 10 years. It's like everyone here thinks they're in a Black Mirror episode. This isn't sci-fi, folks. This is real Silicon Valley. And don't even get me started on the after parties. It's like the Hunger Games, but for networking. It's like they're living in a completely different reality. They think the rest of us are their supporting cast. It's like they're all on their own planet, too focused on the next big idea to care about anything else. They talk about changing the world, but they can't even change their own company culture. Techies think they're changing the world, but all they're really doing is creating an app for dog walking. And don't get me started on the vegan, gluten-free, soy lattes. They're not changing the world, they're just ruining coffee. The only diversity in Silicon Valley is the diversity of snack options in the break room. They say that the tech bubble will never burst, but I think it's more like a tech fart. Just wait until it dissipates. The only thing worse than a Silicon Valley billionaire is a government run by Silicon Valley billionaires. These tech giants are setting the standards for our future, but who elected them to do so? It's like they think they're too big to fail, but really they're too big to succeed. And let's be honest, if they really cared about social responsibility, they wouldn't need to brag about it. And who names these companies anyway? Google? Apple? It's like they let a toddler pick their company name. I mean, have you ever tried to read one of their privacy agreements? Might as well be written in hieroglyphics. It's like these tech giants want us to live in a completely artificial world. They must be the ones funding the Flat Earth movement. And let's be real, do we really need another app to order coffee? I mean, have you seen the rent prices here? Might as well start a GoFundMe to afford an apartment. I heard there are some tech bros moving to Montana. They're finally trying to connect to the offline world. And have you heard about the traffic here? It's so bad. Even our self-driving cars are getting road rage. I mean, who needs diversity when you have avocado toast and kombucha on tap? Am I right? Yeah, Seattle is great, until you realize you haven't seen the sun in 6 months. I heard Portland is the new Silicon Valley. I mean, what's next? Silicon Williamsburg? But let's be real, we'll all be back here when we run out of startup ideas. Thanks for joining me, Silicon Valley. I'm off to find my next startup idea. Stay geeky, stay caffeinated.
Hey, New York City, are we all ready to laugh? John Smith wasn't just difficult, he was like trying to put a square peg in a round hole. Dealing with difficult employees is like trying to untangle earphones. It's frustrating and takes forever. Dealing with difficult employees is like trying to navigate a minefield. One wrong move and boom. Working with difficult employees is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube. You think you've got it, and then one twist ruins everything. Dealing with difficult employees is like playing whack-a-mole. Just when you think you fixed one problem, another one pops up. Dealing with difficult employees is like playing Jenga. You have to carefully remove one piece at a time, or the whole thing comes crashing down. Dealing with John was like playing a game of never-ending Sudoku. I just couldn't figure him out. Trying to manage John was like being stuck in traffic with a screaming baby. You just have to take deep breaths and hope for the best. The casting couch should be called what it really is, a predator's throne. I mean, who needs talent when you have a thigh gap, am I right? I mean, if we really wanted to be actresses, we would have just gone to med school to marry a doctor. That director was so forward. I wouldn't be surprised if he asked for a happy ending too. It's unbelievable how many directors still ask actresses to do things they are not comfortable with during auditions. Like, dude, I'm here to act, not to act out your widow fantasies. You know what's even worse? Some actresses don't even get a chance to audition because they don't fit the type. Like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? I thought acting was about skill, not looks. It's like everyone expects me to be this baby-faced intern father. But I'm a grown woman, damn it. And let's be real, who doesn't want to be mistaken for younger when they are older? But let's be real, I'll probably still get carded for alcohol when I'm 50. Looking young has its perks. I've saved a lot of money on anti-aging products. I mean, I can always just lie about my age. How old do you think I look? Don't answer that. I once walked into a college campus and got offered a student discount. That was a few years ago. Maybe I'll just carry around a cane and confuse people even more. I mean, I don't know what was worse, the mime or the fact that he still tried to talk to me without talking. I mean, I thought he was on drugs at first, but then I realized, nope, he's just a mime. I mean, I can't even imagine how his dates go with other people. Is it like charades? Do they have to guess the movie he's trying to mime? Maybe it's a fun game until someone forgets to breathe while guessing. I mean, even if I wanted to talk to him, I wouldn't know how to say mime in sign language. But I gotta say, he was so good at miming that I was half convinced there was actually a wall that he was stuck in. I gotta hand it to him though, he really committed to that mime character. I mean, he never once broke character, even when I accidentally spilled my drink on him. I mean, no offense to mimes, but if I wanted to spend an evening in silence, I'd just stay home with my cat. I still can't believe he tried to mime a full-course dinner. I mean, how am I supposed to guess which fork to use for the imaginary salad? And the worst part is, I didn't even order anything. I mean, if you're going to mime a dinner, at least mime a good steak. It was like being on a date with a wall. I mean, I don't mind sass, but maybe get my order right first. The worst part was when she brought over the bill with a big smile and said, "I know it's a bit pricey, but hey, you can't put a price on sass." She was so sassy, I couldn't even be mad. I mean, who needs accurate orders when you have sass? I have to admit, I kind of loved the sass. It was like getting insulted by a professional comedian. That waitress had more attitude than a teenager on TikTok. She was serving sass like it was a side dish. She had enough attitude to power a small town. He never noticed me, even though I was in his face every time the class got to downward dog. I even tried meditating to see if I could channel his energy. All it did was give me a cramp in my leg. But I soon realized that downward dog was not a good position to show off my assets. I even bought a yoga mat with his face on it, but I don't think he ever noticed. I even started showing up to class with makeup on, but I think I just ended up looking like a clown. I mean, all I wanted to do was master the cobra pose, but now I'm considering legally changing my name to Jane Smith. I never realized how much I had in common with chickens until I saw myself trying to master yoga poses. Who knew yoga would make me feel like such a hot mess? I might as well just go back to my old job in HR. Yoga is supposed to be relaxing, but it just reminds me how inflexible I am. I think I need to drink before every show now. So now I bring my own flask on stage, just in case. But seriously, don't drink and drive, leave that to me on stage. Remember, if you're drinking alone, you're actually practicing social distancing.
Have you ever noticed the similarity between accountants and comedians? They both love a good audit. They both use numbers to make people laugh. Honestly, I could never find a balance sheet to be as funny as my jokes. Accountants always find a way to balance their jokes. They say accountants are boring, but I'm here to balance the ledger with my humor. Who knew that being an accountant would set me up for a career in comedy? And let me tell you, the people at Ernst & Young never laughed at my jokes like you guys do. It's like my old job all over again, with people trying to cook the books. I eventually went with Plan C. I made up numbers, but kept them happy. I tried telling the truth once, but it didn't add up to their expectations. I found a compromise. I made up numbers and told them what they wanted to hear, but in a monotone voice. I realized that lying wasn't the worst part of my job, it was keeping track of all the lies. I decided to take a gamble, so I lied about their profits. The next day, XYZ Inc. was all over the news as the fastest growing company. My boss is so obsessed with numbers, I bet he even counts his steps when he walks. Sounds like my boss needs a vacation. Maybe to a place with no numbers. Maybe we should start a support group for employees of number-obsessed bosses. Hey boss, let's do a game of Sudoku together. That will help you relax. It's like he's trying to balance his own emotions with my balance sheet. What's the difference between my boss and a calculator? You can count on a calculator. He's more obsessed with decimals than a mathematician. Looks like my manager needs a lesson on decimal points. Anyone else wanna enroll in my class? It's like you're all just numbers to them. My boss wouldn't even notice if we were replaced by robots. And you wonder why we need a union in this place. It's like my friend Mark said, we're all just pawns in this corporate game. But let me tell you, I'm a damn good pawn. That's the thing about the corporate world. It's like playing chess with your boss, but they own the board and the pieces, and you never get to win. That's the thing about the corporate world. Sometimes you feel like a pawn, and other times you feel like a sacrificial lamb. Corporate world is like a game of musical chairs, except there's always one less chair than the number of players and the winners end up sitting on the employees. I'm not sure what's worse, being cheated on in your relationship, or being cheated on in your work. Either way, you're screwed. In accounting, we call it creative accounting. In comedy, we call it a joke. Numbers never lie, but they do try to deceive us. It's like numbers have a secret agenda or something. Numbers are like little spies, infiltrating our daily lives. It's like they have the whole army controlling what goes on in our everyday lives. I mean, have you tried to divide by 0? Have you ever noticed how number 7 always seems to beat up number 4? It's a real bully move. I mean, have you ever tried to calculate the square root of a negative number? That's like trying to date your ex's twin. Numbers are like relatives. Some are positive, some are negative, and some are just plain irrational. You know what's better than a negative number? A positive attitude. Mathematics is a language that never goes out of style. Waiting for a number to solve itself is like waiting for a fish to climb a tree. Numbers may not be interesting, but they never lie, which is more than I can say about my ex-girlfriend. You know what's worse than doing your taxes? Paying someone else to do them for you. You guys ever notice how every number in your bank account looks like a potential vacation? Until you log in, and it's back to reality. Have you ever noticed how taxes are like a game show, except you always lose? Speaking of numbers, has anyone ever tried to balance their checkbook while drunk? It's like trying to defuse a bomb, except the countdown is in dollars and cents. Numbers can be tricky, but have you ever tried to do math without using numbers? It's like trying to cook without using any ingredients. Numbers are like a puzzle. Sometimes you get stuck, but when you finally solve it, the feeling is amazing. Numbers can be frustrating, but it's nothing compared to taxes. Math is like a language, and I'm still learning how to speak it fluently. So when I started out as an accountant, I thought I had it all figured out, then I saw the spreadsheets. Numbers are like puzzles, and I love solving them, except when I can find the last piece. I always kept a calculator with me, just in case I needed to solve a quick joke. As an accountant, I always found numbers to be fascinating, but as a comedian, they're just hilarious.
Hey everyone, thank you for coming to my show tonight. And that's how I realized I was better suited for making people laugh than defending them in court. I mean, who knew the key to winning a case was just making the jury laugh? But then I realized, defending diamonds wasn't really my thing. I much prefer defending my jokes. I realized that making people laugh is the best way to free someone from jail. And that's when I realized, sometimes the real criminals are the ones wearing the suits in the courtroom. But let's be real, the only thing I proved that day is that I looked damn good in a suit. But I think I only won because the judge had a crush on me. But can you blame me? I mean, the entire world saw it. It's like Hulk Hogan's sex tape. Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. You know what they say, Kim, sex tapes are like diamonds, forever. I mean, I get it, Kim, if I had a sex tape like that, I'd want to bury it too. I mean, let's be real, Kim, your tape made you an icon. You really showed the world your talents. But seriously, Kim, you have to admit, it was a pretty savvy business move. Come on, Kim, you have to see the humor in it all. I mean, who wouldn't want to sit on a whoopee cushion all day? I guess some people just can't handle a good whoopee cushion joke. And let's just say he was even less amused when I replaced his keyboard keys with stickers of cats. Turns out, he was a sore loser. After losing the prank war, he tried to sue me for emotional distress. He retaliated by putting bubble wrap under my desk mat, but I had the last laugh. And that was the end of my career in law. It turns out he was allergic to the whoopee cushion material. I got fired, but at least I found my true calling, making people laugh. Defending a mob boss was scary enough, but have you ever represented a Karen in court? That's true terror. The only thing scarier than defending a mob boss? Going up against a judge who doesn't have a sense of humor. Trust me, I've been there. It's a good thing I have a sense of humor, because otherwise, I would have retired from law a long time ago. But I'll tell you what, the mob boss gig was a cakewalk compared to some of my previous clients. I once had to defend a politician accused of corruption. Talk about a nightmare. That reminds me of a time when, no, I can't tell that story. I'm pretty sure I'm still under attorney-client privilege. Defending a mob boss was tough, but have you ever had to defend a Kardashian? Now that's next level stress. You know what they say, once you defend a Kardashian, you're on a whole new level of shamelessness. I kid, but seriously, have you seen their Instagrams? Well, at least working as a comedian is less dangerous than working as a lawyer, unless you mess with the wrong heckler. And you thought I was the runaway bride, am I right? I never thought my legal skills would come in handy in comedy, but at least now I can really write an airtight heckler clause into my contracts. Let's just say I know a thing or two about prenuptial agreements, and after that experience, I'd be fine never seeing one again. It's ironic, because now as a comedian, I feel like I need a prenup for every single one of my jokes. But hey, at least Jane got out of that marriage and didn't end up like me, still searching for a prenup for every joke. And the worst part is, I can't even put a prenup on my marriage. I mean, what's the point of being a lawyer turned comedian if I can't even protect my own jokes? I guess I'll have to settle for a verbal agreement or just hope my husband has a terrible memory. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the offer, but I was hoping to play the leading lady, not myself. I mean, the only thing worse than playing myself is having to pay my own stunt double. I mean, I worked hard to get away from the courtroom. Now I'm stuck playing myself in a movie. It's like they didn't even watch me perform on stage before casting me as myself, you know? I mean, they could have at least cast Amy Schumer to play me. I mean, did they even consider casting Meryl Streep to play me? They could have at least considered Lupita Nyong'o, you know? I guess lawyers are my type. I just can't seem to escape them. I mean, I might as well just go back to practicing law if I wanted to date one. And to think, I almost became a judge. Thank God I didn't want to exclusively date lawyers. I don't know why they call it the bar exam. It's more like a drinking game with way more consequences. But at least I got a free meal out of it, so win-win. I mean, I should have seen the signs when his profile picture was him in a suit and tie. I guess you could say it was a legal date. It was like being stuck in a never-ending deposition. Thanks for being my jury tonight. Remember, don't take life too seriously. Nobody gets out alive anyway.
Good evening, Wall Street. Have you ever tried to make accounting jokes? They don't add up to much. It wasn't until I started doing my coworkers' taxes for fun that I realized I needed a new job. It's funny how numbers can make you feel both important and meaningless at the same time. I used to dread going into work every day, but now I can't wait to perform for all of you. You know what they say, accounting is the language of business, and I was the mute accountant. I thought becoming a comedian would be an escape from numbers, but now I measure my success in laughs per minute. I guess you could say I'm a numbers expert. I can tell you exactly how many people in this room aren't laughing right now. But then I realized, it's not about the numbers, it's about the laughs. It was tough at first, but with enough practice, I started to feel like I knew what I was doing up here. I don't miss my old job, but I do miss the free coffee. My parents always said I should be a lawyer. Bet they are happy now. I still get nervous before every show, but then I remember to just be myself and have fun. I remember the first time I tried my material on my coworkers. They laughed so hard, I thought I had a future in this business. And now, after all these years, my mum still tells me to get a real job. And it only took me 10 years to become an overnight success. They say laughter is the best medicine, but apparently, the bankers at Goldman Sachs have a prescription for something else. I mean, I thought performing for a room full of bankers would be easy. They deal with numbers, and I deal with jokes, but apparently not. And they say accountants have no sense of humor. I guess I should have stuck to balance sheets. But I have to admit, the bankers weren't the worst audience I've had. That award goes to the IRS. They audit my punchlines. It was a tough crowd, but that's nothing compared to when I told a joke at the SEC. They investigated me for insider trading. And that's why I decided to stop telling jokes about the stock market. It was just too risky. You know what they say, those who can't do, review. So I've decided to review all the punk lines I should have used tonight. I thought telling jokes about the economy was a bull market. Turns out it was a bear market. And I thought dealing with the IRS was bad. Dealing with these bankers takes the cake. You know what they say, you can't make omelettes without breaking a few banks. And these bankers think they're so smart with their fancy degrees and $1,000 suits. Well, I have a degree too, in common sense. These bankers have no sense of humor. I once told a joke about interest rates and they didn't get it. And let me tell you, the only thing they have more of than fancy degrees is arrogance. These bankers think they're so smart, but the only thing they're good at is counting their money. These bankers think they're so clever, but they couldn't even balance a checkbook without a calculator. And have you noticed that the bigger the bank, the smaller the interest rate they offer? I was single in Nick for a long time. It's like a never-ending job interview.
Wow.
You know what they say, behind every great man is a great woman, and behind every failed man is a first wife. My wife said she wanted a fairy tale wedding, so I hired a dragon to guard the castle. It was the cheapest option I could find. I'm convinced that dating has turned into a sport. If it was an Olympic event, I'd have 0 medals. I tried to impress my wife on our first date by taking her to a fancy restaurant. Little did she know, it was a Groupon deal. I recently found out that my wife has a secret talent. She's really good at pretending to listen to me. So anyways, my wife and I have been married for 5 years now and it's been a wild ride. We argue a lot, but at the end of the day, she's still the one I want to argue with. My wife and I have never been on the same page when it comes to music. She likes Taylor Swift and I like silence. And let me tell you, traveling for comedy shows sometimes feels like Mission Impossible. I once had to fly to Australia for a show. Do you know how long that flight is? And don't even get me started on airport security. Last time, they called me aside because they thought my mic stand was a weapon. But you know what's worse than a long flight? A layover in Detroit. I mean, what is there even to do in Detroit? But speaking of airport security, have you ever had to take off your shoes and belt and still trip the metal detector? I mean, how many pieces of clothing do I have to remove to prove that I'm not carrying a knife? Speaking of terrible gigs, I once performed at a senior center and they all fell asleep. I thought I was killing it until I realized they were actually snoring. Have you noticed how airline peanuts have gotten smaller and smaller over the years? I mean, it's like they're trying to save money on the one thing that's supposed to be free. And what's the deal with hotel pillows? Are they filled with rocks or something? I mean, I'd have a better night's sleep lying on a bag of potatoes. And have you noticed the size of tiny toothpaste they give you at hotels? Is it really enough for one person, let alone two? And don't even get me started on airplane food. Is it really too much to ask for something that actually tastes good? It's like they want us to suffer on the airplane. And don't even get me started on the peanuts. I mean, who decided to make airplane travel so unbearable? It's like they're punishing us for wanting to go somewhere.
Welcome to Inside Amy Schumer. I hope you have a good therapist, because I can already tell this flight is going to be a lot for you. Wow, sounds like a lot to process. Mind if I put my headphones on and we can talk about something a little less heavy? Bet that's not how you saw your marriage anniversary going, huh? Well, at least you didn't have to deal with the in-laws anymore. Sounds like you had a lot to deal with. Wow, that's quite a story. Well, I know who not to sit next to on the way back. So we broke up and I thought it couldn't get any worse. We had a shared mailbox, so I had to see all of his Amazon packages for months. I mean, who knew that the guy who microwaved fish for lunch would be such a terrible boyfriend? It was so weird coming into work every day and seeing him flirt with Karen from accounting. And then, to make matters worse, he started dating Karen from accounting right after we broke up. I mean, come on John, couldn't you have at least dated someone out of the office? Karen from accounting, really? I saw John at work with Karen the other day and I swear he looked like he lost 5 years off his sad clown face. I mean, John really should have known better than to dip his pen in the company ink. It never ends well. You know what they say, Beyoncé puts her pants on one leg at a time just like the rest of us. But once they're on, I once ran into Justin Bieber at the grocery store, and I have to say, I was pretty impressed. He was buying apples all by himself. I once saw Kanye West at a coffee shop. He was so focused on his laptop that he didn't even notice when I spilled my latte on him. I saw Jennifer Lawrence fall on her face while trying to hug me. I guess that's just her way of showing affection. I met Beyoncé once and I couldn't stop staring at her. I felt like I was in the presence of someone really, really important. Then after a while, I realized it was just a mirror. So I was at this party and I thought I saw Adele, but it was just a really talented drag queen. When I met Tom Hanks, I was like, oh my god, it's Tom Hanks. I once saw Beyoncé in a coffee shop and accidentally spilled my drink on her. I ran into Oprah and she was wearing a t-shirt with her own face on it, which is really the only logical progression after creating your own network. Have you ever tried to take a good selfie, but the lighting just isn't right and you end up looking like a potato? It's like we are all in a constant competition to see who can make the most mundane thing seem interesting online. People post so much food on Instagram, it's like we are all food critics now. And don't get me started on the never-ending selfies, it's like we are all in a relationship with ourselves. It's like we forgot how to just enjoy the moment without capturing it for social media. Have you noticed that people are now taking selfies at funerals? Like, say cheese, grandma. Have you noticed that some people nowadays go to amazing places, like the pyramids in Egypt, just to take a photo with a light-up ring? It's like people forget to appreciate the moment and just try to show off their life on social media. It's not about living anymore, it's about the likes. I mean, I get it, we all want the perfect photo, but can you really enjoy the moment when you're trying to get the perfect angle for your selfie? I mean, I'm all for confidence, but sometimes I think guys mistake creepy for charming. Guys always ask me, you must have a lot of guy friends, and I realize, no, I don't actually have a lot of guy friends. I think the reason for that is I do over-sexualize myself a lot. I feel like I have to perform sexually, all the time. It's like, just because I'm a woman, I have to deal with all this unwanted sexual attention, but as soon as I start to own my sexuality, I'm suddenly the problem. And it's not just guys, sometimes women make you feel so uncomfortable too, like, I'm sorry I didn't wear a turtleneck today, Brenda. That's why I always carry a pepper spray with me, you know, in case I want to add some spices to his eyes. But hey, at least the food was good, am I right? My mum is always telling me to find a man and settle down, but like, settle down where? On the couch, in a grave? My sister is a model, and every time I see her on a billboard, I text her a photo of a garbage truck. Keeps her humble. My brother is always bragging about his new Tesla. I just tell him, oh, cool, I have a bike with no handlebars. My mum always tells me not to settle for less than I deserve, but then she settled for my dad. My sister is always posting pictures of her perfect life on Instagram, like, I get it, Jessica, your baby looks like a Gerber model and your husband cooks gourmet meals, but you know what, I haven't gone on a date in 6 months and my apartment smells like cat pee. My mum always acts like I'm still a child, like, she thinks I can't make decisions for myself. I mean, come on, I'm 40 years old. And don't even get me started on the subway system. You're better off walking. Sometimes I feel like I need a map just to find my way back home. New York City really is a concrete jungle, but at least the animals there aren't as dangerous as the people. Living in New York City is like being in a constant game of dodgeball, except the balls are taxes and the players are everybody. It's like you need to have a PhD in subway navigation just to get around here. And don't even get me started on the subway rats.
Get ready to laugh, folks. I'm Jane Smith and I'm here to entertain you. I remember one time Mr. Smith asked me to work late. When I said I had plans, he offered me a raise. I asked how much. He said the same amount you make now, plus $0. At Smith & Partners, I used to have to rummage through the garbage just to find a working pen. My boss was so cheap, he'd reuse his tea bag 3 times before throwing it out. I remember one time he asked me to bring my own toilet paper to work because he didn't want to buy any. I mean, the only thing fancier than the pen was the staple remover. I'm pretty sure that pen was his only friend growing up. That pen had more security measures than a maximum security prison. And forget about getting a new pen. I asked him once and he told me to just write smaller. I felt like a prisoner serving a life sentence with that pen. When I finally quit that job, I took that stupid pen with me as my severance pay. It took me a while to realize that my true calling was in making people laugh instead of acting. I mean, who needs to be a famous movie star when you can be a famous comedian, right? But hey, at least now I can make a living making fun of those moments. Like this one time when I tried to impress a casting director by doing a backflip and ended up in the ER. I realized that my true talent is not acting, but making people laugh, and I heard those less coffee spills in comedy clubs. But hey, at least I can say I've been in scenes with Cameron Diaz, you know, just like everyone else in this town. I guess you could say I'm a coffee expert now. I might not be a famous actress, but I can do a perfect Cameron Diaz impression. Speaking of Cameron Diaz, did you know she was originally a model before becoming an actress? Guess all you need to succeed in Hollywood is a killer smile and the ability to spill coffee without freaking out. I don't know about you guys, but my gym bag weighs more than my muscles. I mean, I'm pretty sure even the treadmill is judging me. And don't even get me started on the gym showers. It's like being the only slice of bread in a gluten-free bakery. I tried taking a yoga class at the gym, but I couldn't even touch my toes, and that was just the warm-up. I asked Chad what his secret was, and he told me it was a rigorous workout and a strict diet. And here I thought the secret to abs was just avoiding carbs. Chad asked me to work out with him, but I told him I already lift pizza to my mouth. I mean, the only thing worse than being cheap is being a bad tipper, am I right? I mean, who needs lobster and champagne when you can have ramen and beer, am I right? I mean, I heard of being frugal, but that's taking it to a whole new level, am I right? I mean, next time he might have suggested we just eat dead. At least it's free, am I right? I mean, at least he didn't charge me for the air I was breathing, am I right? I mean, he probably thinks roses are just for smelling, not for giving to a girl, am I right? I mean, he probably gets excited when he finds a penny on the ground, am I right? I bet if he ever took a girl out for dinner, he'd tell her to order off the kids' menu, am I right? He's lucky he's cute, otherwise he'd be out on the street, am I right? Max has such a big personality, sometimes I wonder if he's really a person in disguise, am I right? I realized that Max wasn't just a dog, he was a handyman in disguise. He took care of all the holes in my fence, opened all the jazz for me, and even fixed the leaky faucet. It's been a month and Max hasn't destroyed anything else, so I rewarded him with a medium rare steak. He looked at it for a minute and then started to bury it in the backyard, am I right? I realized that Max wasn't just a dog, he was a descendant of the Tasmanian devil. I finally figured out why they call it Instagram. It's because you're always in star mood to check it. That's why I had to delete the app. Instagram, not my ex's new girlfriend's profile. And don't even get me started on Facebook stalking. I think I know more about my ex's cousin's dog than he does. I even made a fake account so I can follow my crush without him knowing. Don't judge me, we've all been there. I mean, who needs a private investigator when you have social media, right? It's like we're all professional stalkers now. I mean, can you imagine if we applied this much dedication to something useful like, I don't know, solving world hunger? Social media has turned us all into modern day Vez, and honestly, I'm not proud of it. My cousin said the parrot was his new therapist. I mean, we all need someone to talk to, but a bed? My aunt tried to set me up with her neighbor, who is twice my age. I appreciate the effort, but I think I'll stick to swiping left on dating apps. My family is so crazy that I feel like I need to attend a therapy session after each reunion. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love them all, but sometimes I wonder if they are all from different families. And let's not forget my grandmother, who kept asking me when I'm going to get married and give her great-grandchildren. I was like, Grandma, I'm just thanks for laughing with me. Remember, family reunions aren't that bad. They only come once a year, hopefully.
Hey, guys, how's everyone doing tonight? So I tried joining this exclusive dating app, and it matched me with my therapist. Talking about awkward family connections, me der dated this girl for a while, turned out to be my third cousin twice removed. Me aunt one set me up on a blind date, only to find out we were related. The family tree is looking more like a single branch. It's getting harder and harder to find people to date who aren't related to me. My family reunions are starting to feel like speed dating events. I guess I can't say that my family tree doesn't have any weird branches. It's like I'm living in an episode of Jerry Springer. I mean, I didn't even get a chance to talk about my qualifications. But Sure, Jon, please keep telling me about your cat's medical history. And then he started telling me about his favorite breakfast cereal. I think Jon was trying to convince me to be his therapist instead of an employee. So, Jon, how much is Schmoogle paying you to be my therapist? Yeah, Jon definitely was not interested in my experience or qualifications, but he did tell me all about his camping trip last weekend, so maybe that's all I need to know for this job. Honestly, I don't know why they bother calling it an interview. It's more like a therapy session for the interviewer. At the end of the interview, Jon said I had great energy. Well, of course I did. I just spent 30 minutes listening to him talk about himself. I thought I was a job candidate, but turns out I'm my own therapist. Thanks, Jon. So, Jon, how's that networking going? I suggested Jon start networking with the catering company. Then he'll always have someone to talk to about canapes. He kept trying to talk to George Clooney, but George just threatened to get a phone call every time. He even tried to talk to the plant in the corner, but it just wilted away. He even tried telling Brad Pitt a joke, but Brad just stared at him like he was speaking a different language. He even asked Meryl Streep for an autograph, and she just handed him her business card. He even followed George Clooney into the bathroom, and George just said sorry, buddy, I don't need an assistant. He even tried to pitch his reemployee to Steven Spielberg in the bathroom stall next to him, and Steven just said I'll pass. He even tried to slip his business card into Meryl Streep's pushe, and she just said oh honey, norsk. So turns out we're actually related to the Kardashians, and I am pretty sure that explains a lot. I mean, we always knew something was off when he would show up to the family reunion wearing a fake mustache and a monocle. And I told me Uncle Larry with the fake British accent was bad. Wow, I can't believe there are so many people in my family that I have never even heard of. It's like we're all in a bad soap opera. I mean, every family has their secrets, but a fake family tree is a whole new level. I mean, who knew our family was so interesting? It's like we should have our own reality show. It's like we were in an episode of Maury, You Are Not the Father. I knew we shouldn't have trusted somebody with such a generic name. I mean, who names their kid John Smith anyway? I mean, It's like every disaster was written into the lease agreement. Mopeds, fine, but did it have to attract me like it was hosting the Rat Olympics? And the worst part, har charged med extra for the rat holes. Like, what, am I supposed to charge them rent now? In pretty sure the bucket had more square footage in the living room. It hoped I hit the jackpot finding a place I var off to pool, until I realized it was just a kiddie pool filled with grønnvater. Of course, the rent was too good to be true. Who knew living with a family of raccoons came at such a high price? I don't know what was worse, the mold in the shower or the family of spiders who climbed the closet as their own. I'm pretty sure that apartment had more species living in it than a rainforest. Can't wait to see what Jon Smith does with that security deposit. I mean, at least the drink matched me outfit. That was the first and the last time I let Jon Smith bury med a drink. I mean, I told doing laundry was already a chore, but washing all Jon Smith sent? Nightmare fuel. Of course, he asked me out again. I said yes, to the waiter who brought me a fresh ship. I mean, if he really wanted to impress me, he could have at least spilled a drink on someone attractive. I mean, at least I got a free ship out of it. I mean, his insults were so bad, I told I was reading a YouTube comment section. I tried to come up with a good comeback, but I think his two brain cells were fighting each other for dominance. He called me ugly, but I'm pretty sure his mirror must have had a glitch that day. I bet even his mom thinks he's a disappointment. His hygiene is receding faster than his chances of getting a date. How's everyone doing tonight? Can you imagine if Mrs. Johnson was me boss now? I wouldn't be able to make eye contact with anyone awkward silence. I mean, I get it, eye contact is totally overrated. Who needs a connection with their students anyway? I mean, who needs a proper greeting anyways? A simple nod and a good luck thrown in there is enough, am I right? I guess it's better to avoid all human interaction in the classroom. That way, we never have to deal with empathy or understanding or, you know, taking. And I told me dog staring at me all the time was awkward. I mean, I knew New York City was tube, but I didn't think it would be that tube. And I saw the janitor making eye contact with the mop. I didn't know whether to feel bad for him or to be grateful it wasn't his laptop, but either way, Jon's phone was a goner. And of course, Jon's parents wanted me to pay for a new phone. And let me tell you, the look on Jon's face when he saw what happened to his phone, priceless. But let's be real, Jon's phone was probably older than him anyway. It's a good thing I'm a teacher and not a phone repair person. I mean, who needs a phone when you can just communicate with smoke signals, am I right? I should have just let Jon keep his phone because I think that broken phone was worth more than my entire salary at the time. It's funny how no matter how old we get, our parents still think we can do no wrong. Parents love for their children is amazing, especially when they are wrong. Oh, I see, I guess I must have imagined that time when he set the fire alarm off during class. It's like parents have a blind spot when it comes to their kids' behavior in school. It's always the good kids, isn't it? But when I tell parents their kid is misbehaving, suddenly I am the bad guy. And that's why I always make sure to have a witness when I talk to parents. I even got a few likes from the teachers, but that's really not saying much. I guess you could say I'm a fake till you make it kind of teacher. But let's be real, I'm just in it for the summers offently. I mean, it's not like me kids were the ones making me laugh. I had them convinced I was the real deal. They even asked me to sign autographs. Can you believe I got away with it all day? Even the principal was asking for my autograph. I even got a standing ovation from the cafeteria ladies. They said I was funnier than the lunch menu. So I finally found Jon at the T-Rex exhibit. Turns out he was just trying to see if he could outrun it. Kids these days. So there we are, in the middle of a giant prehistoric exhibit, and Jon's nowhere to be found. I was just hoping he didn't think it was a pterodactyl feeding zone. I finally found Jon playing with the interactive dino exhibit. His excuse was that he thought the velociraptor was cute. Poor Jon, he was so confused. He thought he was in a time machine and needed to blend in with the dinosaurs. And let me tell you, trying to corral a group of 30 kids while searching for a lost one is like trying to herd cats. And to top it all off, I found Jon ready to give the T-Rex a hug. And you know what's funny? Jon wasn't even scared, he just wanted to see the T-Rex up close. And I don't know what's worse, the stress of standardized testing or the pressure to be a T-Rex whisperer. I tried to make a joke out of a standardized test question, but the joke ended up being on me. The question was, if Sarah has 17 apples and gives 3 to Dio, how many does she have left inside? None, because I would have eaten all 17 by now. The students just stared at me in silence. I once saw a student trying to cheat on a standardized test by writing the answers on his arm. I mean, if you're going to cheat, at least be a little creative. Jon's creativity in standardized testing is truly unmatched. I mean, have you ever seen someone draw such a realistic portrait of themselves in under an hour? I mean, at least Jon's picture was entertaining. Last year, I saw a student just staring at the test booklet for 45 minutes straight. I was convinced they had turned into a statue. I had to remind him that this is not a drawing class, but at least he got an A+ in self-portraiture. And don't even get me started on the Scantron machines. Those things never work properly. I once had a student whose test got completely erased because he accidentally spilled his fruit punch on it. And you know what he did? He just shrugged and said, well, at least it wasn't a self-portrait. And let me tell you, after seeing Jon's performance, even I started to question my own skills as a teacher. And that's not all, we also somehow convinced the school board to let us have a field day on the last day of school. So now we get to watch as our students run around, exhausted and sugar high, and pretend like we didn't just brainwash them with math and science all year. And let me tell you, trying to control a classroom of 30 sugar-filled kids is like trying to herd cats. I always tell me students, you may never use calculus in real life, but at least you'll impress your friends with the word calculus. And the best part of the end of the school year, no more glitter. I used to dread the end of the school year, but now I realize it's just the beginning of my summer vacation. And that's why I give all my students a bottle of wine at the end of the year. Why do they call it summer vacation when we end up working through it all?
Hey everyone, great to be here in LA. I'm still trying to figure out the difference between Lyft and Uber. Do they have a rivalry like Coke and Pepsi? Lyft tastes better but Uber has more caffeine. So I asked the driver if he preferred Coke or Pepsi, and he said he liked Dr. Pepper. Who likes Dr. Pepper? That's like being the third wheel on a date with Coke and Pepsi. I don't understand why Lyft drivers insist on having 20 air fresheners hanging from their rearview mirror. Am I being driven or going for a hike in a pine forest? But seriously, why do they have to blast their music so loud? Are they trying to wake up the dead? And don't get me started on those drivers who refuse to use turn signals. And can we talk about the pedestrians who cross the street while texting? They're like zombies, but at least the zombies are focused on where they're going. And what's the deal with the people who walk in the middle of the sidewalk, taking up the whole thing? Do they think they're royalty? And have you noticed how some people treat their pets like royalty? I mean, I love my dog, but I'm not going to carry her around in a Louis Vuitton bag. And why do people take selfies with their food? I mean, I'm glad you're excited about your kale salad, but no need to share it with the world. And have you noticed how people name their pets human names? I mean, I get it, it's your fur baby, but stop calling your dog Kevin. And what's the deal with pumpkin spice? It's not even made with real pumpkin. Speaking of pets, I had a goldfish named Tom Hanks once. He died after 5 minutes. And speaking of fake things, did you guys hear about this new app that lets you take a selfie with a celebrity? It's called Photoshop. Tom Hanks is such a nice guy in person, but I couldn't help but yell, "Wilson," when I saw him. I mean, Who needs Photoshop when you can just run into them here at the Golden Globes, right? I'm realizing now that being an accountant for celebs was a lot like being their therapist, only without the degree or the leather couch. I guess they took my resignation a little too personally. It's hard to be the smart one in the room when all the numbers are wrong. They say money can't buy happiness, but it sure can buy a good lawyer. And speaking of lawyers, have you ever noticed that the ones with the most extravagant offices are usually the worst ones? Have you ever noticed that a good accountant is like a good therapist? They both know all of your secrets, but at least the accountant won't judge you. You know what they say about accountants? They're the ones who can make that seem like an average Joe. And speaking of average, I used to work with this accountant who couldn't even add 2 and 2 together. I tried to talk to a therapist about the fraud I witnessed and they told me to keep it to myself. I need a new accountant and a new therapist. I never understood why people are so focused on money. It's not like it gives you happiness, but it does give you a really nice yacht. You know what they say, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a lot of therapy sessions. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a lot of things that make me happy. I guess I'll always be the punchline of my own jokes. I mean, who needs self-esteem when you have a Netflix password and an unlimited data plan? You know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, redefine success. You know, I think getting older is a sign of success. Because it means you didn't die yet. And speaking of success, I finally got out of my overdraft last month. Wow! But let's not talk about success anymore, I don't want to offend anyone here. And to think, I almost put that I like long walks on the beach in my profile. I mean, I didn't even recognize her without that cat filter. Come on people, let's be real. It's like ordering a filet mignon at a 5-star restaurant and getting a burger from McDonald's. False advertising. I once matched with a girl on a dating app who claimed to be vegan. Turns out, she loved burgers more than I did. I don't get it, why do people use fake profile pictures? It's like hiring a personal trainer who's never been inside a gym. That's why I always bring a measuring tape on first dates. It's like ordering a pizza with all the toppings and getting a plain cheese instead. I don't have high standards, just common sense. I tried the juice cleanse, but after 3 days all I could think about was pizza. It's like my brain was on a carbohydrate strike. I even tried the seafood diet, which is where you eat whatever you see. But then I started working in a chocolate factory. I even signed up for a gym membership, but all I ended up doing was taking selfies. I even tried a juice cleanse, but all I felt was hungry and angry all the time. I'm not sure who came up with that idea, but I think it was the same person who said you should never eat bread. I even tried wearing a corset, but it didn't help my breathing, or my weight. I couldn't even finish the line about. I tried to console myself by binge watching the show, but now I'm emotionally attached to my killer. Should I seek therapy? I thought getting killed off was bad, until I saw my co-star's new contract. Turns out my character actually died from shame. I'm not bitter about being killed off, but I can't help but wonder, what if my character had survived? I guess it's better to be killed off in the first episode than to be stuck playing the same character for 10 years, right? I don't want to spoil anything, but I heard they're bringing back my character as a ghost in Season 2. Spoiler alert, I guess. Well, I guess it's time to say goodbye. Thank you all for coming out and laughing with me tonight.
Hey everyone, welcome to Laughing Lessons. I never imagined that I would have to break up a fight between two grown men in my classroom, but one of them kept insisting that he had already graduated and the other one was convinced that the year was still 1985. So, John Cena was not the only wrestler in my class. I also had a Stone Cold Steve Austin, but thankfully he was not the principal's son. I also had a Rey Mysterio in my class. I kept wondering if he was hiding under the desk during lectures. There was also a Hulk Hogan in my class, but he kept ripping off his shirt during PE. And of course, there was always a group of mean girls who made life difficult for everyone else. And don't even get me started on the cafeteria food. The mystery meat is so mysterious, even the science teachers can't identify it. But let's be real, the true magic of high school was the bathroom gossip. Those walls could talk, and sometimes they did. High school bathrooms were like confession booths with a better echo. It's stressful being a teenager, that's why we needed a space to vent, and maybe take some selfies. And let's not forget the rush of getting out of class early and being the first one there. Who knew a toilet could be so exciting? I remember when I was a substitute teacher and I showed up to a math class with a new haircut. The students were so distracted by my hair that I had to teach them algebra with my back turned. That's when I knew I had to stick to comedy. I always knew I had a talent for entertaining people. When I was teaching, my students were more interested in hearing my jokes than learning geography. Maybe I'm in the wrong profession, but I don't think there is a high demand for geography comedians. I've had some pretty embarrassing moments on set, like the time I tripped and fell into the craft services table. But hey, at least I got some free snacks out of it. I guess you could say that craft services is my plan B. Craft services has saved my life so many times. One time, I forgot to pack lunch and man, did they hook me up. Craft services has saved me so many times. They should really be listed as a primary contact on my emergency contact list. The only problem is now I'm addicted, and my bank account hates me for it. I mean, who knew I had muscles in places I didn't even know existed? And don't even get me started on how many squats we had to do. My booty wasn't ready for all that attention. I mean, My muscles were so sore that I couldn't even lift my arms to put on a shirt without groaning. I mean, the next day I was walking like a newborn giraffe, but it was worth it. But let's be real, how many times am I actually going to go back? I never knew I had so many muscles until CrossFit. Turns out I have some I didn't even know existed. I guess we just weren't each other's type. I mean, I prefer more of a dad bod look and he was more of a CrossFit fanatic. So, I decided to give online dating a try. And let me tell you, it's like a full-time job. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Oh hey, a cat video. But you know what they say, when one door closes, another one opens, and sometimes it's a bathroom door and you realize you forgot to lock it. But hey, at least I got a free meal out of it. That's the silver lining, right? Well, at least I didn't get food poisoning like on my last blind date. That was a real adventure. It's okay though, because now I have a great story to tell. Just don't ask me to go on another blind date anytime soon. But hey, I guess there is always a chance for love on a second blind date, right? I mean, I didn't know what CTRL plus Alt plus del even meant until he explained it to me. I mean, I understand the importance of technology, but sometimes it feels like it's in control of our lives. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I feel like my computer is running my life, instead of the other way around. I mean, have you ever really thought about how much we rely on technology? It's crazy. I mean, sometimes I think my phone has more control over my life than I do. I mean, who needs a therapist when you have an IT guy? I mean, it's like my computer has a mind of its own sometimes. I mean, I'm pretty sure my IT guy has magical powers at this point. And don't even get me started on the printer. I think it's time for me to become a frequent flyer, because I can't handle this anymore. I thought about joining John on the armrest and we could just cling to each other for 13 hours straight. I mean, I get it, flying can be scary, but if John needs that much hand-holding, maybe he should just take the bus. Maybe next time I'll sit next to a parrot or something. Maybe next time I'll bring a therapy dog with me. I heard from a therapist that exposure to your fears is the best way to conquer them. So John, same time next week? But you know what's worse than a long flight with a nervous neighbor? A long flight with a chatty neighbor introvertsu night. I thought I was gonna be late, but John Smith saved the day, hero. Have you ever had a hero moment like John Smith Brave? And to top it off, he wouldn't even let me pay him grateful. I never thought I'd be thanking my lucky stars for a tow truck, but here we are blessed. And you know what? I still got an A+ on my evaluation. Who says bribery doesn't work? Thank you all for coming tonight. Remember, laughter is the best medicine. Unless you're actually sick, then you should probably go see a doctor. Good night.
Welcome everyone. As a former engineer, I'm excited to finally have a job where my social skills are appreciated. Engineers and social skills, not exactly a match made in heaven. How do you get an engineer to laugh at a joke? Just explain it to him, slowly. Engineers are like detectives. They are always trying to solve problems that no one else even knows exist. Have you ever noticed how engineers always have a backup plan for their backup plan? Engineers are so efficient. They can get a 2-hour job done in 8 hours. You know you're an engineer when your friends consult with you before buying any electronic device. Engineers even apply scientific methods to their dating life. And of course, engineers have a complex system for deciding where to eat. But at least engineers know how to calculate their chances of success in stand-up comedy. And don't even get me started on engineers and dating. You know what's funny? Engineers can make anything, except for a good punchline. As an engineer, I always overthink things. Like, do robots have a sense of humor? Would they laugh at jokes about us? Or would they just beep or something? I once tried to tell a joke about UDP, but I'm not sure if anyone got it. It's fine though, I can just keep resending it until they do. Why did the programmer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. Why did the computer go to the doctor? Because it had a virus. You know, us engineers are not always the most social creatures. I mean, who needs social skills when you have a computer, right? You know, sometimes I feel like I have more conversations with my computer than with real people. But hey, at least my computer doesn't judge me. Sometimes I wonder if my computer is my only true friend. And if it is, then my bank account is definitely my mortal enemy. It's like my phone is tapping me on the shoulder, saying, hey, remember me, I'm still here and you're still addicted. It's not just our phones, it's all technology. It's like they've taken over our lives. But I can't live without my phone. It's like my third arm. Technology is great, but have you ever tried writing a letter to someone? Technology is great, but have you tried talking to someone face to face lately? Sometimes I feel like technology knows me better than I know myself. It's like our phones know us better than our significant others do. I mean, I can't even imagine going one day without my phone. Can you? I'm starting to think my phone is the only one that really understands me. It's like my phone is an extension of my hand. It's starting to feel like a sixth finger. It's like we're all cyborgs, with our phones serving as our personal cyberspaces. Our phones are like our personal assistants, without the salary. Our laptops are like our significant others. We spend more time with them than anyone else. And let's be honest, we all have more gadgets than friends. They say technology is supposed to bring us closer together, but let's be honest, the only time we touch someone else is when we accidentally touch their laptop charger. It's like we're so connected to our devices, we forget to connect with each other. It's like we're all part of the same Wi-Fi network, but nobody knows the password for human interaction. The only time I get emotional with a device is when it's time to upgrade. It's funny how we spend more time trying to fix our devices than ourselves. Why do we put our devices on airplane mode? Even the airplane doesn't have airplane mode. Have you ever noticed that the Wi-Fi signal gets weaker when you move farther away from the router? It's like the router is punishing us for trying to be active and move around. I don't understand why we need to turn off our phones at the movie theater. Who's calling us? The popcorn guy. Have you ever noticed that we never use the half of the buttons on the microwave? Like, who actually knows what the meat button does? Why do we park in a driveway but drive on a parkway? It's funny how we have a whole aisle dedicated to potato chips but no aisle just for potatoes. And why are they called apartments when they are so close together? Don't you hate it when the cashier hands you a receipt and says here's your novel for the day? And why do they call it a building if it's already built? Why do we park on driveways and drive on parkways? And why do we put suits in a garment bag and garments in a suitcase? Ever notice how we call them apartments even though they are all grouped together? What's the deal with Elaine Peanuts? She was always arguing about the pronunciation of words. One time she asked me, is it caramel or caramel? I said, it doesn't matter, just give me the damn candy. I mean really, who argues about the pronunciation of cucumbers? It's not like there's a French word for it. I mean, we couldn't even agree on how to peel them. She'd say, you're wasting too much, and I'd say I'm not trying to eat the skin. I mean, who even argues about the color of cucumbers? They're green. End of discussion. I never understood why anyone would argue about the pronunciation of words, except for Worcestershire sauce, because that's just ridiculous. I mean, it's not like it's a hard word to pronounce. It's not like we were arguing about supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I mean, it's not rocket science. It's cucumber, not cucumber. I mean, it's not like I was asking for the launch codes. I just wanted to run a simple program. I couldn't even get through the door without breaking a sweat. And this was before I realized I was wearing my shirt inside out. I tried to impress the interviewer by talking about how I've been coding since I was 6. But then he asked me what I thought about the latest technological advancements and I froze. I mean, who needs a job when you can eat pizza all day? My boss at the pizza place was so impressed with my pepperoni placement skills, he gave me a raise. But, hey, at least I can eat pizza during my lunch break. So, I traded bugs for pepperoni. Not a bad trade, if you ask me. The funny thing is, I still get calls from that software company asking if I want the job as a pizza delivery guy. I mean, I've had some bad Starbucks experiences. One time they put salt instead of sugar in my drink. It was like drinking the ocean. I guess I should be happy they didn't spell it John sneezed. I mean, it's not like my name is Tchaikovsky or anything. But seriously, how hard is it to spell Smith? I mean, at least spell it like Smythe or something. I just realized, Sneeze and Smith don't even sound the same. My last name is Smith and I'm a comedian. I might as well have gone into accounting. Some people say Seinfeld's comedy is too observational, but I think it's just right. Much like my last name. I get it though. Being a comedy icon like Seinfeld isn't easy. I should know. I'm on my way there. But you know what they say, soup is good food. And that's why I stick to chicken noodle soup. Talking to Jerry Seinfeld is like talking to a canned soup. You know what you're gonna get, but it's never as good as homemade. Talking to Jerry Seinfeld is like talking to a vending machine with only one option. It's like ordering a pizza and getting anchovies instead of pepperoni. It's still pizza, but it's just not what you expected. I mean, I love pizza as much as the next guy, but sometimes you just gotta draw the line. I never thought I'd have to fight off seagulls for a slice of pizza, but that's what happened last summer at the beach. And don't even get me started on pineapple on pizza. It's just wrong. Whoever said you can't buy happiness clearly never bought a pizza. Speaking of pizza, I recently discovered a new topping, cash. It's amazing how it can make any pizza taste better. It's like they say, if at first you don't succeed, order another pizza. I mean, I love pizza as much as the next guy, but when it becomes furniture, we've got a problem. I mean, how do you even confront someone about that? Hey, remember me? You threw a smoothie at me in high school. What kind of smoothie was that so I can avoid it in the future? I mean, talk about a smoothie surprise, am I right? I should have known dating apps weren't for me when the first match I got was my high school smoothie thrower. It's like the universe was saying, hey, remember that girl who used to throw a smoothie at you? You're still not good enough for her. And then she said, I still hate you. And then she asked me if I wanted to try her smoothie. I said I think I've had enough. It's like she's been carrying that smoothie around for years just waiting for the perfect time to use it. I mean, imagine having all that money and still not being able to afford a better personality. I guess it's true what they say, money can buy a lot of things, but class and character aren't one of them. At least if you're broke, you have an excuse for being miserable. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy therapy, and hey, that's pretty close. It's like my grandpa used to say, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a nicer place to be miserable in. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a fancy car that makes it easier to pretend like everything's okay. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a therapist that makes pretending much easier. Remember, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a boat which gives you the opportunity to be unhappy in an extremely expensive way.
Hey everyone, I'm Sassy Sarah and I used to be a bartender in the city that never sleeps. So this own customer comes in, all fancy with his suit and tie, and orders a steak well done. I'm like, buddy, you're paying $50 for a steak, why not just get a shoe and save some money? I had a customer who asked for a gluten-free option, so I suggested a salad. She said, no, I want a burger. I thought, lady, you can't have your cake and eat it too, or in this case, your bun. So this other lady comes in and orders a salad, but she wants everything on the side. I'm like, lady, you could just order a bowl of lettuce and be done with it. I had a customer who ordered a steak, but then complained it was too rare. I was like, lady, that's what medium rare means. I had a guy who asked for the best table in the house and got upset when I seated him near the bathrooms. I mean, sir, we don't have a view of the Eiffel Tower here. I had a customer who asked for a gluten-free menu and then ordered a beer. I was like, sir, I'm pretty sure that's not gluten-free. One customer said they were allergic to everything except oxygen. I was like, I'll go check with the kitchen to see if we have any oxygen on the menu. Another customer ordered a steak well done and then complained that it was too dry. I was like, well, what did you expect? It's well done. My friend set me up with this guy. He said he was a doctor, but when I met him, he was wearing scrubs from a Halloween store. One guy I went out with said he was a hopeless romantic. Turns out he was just hopeless. My last date said he was a cat person, but apparently that just means he doesn't like to shower. One guy said he was an adventurer, but all he really did was steal his neighbor's Wi-Fi. I even went out with a guy who claimed he has a private jet. Turns out it was just a paper airplane. And don't even get me started on the guy who said he was a seer of his mama's basement. I mean, can we at least agree to use real pictures on dating profiles? I don't understand why they call it a gym membership. It should be called a guilt membership for all the times I pay and never go. I thought working out would give me a hot body, but turns out sweating constantly just makes me a hot mess. My trainer told me to do burpees. I said, I don't know what those are. He said, just squat down and touch your toes. I said, okay, and then I went home. And don't even get me started on the gym clothes. I mean, why do they have to be so tight and revealing? I feel like a sausage in a casing. I swear, sometimes I think Josh makes up exercises on the spot. Like, Okay, Cyril, now jump up and down while clapping your hands and singing the national anthem. What am I, a circus monkey? And don't even get me started on those machines that make you look like you're riding a bull. I'm pretty sure I saw my life flash before my eyes. But seriously, why do Italians gesture so much? I feel like I'm watching an interpretive dance every time I try to order a pizza. It's like every Italian meal is a full course marathon. I'm starting to think they keep bringing out more courses just to see if we'll tap out. I feel like I need to go on a cleanse after eating all that pasta. Antonio took us to this amazing restaurant with a view of the Colosseum, and the waiter, let us just say his eyebrows were more impressive than the view. I mean, I thought I knew what authentic Italian cuisine tasted like, but after trying Antonio's mom's homemade lasagna, I was craving Olive Garden. I mean, we thought we were being cultured by taking a gondola ride in Venice, but it turned into a romantic couples therapy session. And don't even get me started on the Italian driving. It's like a never-ending game of Mario Kart. Antonio is such a character. He talked about Italy like it was his ex-girlfriend he couldn't get over. I mean, who needs a gym membership when you can climb these hills all day? My thumb has got bigger muscles than the rest of my body. I recently joined a support group for social media addiction. It's on Facebook and meets every hour on the hour. I spend so much time scrolling through my feed that I've developed carpal tunnel in my thumb. Sometimes I wonder, if I didn't take a picture of my food, did I really eat it? I once spent 2 hours editing a selfie just to get the perfect filter. I spend more time on social media than with actual people, but at least the filters make me look better than I do in real life. After attending an AA meeting, I realized that I'm not the only one struggling with life. There's also Bill, Jane, and Mike. Oh wait, I already said that. And you know what? They all had better stories than mine. I mean, have you ever tried to top sleeping on a park bench? It's hard to compete with that level of rock bottom. And let us not forget about Karen, who insists on bringing up her ex-husband at every meeting. I mean, get over it, Karen, he's not coming back. And this one time, Jane showed up smelling like a brewery. I mean, you're at an AA meeting, Jane, at least mix in some mouthwash. And then there's Tom, who's been sober for 10 years and still brings his own non-alcoholic beer. Like, come on Tom, live a little. I mean, it's like going to a vegan restaurant and only ordering a salad. What's the point? I mean, it's like trying to quit smoking but still carrying a pack around. What's the point? Living with roommates is like playing the lottery, you never know what you're gonna get. Living with these roommates is like being in a bad improv show that you have to constantly adapt to their with choices. I had a roommate who would leave her laundry in the dryer for days. I'm pretty sure she thought the dryer was her closet. My last roommate was so dirty, I'm pretty sure there were mushrooms growing in the sink. My roommate Brian used to sing in the shower every morning at prate 5 baje. I never knew someone could ruin both sleep and music at the same time. My roommate Chris used to eat all my snacks and then blame it on his ghost. The only mystery here is how someone can be both a thief and insane at the same time. And let us not forget about my roommate Jane. She never washed dishes but always had time for thanks for coming out, guys. You've been a great crowd.
Are you guys ready to laugh about something that will make you cry? Let's talk about taxes. My boss once told me that taxes are like life. We all have to pay the price. And let me tell you, the price ain't cheap. When I told my parents I got a job in taxes, they were so proud. They said, finally, you're doing something responsible with your life. I remember once a client came to me and asked, can I claim my pet llama as a dependent? I once had a client who tried to write off his girlfriend's shopping spree as a business expense. I always say, never mess with the IRS. They have the power to ruin your life, and they will if you give them a reason. The only thing worse than doing taxes is doing taxes for someone else. I remember one time I tried to deduct my entire collection of movie tickets as a business expense. Let's just say Mr. Johnson wasn't too pleased. Speaking of Mr. Johnson, I saw him at the grocery store the other day. He tried to deduct a pineapple as a business expense. Talk about reaching for low-hanging fruit. I also had a singer as a client, but he refused to file his taxes until he hit a high note. These celebrities think they can get away with not paying taxes just because they're famous. But let me tell you, the IRS doesn't care if you're in the movies or on TV. They want their money, and they want it now. I guess he forgot that taxes are as important as memorizing your lines. And that was the moment I realized that being a tax accountant for celebrities is not for the faint of heart. But on the bright side, at least he won't have to call me for tax advice anymore. I mean, come on, who hires an accountant for tax advice anyways? But, hey, at least I'll always have material for my stand-up shows. You know you're in trouble when the IRS thinks your lunch expenses are suspicious. And don't even get me started on mileage reimbursement. I was just trying to save a few bucks, but apparently, that's a red flag for the IRS. But the worst part of being audited, the realization that my accountant was as clueless as I am. I mean, who knew you couldn't claim your pet as a dependent? That's just false advertising. I mean, I never knew so many things could be tax deductible. Like, did you know you can claim your psychic as a business expense? It's true. I mean, who in their right mind would try to cheat on their taxes? It's like trying to outrun Usain Bolt, but instead of a race, it's prison time. I had another client who claimed that his pet parrot was a business consultant. Apparently, the bird had some incredible ideas for improving his owner's sales. I mean, I've heard of thinking outside the box, but this was ridiculous. It's amazing, the things people try to write off as business expenses. I had one guy try to claim his trip to Las Vegas as a team building activity. Yeah, right. The only thing he built was a massive hangover. And I had another client who tried to write off their yacht as a company cruiser. I mean, sure, if their business is ocean piracy. It's crazy what people try to claim as business expenses. I once had a client who tried to write off their kid's birthday party as a team building activity. I mean, who knew a guard cat could be a business expense? It's like that time my client tried to pass off his personal chef as a tax-deductible meal planner. I had another client try to claim their weekly poker game as a business meeting. I mean, I guess they were discussing their strategy for winning clients, but somehow I don't think the IRS would agree. And don't even get me started on the guy who tried to write off his massage sessions as a stress relief expense. It's really amazing what people try to write off these days. I had someone try to claim their yoga classes as a medical expense. I mean, I guess it could be considered a form of physical therapy, but something tells me the IRS wouldn't be too thrilled about that one. I recently had a client try to claim their pumpkin spice latte as a business expense. I guess they thought they could write off their caffeine addiction as research and development. The IRS is like the Grinch, always trying to steal Christmas. Except in this case, instead of presents, they're stealing your hard-earned money. I mean, who needs a vacation when you can spend your time stressing over deductions and paperwork? Am I right? You know the saying, there's nothing certain except death and taxes? Well, I think they forgot to add those annoying automated customer service calls. And don't even get me started on those tax forms. I mean, what language are they written in? Definitely not English. Speaking of taxes, have you ever noticed how the tax code is longer than the entire Harry Potter series? It's almost like the IRS doesn't want us to understand our taxes. I mean, are they trying to keep themselves in business? And don't even get me started on deductions. I feel like I need a PhD just to understand what's deductible and what's not. I mean, who decided that a hedge fund manager's yacht is tax deductible, but my daily coffee isn't? It's like the tax code is written in a whole different language. I need a translator just to file my taxes. It's amazing what a little honesty can do. I should try that with the IRS next time. That mistake was like finding a $20 bill in your pocket, except it cost me $2,000. Mistakes are like taxes, inevitable and sometimes costly. It's like the old saying goes, you can't spell mistake without taxes. Mistakes are like taxes, they never seem to go away, but hey, at least taxes don't wake you up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. Mistakes may lead to good things, but I wouldn't trust my taxes in my own hands. That's like asking a chicken to drive a car. Retirement planning is like doing taxes. You know it's important, but it's not exactly a party topic. When I finally retired, I felt like a lost puppy in a storm. But then I realized, I can finally write off my golf games as business expenses. But let me tell you, being retired is not all sunshine and rainbows. It took me a while to get used to not waking up at 6 a.m. to stare at spreadsheets. Now, I spend more time organizing my golf bag than I do my taxes. Who knew retirement could be so exciting? Retirement has its perks, but nothing beats the thrill of calculating my taxes. Well folks, that's my time. Remember, taxes may be inevitable, but laughter is optional. Thank you and good night.
What is the difference between a computer and a human brain? You may have to know English to understand the punchline. The first rule of debugging: if at first you don't succeed, call it version 1.0. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you are also the murderer. Working with Jim was like trying to debug spaghetti code. Everything was intertwined and made no sense. It's like trying to decipher encrypted code with a faulty key. Some of the bugs were so complicated, it felt like I was solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. It was like trying to navigate a maze blindfolded. I finally quit that job when Jim asked me to fix the microwave. My friend's startup was trying to develop a smart refrigerator that tells you when you're running low on groceries, but all it did was remind him that he's single. And that's why I stick to stand-up comedy instead of tech startups. Hackathons are like relationships, you never want to see the same people again. You know, I think the only IoT device that actually makes a difference is my smartwatch telling me when to stand up and stretch after sitting in front of my computer for hours. You know what they say, the Internet of Things is like teenage sex. Everyone talks about it, but no one really knows how to do it. I mean, who needs a smart fridge anyway? It just reminds me how much leftover pizza I have every time I open it. I heard that the smart toilet got hacked and started flushing non-stop. Talk about a crappy situation. Speaking of smart appliances, I have a smart blender that refuses to blend if I haven't exercised that day. It's like having a personal trainer in my kitchen. And have you ever tried to quit a Silicon Valley job? They make it harder than quitting smoking. I heard Steve's been trying to develop a software that can micromanage better than him. But I guess he decided stealing code was easier than stealing money. I don't know what was worse, his management style or his coding skills. He once asked me to write a program that could embezzle money for him. I told him I'm a programmer, not a magician. He made me so miserable that I almost gave up programming altogether. But it was a great opportunity to work with a bunch of shih tzus. You know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, try again with a different breed. But hey, at least I got some shih tzu experience out of it. I guess you could say I went from coding to clogging your dog's arteries. They really wanted to corner the market on pooper scoopers. Well, I guess some ideas just don't have legs. But hey, at least we learned a valuable lesson. Don't waste your money on a startup with a shitty idea. And then I realized, the only thing worse than llamas is a llama-themed website. It's like my boss wanted to reinvent the wheel, but instead he just made a really shitty llama-themed website. I mean, llama-themed websites are just the beginning. Next thing you know, he'll want a llama-themed office. Oh wait. I mean, he even made us wear llama-themed shirts to work. It was not a good look. I'm just glad he never asked me to dress up like a llama. I don't know how I got roped into that, but I definitely felt like a complete asterisk wearing that hat. I'm surprised Elon Musk didn't try to invent a fireproof laptop after that incident. They say there are two types of people in the world, those who can extrapolate from incomplete data. It's ironic that the tech conference turned out to be so hot. And that's how Elon Musk became a firefighter. You know, I never realized how dangerous technology could be until I saw Elon Musk wielding a laptop like a flamethrower. Speaking of technology disasters, has anyone here ever used Internet Explorer? Asterisk, and don't even get me started on printers, am I right? Asterisk immediately regrets bringing up printers. Asterisk. Have you ever noticed how the loading spinner on a web page is actually the perfect representation of existential dread? Asterisk pauses for comedic effect. Asterisk. I had a coworker who would only drink coffee if it was exactly 165 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, how much time do you have in the morning to waste on a thermometer? Asterisk shakes head. Asterisk. I had a coworker who only wore green shirts. He said it brought out the color of his eyes. Asterisk rolls eyes. Asterisk. And I thought I was rude for naming my house plants. Asterisk shakes head. Asterisk. My cousin was obsessed with collecting stickers as a kid. He had them all organized and sorted by theme. Asterisk shakes head. Asterisk. I guess we all have our M&M quirks. I personally separate them into colors and eat them in alphabetical order. Asterisk pauses. Asterisk. He even had a spreadsheet to track his green M&M consumption. Asterisk shakes head. Asterisk. I mean, who has the time or energy to sort through a bowl of M&Ms like that? Asterisk shakes head. Asterisk. I mean, does he think green M&Ms are some sort of superfood or something? Asterisk eyebrow raise. Asterisk. Thanks for spending your evening with me. Remember, don't trust anyone who sorts their M&Ms.
What's the deal with coding? It was like the blind leading the blind. Mike would ask me for advice, and I'd have to Google the answer. So I decided to create a secret coding language, just so Mike wouldn't understand what I was saying. Turns out, no one else could understand either. It was so bad, even Windows 95 crashed on us. And don't even get me started on the databases. Let's just say if Mike was handed an empty whiteboard, he wouldn't even know where to start. I mean, the guy could barely turn on his own computer. I mean, the guy probably still thinks floppy disks are the way to go. He was still using Internet Explorer. Can you believe it? He's probably still using Netscape Navigator, am I right? Even my mum upgraded from Internet Explorer, and she still has a flip phone. It wasn't all bad though. I got to wear hoodies to work every day. And now, I'm back in stand-up comedy, talking about a startup that went bankrupt. Some things never change. I thought the company was going to the moon, but instead, it crashed and burned like a faulty rocket. Our CEO was like a modern-day Pied Piper. He led us all straight off the cliff. It was like a game of musical chairs, except instead of chairs, it was Sears. It's like the Pied Piper led us straight to the unemployment line. It's crazy to think that a few lines of code could cause so much chaos. I remember feeling like a detective trying to solve a crime that hadn't happened yet. And after all that hard work, you know what happened on New Year's Eve 1999? Absolutely nothing. It was like waiting for a bomb to go off, but instead of a bomb, it was just a bunch of zeros and ones. I still have nightmares about it. Sometimes I wake up and check the date to make sure it's not 2000. Don't get me wrong, I love technology, but there are just some things that shouldn't be digitized, like my love life. The iPhone changed everything. Suddenly, we could do things we never thought possible, like ignoring each other in public. Technology has made us so disconnected. I mean, I don't even remember the last time I had a real conversation with a person and not just their Facebook profile. It's crazy to think how much our phones have control over us. I mean, I can't even go to the bathroom without bringing my phone with me, and I know I'm not alone in this. And don't even get me started on the autocorrect. I feel like I'm in a constant battle with my phone trying to say what I mean. Have you noticed how we went from carrying around a phone book to using our phones as a phone, Mac, camera, and computer? It's like we're carrying around a mini supercomputer in our pockets. It's amazing how much we rely on our phones now. I literally feel like I can't function without it. And let's not forget the panic that sets in when we misplace it. I mean, have you ever tried to go to the bathroom without your phone? It's like being in prison. It's like we're all addicted to our phones. They should have a support group for that. These tech companies want us to think they're our family, but really, they just want us to work ourselves to death. These tech companies are like drug dealers. The first hit's free, but soon you're hooked and they've got you for life. I mean, sure, free food and massages sound great, but when was the last time a free meal paid your rent? I realized I was being paid in pizzas rather than paychecks. But when I calculated I was only making $1.50 an hour, I decided to switch to a job that pays in dollars. I guess you can say I learned to code before I learned to eat. And let me tell you, I miss that free food. Wow. I gained 20 pounds in just 3 months. It's like we're all living in a virtual world instead of the real one. People used to take pictures to remember a moment. Now they take pictures to show they were there. It's like we're living in the Truman Show, but we're all Truman. I mean, I get it. Posting food pictures can be fun, but do we really need to document every single meal? Soon Instagram is going to be filled with pictures of people's cereal bowls. It's like we've become characters in a social media driven reality show. We're so consumed with likes and followers that we're forgetting to actually live our lives. And don't get me started on influencers. They're like modern day snake oil salesmen, selling us a dream they don't even believe in. And all those filters. Why do we need to look like aliens to feel good about ourselves? Why does every new programming language need its own package manager? It's like developers just want us all to suffer. And have you noticed how every new tool is just a fancier version of something that already exists? Like, wow, my code editor can now auto-complete the name of my variable. What's next? A tool that writes the code for you. It's like developers create new problems just so they can solve them and look smart. I mean, who needs 10 different versions of the same JavaScript library? It's like every new programming language is just a remix of the same old songs. I mean, how many ways can you say hello, world? Developers must have had a tough childhood, because they always create unnecessary exceptions. That's all for tonight, folks. Thanks for laughing your code off with me.
Marketing is like a blind date dash. You might get lucky, but you're more likely to end up disappointed. Well, at least I didn't make an ad campaign for toilet paper that said we wipe out the competition. I heard of a company making a breast cancer awareness campaign with the slogan Save the Tatters. Needless to say, it didn't go well. Well, at least I didn't make an ad campaign for condoms that said our competitors can't measure up. Looks like I'm not the only one who didn't get the memo to not offend people with marketing campaigns. It's a good thing I didn't become a doctor. I can only imagine the kind of medical disasters I would have caused. And that's why I stick to comedy instead of marketing. Let us just say that my marketing career ended shortly after that incident. It's okay though, because now I can offend people with my jokes instead of my marketing campaigns. And that's how I became a full-time comedian. It's funny, because I thought being a comedian was the less offensive career path. I mean, who needs a campaign when you have a viral video of a famous musician crashing your car? Looks like John Smith took the car marketing slogan a bit too seriously. Drive it like you stole it. I mean, at least John Smith stayed true to the car slogan, get there faster. He may have crashed the car, but at least he sang his heart out, in the driver's seat. The good news is, John Smith is fine. The bad news is, that car is never going to get there faster. Well, at least we know he won't be endorsing any airplanes anytime soon. Well, at least he didn't make a Fed festival-like mistake and endorse a car that doesn't exist. Well, looks like John Smith should stick to singing lessons instead of driving lessons. The product was about as exciting as watching paint dry. Good job, team. The product launch was as successful as a snowman in summer. Frosty didn't stand a chance. Their social media strategy was to cross their fingers and hope for the best. They should have just filmed a cat playing with the product and put it on YouTube. They might as well have hashtagged it Byate product Nunakaras about. Maybe they thought the product was so good, it would sell itself. Yay, that didn't work out. They could have just hired someone to stand on the corner and shout buy our product and it would have had more impact. Well, they did get people talking about the restaurant chain, in all the wrong ways. It's like they say, any publicity is good publicity, unless it involves fire. But hey, at least we got free publicity out of it, right? I mean, have you heard of the saying there's no such thing as bad publicity? Well, I think we found the exception. It's like they always say, any publicity is good publicity, unless it involves setting a building on fire. Looks like John Smith's cooking really is fire awkward pose, too soon. Well, I guess the video did achieve one thing, it really did set the internet on fire. I heard the fire department actually used that video as a training tool on what not to do in the kitchen. But hey, at least we got some free fire safety tips out of it, right? I mean, who needs healthy snacks when you have a bag of crisps waiting for you, am I right? It turns out, the only thing that could be saved that snack was a side of gully, right? Who knew healthy snacks could be so unpopular? I mean, are we trying to be healthy or happy here, people? Maybe we should be just marketed it as a healthy option for people who hate themselves. Would be sold out in a second. Who needs healthy options when you can have a bag of guilt and regret? We should be just marketed the wrappers as gully chips. They would be fallen for it. I guess that's one way to remove yourself from office social media fail. The tweet was so bad, I'm surprised he didn't delete himself social media fail. I heard the social media intern wanted to take a vacation. Well, they definitely got on social media fail. And that's why you should always double check your social media posts, kids. So John Smith's team decided to hire a new social media intern. They figured there's no way they could screw it up as badly as the lost guy. And now John's approval rating is lower than a snake's belly in a wagon rut. But on the bright side, the clothing line got a lot of attention. Everyone is talking about it, even people who had never heard of John Smith before. It's like John's outfit was made by the same people who designed the Titanic. Looks like the clothing line and John Smith's outfit had something in common, they both fell flat. Seems like John's outfit had a mind of its own, and it definitely wasn't thinking straight. Looks like John is going to need a new outfit after this show.
How many developers does it take to change a light bulb? You know what they say about a software engineer's love life? It's null and void. When they asked me about my weaknesses, I told them about my addiction to coding. They said that's not a real weakness. So I thought I nailed the interview, but then they asked me to write a program on a whiteboard. And then they asked me about my social skills. I replied with, I'm great at coding. What more do you need? They asked me what my biggest weakness was. I said I work too hard. They probably thought I was joking, but I wasn't. They asked me where I see myself in 5 years. I said, in your seat interviewing someone else. It was like a marathon of coding challenges and puzzles. By the end of it, I felt like I needed a shower and a drink. And the worst part, they didn't even have free snacks. It was like being stuck in a never-ending hackathon. Those endless lines of code felt like a maze, but without the fun. I remember the first time I used Ctrl plus Z in real life. I reached for it in my car. And then I realized, I had become more fluent in Java than in my mother tongue. You know you've been at a startup too long when your dreams start to have pivot strategies. It's like every day was a test of how long I could go without sleep and hygiene. I mean, I still don't know what we were actually trying to accomplish. I used to think I was living my dream job, until my boss started conducting sleep studies. It's like these tech conferences are sponsored by Red Bull, because everyone is just so hyped up about everything. It's like a battle to see who can come up with the most ridiculous company name. My favorite so far is Umbrella for Dogs. I mean, who needs a flying car when you can have an app that tells you what your cat is thinking? I got a free stress ball that says Amazon Web Services on it. Yeah, because when I'm stressed, what I really want to do is think about cloud computing. I mean, who needs artificial intelligence when you can have a real one that doesn't crash every 5 minutes? I mean, these venture capitalists want to hear about the future, but all we're doing is guessing. You know what they say, those who can't innovate, teach. I mean, I thought I was pitching to investors, not a spelling bee. I mean, if they are going to base their investment on my spelling skills, I should have at least brought my mum with me to the pitch. I mean, I must have sounded like a kindergartner trying to sell a lemonade stand. You know what's worse than bombing a pitch? Getting an email from the VC telling you that they are going to pass. But hey, at least I didn't start crying in the middle of it. I mean, at least with my pitch I didn't accidentally reveal my browser history. I remember when our office dog got more Instagram followers than me. Startups love to say they're disrupting industries, but really they're just disrupting your work-life balance. These startups want you to work like a dog, but then they get you a dog to make you feel better about it. They call it a dog-friendly office, but really it's just another way to keep you from going home. You know what else they have at these startups? Ping pong tables. Because apparently coding for 12 hours straight wasn't challenging enough. And don't even get me started on the free snacks. I gained 10 pounds in my first month. I mean, who needs a gym membership when you have a startup job? Those team building activities were so awkward. I think I lost years of my life. And that's how I learned that my co-worker is really bad at trust falls. I swear I thought I was getting recruited for a cult. I mean, why can't we just bond over happy hour like normal people? I mean seriously, do you know how awkward it is to try and bond with your boss over rock climbing? I mean, can't we just bond over binge watching Netflix like everyone else? I mean, why can't we just bond over free food and beer like a normal office? What's the deal with open office plans? I mean, do we really need to hear Bob's phone call about his ingrown toenail? And don't even get me started on the standing desks. I mean, we already spend all day on our feet. Can't we sit down for a change? And what's the deal with the free snacks? I mean, is it really worth sacrificing your mental health for a packet of trail mix? I mean, when was the last time you saw the sun? Am I right? And don't even get me started on the rent prices in San Francisco. Moving to New York was tough, especially because now I have to decide which rat is my spirit animal. I miss living in San Francisco, but at least in New York I can afford to eat more than just ramen noodles. Thanks for coming out, Silicon Valley. Keep coding and making those billions. See you next time.
Hey, what's up guys? He kept talking about his ex-girlfriend on our first date, like she was the love of his life, and he never even asked me a question about myself. It got so bad that I made plans with a Tinder match just so I could get out of another date. I'm dating guys I don't even like just to get out of going to the grocery store. I finally decided to give up on online dating and just start getting set up by my mum desperate times. I mean, online dating is terrible. You don't know what you're going to get. John Smith. More like John Psycho, no thanks. I should have known he was a psycho. His profile picture was a selfie in a straitjacket, red flags. It's like the algorithm is designed to match you with the most disappointing person. Swipe left. I mean, who puts their height in their bio anyway? Are we supposed to be impressed that you're above average insecure much? I mean, have you ever noticed that all the models in those ads are like 6 feet tall and a size 0? Who looks like that in real life and realistic much? It's like we're expected to look like airbrushed Instagram models. Who has time for that? Ain't nobody got time for that. I tried every fad diet out there. The only thing that got thin was my wallet money wasted. I finally realized that I don't need to change my body to be happy. Body positivity. The media needs to stop imposing unrealistic beauty standards. We're all beautiful in our own unique ways. I mean, have you seen those Photoshop fails? Even the models don't look like the models. It's insane that even after all these years, we're still being sold an unrealistic idea of what beauty is supposed to look like. And let's not even get started on how they airbrush out any trace of cellulite, like it's a crime against humanity. You ever notice how all the female roles are just variations of hot girlfriend or quirky best friend? It's always the same thing, the hot girlfriend or the quirky best friend. Can't we have a role where we're just the badass boss who doesn't take shit from anyone? And why does the boss always have to be a man? Can't a woman be a successful CEO without being a bitch? It's like they don't think we can handle complex characters or something. Like all we're good for is being the supportive girlfriend or the annoying co-worker. And don't even get me started on the sassy best friend trope. Can't we have actual depth and personality? And why is it always the same tired stereotypes? The sexy nurse, the frazzled mum, the nagging wife. Can't women be portrayed as actual human beings? And we wonder why there aren't more female-led movies and TV shows. And let's not forget the pressure to have the perfect caption. Can't we just post a picture of our food without trying to make it sound philosophical? Everyone's lives look so perfect on social media, but let's be real, we are all just taking selfies in front of dirty mirrors. I don't know about you all, but I've definitely lost a few brain cells scrolling through Instagram. Have you noticed how you can't even take a bite of food anymore without someone snapping a picture of it? Like, let me just eat my burger in peace, Karen. Why do we care about the opinions of people we barely know? I mean, Bob from high school hasn't spoken to me in 10 years, yet I'm still checking if he liked my post. You know what they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words, except for a selfie, which is worth about 2. Look at me. Social media is like a playground for adults, except instead of monkey bars and swings, it's all about showing off and getting validation from strangers. It's not just in the workplace, it's everywhere. I once had a guy aggressively hit on me at a funeral. The fact that we even have to have this conversation is just sad. We should have been doing better all along. And don't even get me started on the excuse boys will be boys. It's time to hold those in power accountable for their actions. It's time to create a society where women don't have to constantly look over their shoulder. Let's stop asking women what they were wearing or what they were doing. Let's start asking men why they feel entitled to our bodies. We need to teach boys that no means no from a young age. We need to hold the people in power accountable. It's not enough to just point fingers at the lower level employees. My mum always says she just wants a peaceful family vacation, but then she's the one starting all the fights. And don't even get me started on the family photo sessions. It's like a war zone out there. Every vacation we take is like a scene from National Lampoon's Family Vacation. My dad always insists on driving, even though he gets lost every time. My mum insisted on taking a selfie stick everywhere we went, even to the bathroom. My sister is always arguing with my mum, but they always end up making up by the end of the day. My dad always tries to mediate the fights, but ends up making it worse by taking sides. I once ran into Kim Kardashian at a restaurant and accidentally spilled wine on her dress. Have you ever noticed how celebrities always say they are just like us, but then they use words like hors d'oeuvres in everyday conversation? It's like these celebrities are living on a different planet. I mean, have you ever seen a celebrity pump gas? It's like watching a giraffe try to ride a bike. And don't even get me started on celebrity names for their kids. Apple, North, Blue Ivy. Do you think they are trying to confuse CPS or something? It's like they are trying to be outrageous for attention. Parents today want their kids to stand out, but with names like Apple and North, they are just blending in. Hey New York, anyone else feel like they've been personally victimized by the MTA? You know what's crazier than my old regulars? The subway at rush hour. And don't even get me started on the rats. The other night at this bar, I swear I saw a rat smoking a cigarette. I once had a regular who would only order water and sit for hours at the bar. I thought he was a weirdo until I found out he was a firefighter. Another regular of mine was convinced he was a vampire and would only come to the bar at night. At least he tipped well. And don't even get me started on the karaoke nights. Those were a nightmare. And let me tell you, the bar fights were no joke. I once had to break up a brawl between a group of guys arguing over who had the better beard. And then there was this one regular who always tried to pay with Monopoly money. I mean, come on dude, this is a bar, not a game night. I remember one time a customer walked in wearing a chicken outfit. I thought it was a prank until he ordered a drink. And don't get me started on the fights that broke out over bar stools on trivia night. Dating in New York City feels like being stuck in a game of musical chairs, but instead of chairs, it's just a bunch of emotionally unavailable men. I mean, the last guy I went out with ghosted me right after we made plans to go to a Broadway show. Which one? Oh, just Hamilton. No big deal. I mean, at this point, I have more experience getting stood up than actually going on dates. I even tried dating apps, but all I got was a carpal tunnel from swiping left. It's like, what are guys looking for? A supermodel who does anal? Because that doesn't exist. I don't know why guys always try to impress me with their knowledge of wine. Like, I don't need a sommelier, I need a guy who can find my clitoris. Dating is like a game of chess, except the pieces are made of red flags. My friend asked me if I wanted to go on a double date with her and her boyfriend. I said sure, as long as the guy she sets me up with doesn't look like a serial killer. She said I'll be fine because he's a taxidermist. I once tried to be a model, but they said my thighs were too jiggly. I said, that's just my personality. So many celebrities at NYFW, it's like the Oscars, but with less talent. And don't even get me started on the shoes. Who knew walking a mile in high heels was equivalent to climbing Mount Everest? Some of these runway outfits look like they were designed by someone who was high on something. I mean, have you seen those ridiculous tiny sunglasses? They're smaller than my eyebrows. I mean, who needs a whole outfit anyway? Just wear a ridiculous tiny sunglass and you're good to go. It's like these designers are trying to see how ridiculous they can get and people are just eating it up. Like, have you seen those shoes that look like they have hooves? Fashion is so confusing. Can someone please explain to me why low-rise jeans are making a comeback? Have you ever noticed how every Hollywood movie seems to have the same plot? It's always some chosen one who has to save the world from an evil villain. Like, is that really all they can come up with? Why is every rom-com the same? It's always some quirky woman who's unlucky in love, until she meets a perfect guy. Like, can't we get some originality? Can we have a movie where the woman is the chosen one and the guy is just a sidekick? That would be so much cooler. Why is Hollywood so obsessed with the damsel in distress trope? I'm pretty sure women can save themselves. Why does every romantic comedy end with a happily ever after? How about we make a movie where the woman realizes she doesn't need a man to be happy? Why can't we have more movies that show women as strong and independent? That would be a refreshing change, don't you think? It's always awkward when my grandma asks me when I'm going to settle down and have kids. I'm just trying to make sure I can take care of myself first, you know? My family is so dysfunctional. I swear, we could have our own reality show. My dad always tries to act like he's cool, but he's just embarrassing. At my high school graduation, he tried to dab on stage. My uncle always tries to act tough, but he's just a big softie. Last Christmas, he cried when Santa Claus came to visit the kids. My grandma is the sweetest woman you'll ever meet, but she has zero filter. She once told me my ex-boyfriend was too ugly for me. My cousin once tried to set me up with this guy who was a total dud. The only thing we had in common was our mutual love of Netflix and chill. It's always an adventure when I visit my family. My uncle once accidentally set his car on fire while trying to barbecue in the trunk. My mom is always embarrassing me in public. Once, she started twerking at a family barbecue. Can I just say, whenever I travel, I feel like I'm rearranging my entire life to fit into a suitcase. So I met a guy named John Smith in Italy, and let me tell you, he wasn't exactly a smooth talker. He kept repeating pizza, pizza, pizza like a broken record. I swear, packing is my worst nightmare. I always forget something important. He said he'd never had pasta like it before and then proceeded to dump ketchup all over it. I mean, if you're going to Italy just for the pizza, you might as well be going to Jurassic Park just for the bathrooms. Am I right? I mean, it's like going to Paris just for the Eiffel Tower, or to Antarctica just for the penguins. Going all the way to Hawaii just for a lei, or going to Egypt just for a mummy. It's like going to Las Vegas just for the slot machines or to Italy just for the pizza. It's like traveling to Paris just for the croissants or going to Russia just for the vodka. It's like going to Japan just for the sushi or to Mexico just for the tacos. It's like going to Italy just for the pasta or to Greece just for the feta.
What's the deal with airline food? Have you ever noticed how long it takes to do your taxes? It's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube without peeling the stickers off. And what's with all these receipts? I mean, if I wanted to keep track of every single penny, I'd have become an auditor. It's like the tax code was written by aliens. I mean, have you seen some of those forms? I mean, who really understands depreciation, am I right? And don't even get me started on all the acronyms. I mean, am I taking a finance exam or doing my taxes? Huh. I mean, have you ever tried to read a rental car agreement? It's like they're written in a different language. Have you tried calling customer service? I swear I got transferred to every country in the world. And don't even get me started on the GPS they give you. I'm pretty sure it sends you in circles. It's like those rental car companies are trying to see how terrible they can make the experience and still keep people coming back. It's like a sick game. You know what's even worse than the rental car experience? Flying with budget airlines. It's like being in a flying sardine can. Sometimes I wonder if these rental car companies and budget airlines are in cahoots, just to make our lives miserable. You know what's the worst part? You still have to return the car. It's like they're training these DMV workers to not have any sense of urgency. I mean, I understand we all have to wait our turn, but come on, lady. I think that lady was trying to set a DMV record for longest conversation. And I thought my accountant job was boring. I've never felt so alive as when I left that place. So, I took them up on their offer for dinner. And let me tell you, they really know how to cook. Their cooking was so good, I asked if I could move in. I think they're trying to fatten me up for something. I mean, I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to make me their main course. I mean, every time I leave their place, I feel like I need to go on a juice cleanse. I think they're trying to fatten me up like a turkey for Thanksgiving. They always comment on how much I eat. I'm starting to feel like their science experiment. I mean, I'm not fat, I'm just big boned. So this guy Mike at the gym thinks he's a personal trainer, but I'm pretty sure his only certification is being a bro. And don't even get me started on the guys who grunt like they're summoning demons every time they lift a weight. I mean, honestly, who needs a personal trainer when they have YouTube? I mean, I go to the gym to work out, not to listen to someone's life story. I swear, it's like this guy thinks the gym is his personal Instagram photoshoot. And it's always the same guy who never wipes down the machines. This girl Emily I met on a blind date told me she's vegan, but then starts munching on my leather jacket. I mean, who munches on leather? I mean, at least she could have offered me some vegan cheese to go with my leather jacket. Maybe I should have brought my therapist with me. I'm not great at reading signals, but I'm pretty sure she joined a cult during dessert. She kept talking about how her cat was her soulmate, but then she started meowing at me. I thought she was quirky at first, but then she showed up wearing a clown nose. She started quoting Shakespeare, in Klingon. And then she pulled out a hamster from her purse. You know what they say, love is blind, but I didn't realize it could be deaf and allergic to sunlight too. Speaking of Eugene, he's the only person I know who can snore in sign language. I mean, who needs a nightlight when Eugene's gas can light up the whole room? Eugene said he's been married for 50 years. I mean, I can barely commit to a Netflix show for more than a week. I'm pretty sure Eugene's bedtime story is the History Channel. I asked Eugene if he snores. He said no, but his CPAP machine says otherwise. I mean, I've heard of Airbnb horror stories, but this is ridiculous. And the worst part, Eugene's snoring was still more pleasant than the Airbnb's plumbing system. I mean, all I wanted was a place to sleep. Is that too much to ask? And you know what they say, you get what you pay for. I guess a good sleep just wasn't in my budget.
Are there any techies in the audience tonight? I mean, let's be real, we're all magicians in tech. We make things disappear, and then reappear as startups. I swear, sometimes I feel like we're borderline mythical creatures. In tech, we're like unicorns, rare, mystical, and always being hunted by recruiters. They always say you need 10+ years of experience, but the technology is only 5 years old. So we're all just making it up as we go. Working at a startup is like being on an adventure. You never know what's going to happen next. And I thought my computer science degree was enough for this job. I mean, who needs sleep when you have a deadline, am I right? It's like my brain was trying to code in a foreign language that doesn't even exist. I've tried coding on no sleep and it's like my brain has turned into an actual potato. I mean, it's not like programming sober is any easier either. Coding while drunk is the same as drunk texting your ex. It's never a good idea. I tried coding while hungover once, it was even worse. I guess I wasn't the cat they were looking for. I mean, I could have said I wanted to be a Python, but I didn't want to confuse him with the programming language. I mean, they could have at least asked me what kind of computer mouse. I mean, if they wanted an animal, they should have just asked me to be a robot dog. I wish they had asked me what kind of superhero I would be. I would have nailed that one. They really missed out by not asking me if I was a superhero. I could have been their own personal Iron Woman. I guess being a computer mouse wasn't the right answer. Maybe I should have said I'm a keyboard cat? Maybe they were looking for an animal that can type 100 words per minute. Those tech bros never stood a chance against me. I code like a boss. Those tech bros never saw me coming. They underestimated me because I'm a woman, but little did they know that I have a secret weapon: caffeine. I guess you could say I'm a coding ninja. I sneak up on those bugs and squash them without messy. They say coding is a man's game, but that's just because women are too busy actually doing it. They say, if you want something done, give it to a busy person. That's code for give it to a woman in tech. They say women aren't as good at coding as men because they have smaller brains. Well, joke's on you, because women invented programming language and the first computer programmer was a woman. Working at the IT help desk, I heard some pretty wild problems. One time, someone called because they thought they had a virus. Turned out they were just on the wrong website. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? It's just their way of saying, hello world. I once had someone call in because they spilled coffee on their laptop and wanted to know if they could dry it in the microwave. I mean, come on. I had someone call in asking how to download more RAM onto their computer. I told them to try turning up the brightness on their screen. I had a guy call in because his computer was making a loud beeping noise. Turned out, he left his phone too close to the keyboard. I had a lady call in because she couldn't find the any key. I asked her if she was looking for the key with the words ANY on it. She said yes, and I told her just to press any key on the keyboard. It's like some people go to computer stores just for a walk and then stand there perplexed, wondering why the ESC key won't open the door for them. These people need to learn that CTRL plus Alt plus Del won't summon a superhero to fix their problems. I had a caller once who didn't know how to save a file. They told me they were looking for the preservation button. You know what they say, there's no such thing as software bugs, only unexpected features. It's funny how a fake software bug can reveal someone's true colors. But hey, at least we know John's not a fan of surprises. Wow. Well, at least now we know John's not the type to handle unexpected features. Maybe he should stick to pencil and paper? Looks like John needs to work on his sense of humor. Maybe he should take a lesson from Clippy. Maybe John needs to switch back to his abacus. Maybe we should write a program to give John a sense of humor. Maybe John needs to take some coding classes, but in the meantime, I'll send him some knock-knock jokes. I wonder if any of these tech companies have developed a product to teach men how to do their own laundry. Maybe they should have a booth for men's hygiene as well. I heard some of them could really use it. I mean, they have booths for virtual reality gaming. Why not booths for personal hygiene? It's called innovation, people. They should also have a booth for mental health. I mean, have you seen some of these guys' Twitter accounts? They are a mess. I mean, they are spending all their time staring at screens. They got to protect their eyesight too, right? I mean, maybe they should have a booth for barbers too. Some of these guys could use a haircut. And I thought, wow, femming cream instead of engineer cream. I mean, I don't think skincare is going to make their code run any faster. Thank you, techies and non-techies. Remember, coding is hard, but laughing is easy.
Have you ever wondered why they call it algebra? They say accounting is the language of business. But when I tried to speak it in New York, people looked at me like I was speaking Klingon. I used to think accounting was boring, but now that I'm a comedian, I realize it's hilarious. I remember in accounting, every penny counted. Now, every joke counts. When I was an accountant, my colleagues used to call me the spreadsheet wizard. Now, I'm just a wizard at making people laugh. And let me tell you, accounting was so boring that even the calculator was losing. And don't even get me started on taxes. That's a whole other level of boring. I mean, who thought balancing the books could be exciting? I certainly didn't. But hey, at least I always knew how much money I had, because there wasn't any. I always had a number in my head of how many days I had left in that job. And then one day, I just couldn't take it anymore. I told my boss, I quit. Dealing with hecklers sounds like my old job. So I did what any good accountant would do, I started to crunch numbers. I mean, dealing with hecklers is just like dealing with the IRS. You got to know the law, but you also got to know how to work the system. I learned a valuable lesson that day. Never let a heckler mess up your set, unless they're paying your bills. But seriously, if anyone knows how to get the IRS off my back, please let me know. I guess being an accountant wasn't that bad after all, at least the numbers don't heckle me. And that's how I became a master of dealing with hecklers. Just like how I became a master of balancing those pesky debits and credits. I really thought Tinder stood for tall, intelligent, nice, driven, energetic, and rich, but I guess it just means surprise me with your worst traits. Why is it that every guy on Tinder seems to have a picture with a tiger? Is this some kind of requirement to be on the app? I mean, what's next on Tinder? A picture of a guy holding a shark? Seems like everyone on Tinder is trying to show off their adventurous side. I mean, jumping out of a plane is cool and all, but have you ever tried filing your taxes on time? It's always awkward when you show up for a Tinder date and they're holding a sign that says, "Free hugs." I once went on a Tinder date with a guy who showed up wearing a wedding ring. I asked him about it and he said it was just for fashion, like wearing a watch. Yeah, a watch that says, "I am married." And then he asked me if I have any single friends. I mean, I'm not a dating service. I'm barely a functional human being. It's like these guys don't even try. Next time, I'm swiping left on life. I mean, if you're going to make dad jokes, the least you could do is be a dad. So, I suggested to the Uber driver to try his luck in a certain comedy club, and he went for it. Do you know what happened? He got a standing ovation and I didn't. What is going on with the world? That's the thing about comedy, you never know where you stand. I guess I should have driven him there myself and pretend I'm his manager. I never thought I'd become a comedy coach, but hey, everyone needs a mentor. And that, kids, is how I became an Uber driver's comedy mentor. It was so awkward that I thought I was in an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I didn't even recognize the celebrity at first, I thought he was the caterer. I can't believe I asked him if he wanted to see my Michael Richards impression. It was like bringing up Voldemort in front of Harry Potter. I swear, I become a different person in front of celebrities. I become awkward and uncool. It's like high school all over again. I mean, who wouldn't get nervous talking to Beyoncé? She's the queen of everything. I don't know what it is about celebrities, but they make me feel like I'm 5 years old again. I mean, have you ever seen a celebrity try to parallel park? It's like watching a giraffe try to play hopscotch. And don't get me started on their entourage. I mean, who needs 10 bodyguards just to go to the bathroom? And have you ever noticed how they always seem to have a new boyfriend or girlfriend every week? It's like they're collecting them like stamps. And speaking of family dinners, has anyone else noticed that parents always ask about your plan B? Like, they're just waiting for you to fail. But really, becoming an accountant was always plan C. Plan A was to become a rock star, and plan B was to become a pirate. Neither worked out. So I thought becoming a comedian was the perfect combination of rock star and pirate. I get to be on stage and steal people's laughs. I'm just glad my family is finally proud of me for something that doesn't involve math. And now, when my parents tell their friends what I do for a living, they don't have to pretend they know what an accountant does anymore. I always had a knack for making people laugh, even in the accounting office. Performing on a late-night show is like doing accounting all over again, just with laughter instead of numbers. You know what's worse than bombing on a talk show? When the host forgets your name. I was so nervous before the show, I started doing accounting again just to calm down. I don't always perform on talk shows, but when I do, I prefer to be introduced correctly. Thanks for laughing with numbers. Remember to always count your blessings, unless you're an accountant.
Is it just me or does it feel like America is being punked right now? I mean, I get it. The guy's name is John Smith, he's got to make up for it somehow. I mean, he even lied about his dog's name. Who does that? I don't know what's worse, his lying or his lack of creativity. At least make up a cool name for your dog, John. And don't even get me started on his fake accent. I mean, at least put some effort into your lies. My grandma could come up with more believable stories than John Smith. He even claimed to have gone skydiving with the president. I mean, come on John, we all know the president's scared of heights. And this guy John, he claimed he invented the post-it notes. Yeah, sure John, next you'll tell us you created the internet too. I mean, the guy even said he invented time travel. I'm just waiting for him to claim he's a unicorn next. Maybe I should have just talked about my love for McDonald's too. It's like we're soulmates, Kim. I mean, who doesn't love McDonald's, right? It's like a national treasure. I mean, we're practically soulmates, Kim. We both have the same guilty pleasure. Can you imagine us actually eating here in our bikinis? But seriously, I never knew you could dip French fries into a milkshake until I met you. I mean, who doesn't love McDonald's? It's like the great equalizer. Rich, poor, famous, anonymous, we all gather around the same greasy altar. It's like those affirmations were cult initiation. I half expected to be handed a cup of Kool-Aid. She told us to visualize ourselves as trees, but all I could think about was how badly I needed a shower. I should have known something was off when the only chant the owner had us do was money, 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 yoga, yoga, yoga. And let me tell you, I've never seen so many people contort their bodies just to avoid doing actual work. I mean, I'm no yoga expert, but I'm pretty sure downward dog isn't supposed to feel like slavery. I'm starting to think downward dog was the least weird thing that happened there. It's like a choose your own adventure book, but instead of adventure, it's just disappointment. I thought about trying the silent type, but the pictures really do the heavy lifting there. I even tried being a vegan, but all the dating apps should come with a warning that says may contain traces of meatheads. Based on my profiles, I learned that the only thing worse than a guy who can't handle a strong, independent woman is a guy who can't handle a shy, submissive one. It's like guys either want a girl who's a virgin or a pornster, there's no in between. I even tried being a vegan yoga instructor, but all the guys just wanted to know was if I could contort into impossible positions in the bedroom. It's amazing how different guys are attracted to different personalities, almost like they're individuals with their own preferences and desires. And let's be real, if a guy is swiping right on a shy librarian, he's not looking for someone to discuss books with. And it's not just about looks,
Personality is important too. Like if your personality is buys me food and tells me I'm pretty, we could be soulmates. It's amazing how much weight you can lose by cutting out toxic people from your life. If a producer ever suggests I get plastic surgery again, I'll just tell them I already got every possible procedure and watch as they try to find something else to criticize. I mean, why get plastic surgery when I can just wear a paper bag over my head? It's eco-friendly too. Imagine if I actually got that nose job, then I wouldn't be able to smell the bullshit in this town. It's ironic how Hollywood is obsessed with appearances, yet they all look the same. I mean, come on, if they want to see plastic they can just look at the damn producer's credit card. And don't even get me started on the wedding favors. I mean, if they wanted to see a disaster, they could have just come to my apartment. My dress was so tight, I couldn't even breathe. Every time I tried to eat something, it felt like I was doing a juice cleanse. I swear, I didn't catch a break that day. When I was helping the bride get ready, her mom kept telling me I was doing it all wrong. I felt like I was in a living nightmare. The only thing worse than a drunk bridesmaid is a pregnant one. Guess who was both? Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. And to top it all off, the groom's ex-girlfriend showed up with her new boyfriend and started a fight in the middle of the reception. I mean, I've heard of wedding disasters before, but this was a whole new level. I mean, I've heard of hospital food being bad before, but this takes the cake. The nurses were so suspicious of me, I think they thought I was trying to pull a prank or something. I guess I should have brought flowers instead of Twinkies. I mean, I knew it was hospital food, but I didn't think it was that bad. Who knew hospitals had such strict snack policies? I swear, getting into Fort Knox is easier than bringing a bag of chips into a hospital. I mean, it's like they don't trust anyone who doesn't have a medical degree. I mean, who do they think I'm, the next Walter White? I guess I should start studying for that medical degree.
Hey everyone, I used to be a teacher in New York City. Can you tell I'm used to yelling in a dark room? Teaching in New York City was tough, but not as tough as trying to make a room full of drunk people laugh. Teaching in Nick was basically like performing stand-up every day. The only difference was, my students were a tougher crowd than any drunk audience I've ever faced. Teaching in Nick also taught me some valuable life lessons, like how to dodge flying objects and run in high heels. Teaching in Nick also taught me how to make the perfect cup of coffee, at raat 3 baje, with no sleep, and using only the break room supplies. Teaching in Nick also taught me how to multitask like a pro, while pretending to listen to a parent's complaint on the phone. My students always said I was strict, but fair, because I let them listen to music during tests, if they sang me a song. Teaching in NIP was tough, but the real challenge was parking. I tried to connect with my students by using their slang. I asked them, how do you do, fellow kids? I wanted to be the cool teacher, so I let my students call me by my first name. It didn't work. I just ended up getting called Jennifer by a bunch of teenagers. One of my students asked me if I was a YouTuber. I was flattered until he followed up with, because your class is like watching boring videos. I tried to make a deal with my students. I promised to not assign homework on Friday if they promised to not bring up my horrible chalkboard art. My students are always so honest. One time, a student told me my outfit looked like it came from a thrift store. I had to break it to them, it actually did. My students asked me if I knew any cool dance moves. I thought, sure, I've been doing the same 3 moves since I was in high school. My students love to give me a hard time. I told them if they wanted a challenge, they should try grading 150 papers on a weekend. As a teacher, I learned never to smile before Thanksgiving. Karen once told me my lesson plan was too fun. Like, sorry Karen, I didn't realize I was supposed to bore my students to death. Karen was always trying to own up me. I finally had enough and challenged her to a dance-off. Needless to say, she didn't show up. I heard Karen is now teaching kindergarten. Poor kids, they probably had to deal with her all day. Karen is like a mosquito buzzing in your ear. You can ignore it for a while, but eventually, you just want to swat it away. I tried giving Karen the silent treatment, but she mistook it for my consent to her nonsense. So, I had to speak up again. Karen reminds me of a broken pencil, pointless and always needing to be sharpened. Karen thinks she's the queen bee, but all she is the mosquito who will never die. I tried to give Karen a taste of her own medicine by being rude back, but she just thought I was finally learning from her. Karen's attitude towards me changed after she found out I was a comedian. Suddenly, she wanted to be my best friend. I told her I prefer my friends to be funny. I told John that his son's grade was based on his performance, not his father's attitude. He said, I pay your salary, you work for me, to which I replied, I'm pretty sure my contract says I work for the school, not you. But if you're interested, I'm available for birthday parties. I guess some people just can't handle the truth. Or Latin address, Latinisms, Latin name, Latin math. I mean, if only John had paid attention in math class himself, maybe he would have been able to calculate that his bad attitude dash multiplied by his son's poor grades dash equals a failing family dynamic. Well, at least this conference has given me some new material for my stand-up act. And you know what, John? I failed math too, but my dad never came in yelling at my teachers about it. You know, I really wish my parents would be come to my parent-teacher conferences. Then they would be known it wasn't the teacher's fault I didn't understand trigonometry. And let us not even get started on the parents who don't show up to conferences but still expect their kids to get straight A's. But you know what they say, practice makes perfect. Or in this case, practice makes broken windows. And don't even get me started on the pressure teachers feel when the tests inevitably change every year. It's like trying to hit a moving target while blindfolded. But you know what they say, they don't call it a test because it's easy, they call it a test because pain in the neck was already taken. I mean, these tests are stressful for everyone involved. The kids, the teachers, even the testing administrators must need therapy after these things. And don't even get me started on the tractors. Those poor retirees never had a chance against my kids who are used to testing in a war zone. I once had a student who knew more images than vocabulary words, so I had to make him study with flashcards of images. That's how low we've gotten. You know things have really gone downhill when a school dance is more inappropriate than the staff holiday party. I swear, some of my coworkers act like they're still in high school. I mean, did you see Becky trying to make out with the copy machine? And don't even get me started on Mike's attempts at breakdancing. And can we talk about the food? I mean, I know budgets are tight, but come on, mystery meat in a can is not a holiday feast. It's like no one learned their lesson from last year's party. I don't think HR was too happy about the Miss Leto incident. I'm pretty sure the office Christmas party is just HR's way of filling up next year's harassment training agenda. I guess we know what next year's mandatory sexual harassment training will cover. Those diploma mishaps though, am I right? I'm honestly surprised half of them made it to graduation. It's always bittersweet when my students graduate. On one hand, I'm so proud of them. On the other hand, who am I going to make fun of now? And don't even get me started on those valedictorian speeches. It's like, we get it, you're smart. But can you make us laugh? And let us be real, those graduation robes aren't flattering on anyone. You spend 4 years working for that diploma, and then they make you look like a giant Oompa Loompa. I remember my own graduation. I had the biggest zip on my forehead and it was front and center in all the pictures. Thanks for capturing that milestone moment, and even though it's bittersweet to see them leave, at least now I don't have to deal with those damn helicopter parents anymore. Thank you all for coming tonight. Remember, life is like a classroom. You'll learn something new every day and sometimes you'll want to pull your hair out, but in the end, it's all worth it.
Hey, thanks for coming out tonight. Growing up with my siblings was like being in the Hunger Games, but instead of weapons we had insults. My mom refused to buy me a Barbie when I was a kid because, and I quote, she has unrealistic body expectations. Thanks for the body positive parenting, Mom. Being the youngest of 5 is tough. I didn't even know my mother's first name until I was 10 years old. My parents enrolled me in ballet classes when I was 5. Do they know how hard it is to pirouette with a backpack full of hand-me-downs? Growing up with 4 siblings, there was always someone to blame when something went wrong. Like when we broke my mom's favorite vase, we all just pointed fingers. Except for my little brother, who just crossed his fingers and hoped for the best. I remember one time we all got into a fight and my dad had to come in and break it up. But instead of punishing us, he made us hug it out. We were all confused, but it worked. It's hard to stay mad when you're hugging your brother who just gave you a black eye. My mother always used to say, if you can't say something nice, say it in Spanish. Dealing with drunk customers is like being a babysitter but without the happy ending. Working as a barmaid really makes you appreciate sober people. I once had a guy order a virgin daiquiri and then ask me to add some rum to it because he felt like he was deceiving himself. I was like, you realize I'm charging you for 2 drinks, right? There was this one guy who kept ordering water and when I asked him if he wanted anything else, he said no thanks, I'm driving. I felt bad until I saw him get into a hovercraft outside. One time, a guy ordered a milkshake with a shot of whiskey. I didn't know whether to be impressed or disgusted. I once had a guy order a vodka tonic and then proceeded to explain to me the virtues of sobriety. It was like listening to a vegan preach about the joys of bacon. I once had a guy order a shot of tequila and then proceeded to tell me about his acid reflux. It was like listening to a pyromaniac rave about the benefits of fire safety. I had a guy ask for a beer and then proceed to tell me he's gluten-free. It was like listening to a flat earther talk about space travel. I once dated a guy who was so cheap he took me to a gas station to watch the sunset. But hey, it was still romantic in its own way. I once went on a date with a guy who talked about his ex the entire time. I don't know why he bothered bringing me there. He could have just talked to his therapist. Relationships are like algebra. Have you ever looked at your ex and wondered why? I thought I found the perfect guy, but then he told me he doesn't like dogs. That's when I knew we weren't going to work out. My last boyfriend said he loved me, but he also loved pineapple on pizza. Sorry, but there's no room for both in my life. And don't get me started on guys who wear sandals with socks. That's a deal breaker. Why do they call it rush hour when nothing moves? I once auditioned for a role as a tree. Why do they call it show business? It should be called waiting for business. I mean, who knew getting paid to make fart noises and pretend to be someone else would be so hard? It's like playing a game of whack-a-mole, but instead of moles, it's self-doubt. I never knew the amount of makeup I would have to wear to make it in this industry. My face feels like a cake. I've learned that being yourself is not always easy in this industry. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in a clown costume. My mom's idea of a balanced meal was chicken nuggets and a fruit roll-up. My brother's idea of a family reunion is a week-long poker tournament. My cousins are so lazy, their idea of a workout is hitting the snooze button. My grandma's idea of being supportive is asking me if I need to see a dermatologist for my acne. My mom's idea of a homemade meal is microwaving a frozen pizza. My cousin thinks tartar sauce is a beverage. My dad has a tattoo of my face on his butt. Having frenemies is like having a constant itch you can't scratch. You try to ignore it, but it just keeps bugging you. My frenemy tried to copy my hairstyle and ended up looking like a scarecrow with a bad dye job. I used to have a frenemy who always tried to one-up me. She even got a tattoo of her boyfriend's name on her forehead, just to prove she had a man. Well, joke's on her because he dumped her the next day. My frenemy would always show up wearing the same outfit as me. So, I started wearing a hospital gown everywhere. Now she comes to events half naked. My frenemy told me she was pregnant just to steal my spotlight. Joke's on her. I told her I was pregnant and getting married on the same day. My frenemy once stole my boyfriend, so I stole her dog. It's been 6 years and she still thinks it ran away. One time, my frenemy tried to steal my look by copying my haircut. Next thing I know, she's walking around looking like a poorly disguised Britney Spears impersonator. You know what's the worst? When you accidentally like a photo from 2 years ago. It's like, great, now they know I've been stalking them. Have you ever noticed how you feel better about yourself after scrolling through an ex's Insta feed? It's like, wow, my life is not that bad after all. You know what's even worse than accidentally liking a photo from 2 years ago? Accidentally liking a photo from their new significant other's account. Social media really brings out the best in my stalking abilities. I don't always eat junk food, but when I do it's in my bed at 2 a.m. while scrolling through my ex's Instagram. I can never understand people who order salad at McDonald's. Like, what is wrong with you? I always feel bad for the person who has to take my order at a drive-thru. Like, sorry, I'm ordering $20 worth of food for just myself. Hope your day gets better. My doctor told me to stop having intimate dinners for 4, unless there are 3 other people with me. I love going to the gym. That's where I get most of my steps in, trying to find my car afterwards.
Welcome to From Mad Men to the MIG. I can relate to that. Office politics can be brutal. I remember when I was a marketing executive, my coworker tried to steal my idea, but I outwitted him and presented it to the boss first. He got fired the next day. Sounds like John had a lot of fun during his marketing days. Speaking of office politics, did you hear about the CEO who fired his assistants for taking a sick day? Turns out he caught her on Instagram. We all know it was really because she made more money than him in her side hustle. So Bob got fired? That's too bad. At least now he has more time to work on his stand-up routine. Can you imagine getting fired for taking a sick day? I mean, it's not like she was caught on TikTok doing the renegade dance or anything. I have to say, I miss the office politics. It's a lot harder to engage in passive aggression when you're working from home. I once had a boss who would passive-aggressively sign his own emails per my last email. I mean, come on, we get it, Todd. And don't even get me started on the break room coffee situation. And the award for worst office snacks goes to... Speaking of bad names, anyone ever heard of a startup called Fear Festival? And the winner of worst startup name, Flaming Poop Emoji Incorporated. And then there's the startups that name themselves after obscure references that no one gets, like Blade Runner 2049 LLC. But let's be real, we all know it's just a cover for John's ego. And calling it Smith Enterprises? Come on, John, get creative. John, if you need any help coming up with a name, I'm pretty sure my 3-year-old niece can give you something better than Smith Enterprises. I mean, you could have just named it Smith Tech or Smith Solutions, but I guess Smith Enterprises really rolls off the tongue, doesn't it, John? I'm not saying John's company name is bad, but it sounds like a generic brand of cleaning supplies. Well, John, at least you didn't accidentally tell that potential client about your imaginary ex-wife too. Looks like John needs a drink, or 10. Oh John, you really know how to make an impression. Looks like John could use a crash course in small talk. Well, John, maybe next time just go in with a name tag that says awful small talker and people will feel more comfortable around you. Well, John, looks like you survived your first networking event. Now on to your second one. Looks like John's date was a romantic dinner for one, but hey, at least the restaurant got a good Yelp review. Looks like John should stick to cooking dinner at home. Maybe he'll get a Yelp review from his wife too. Seems like John's date was a Yelp review waiting to happen. Looks like John is going to need to leave a bigger tip tonight. Seems like John should stick to ordering a pizza for his dates. I mean, who needs a fancy restaurant when you've got pizza and a good sense of humor? Looks like John needs a dating disaster consultant. I'm available for hire, John. John, I think you need some parenting consultants more than dating consultants. Sounds like John's parenting tactics need an upgrade. Maybe hire a teenager to teach him how to use Snapchat? Looks like John's son is in good company. Maybe they can trade parenting tips on how to deal with difficult fathers-in-law. Sounds like John needs a reality show, Parenting with the Stars. I'm thinking Kris Jenner and Simon Cowell as judges. Sounds like John's son has inherited some interesting genes from his father. I hope he got his sense of humor too. I mean, who could blame the son? If I had a choice between a dad who tells dad jokes and a girlfriend, I'd choose the girlfriend too. Looks like John's son has made his choice, but I wonder who told the girlfriend the jokes now. I hope John's son gets a sense of humor like his girlfriend's. Looks like John isn't the only one struggling at the gym. I bet the gym wasn't ready for John's yoga pants fashion show. I heard John tried to do a pull-up and ended up ripping his pants. I mean, that's one way to show off your assets, am I right? I have to say, John, watching you attempt to use the treadmill was almost as entertaining as my last date. I heard John even managed to get stuck in a machine once. But hey, at least he finally found someone to give him a hug, right? I don't know about you all, but I'll stick to the comfort of my couch and my bag of chips. Looks like John really learned the hard way not to tweet after a few too many drinks. It's like some people start drinking and suddenly forget how to work a phone. Anyone else know someone like that? Looks like John really learned the hard way not to text after a few too many drinks. You know what they say, alcohol and social media don't mix well. It's like mixing tequila and regret. Speaking of alcohol and social media, last week I accidentally posted my grocery list on my Instagram story. That's how you know you need to cut back. It's like my social media accounts are possessed by my drunken alter ego. And don't even get me started on accidentally sending a DM to the wrong person. That's a level of mortification that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. And let's not forget the classic mistake of accidentally liking someone's post from 2015. Talk about creeping out into the past.
What's the deal with programming languages? Why do we need so many? I mean, have you seen the documentation for some of these languages? It's like trying to decipher hieroglyphics. And don't get me started on debugging. I once spent an entire day tracking down a semicolon. That semicolon ended up being the key to my resignation letter. The semicolon wasn't the only thing in my code that was causing issues. Gates thought my coding mistakes were too costly. I told him I was happy to finally be making fewer errors than Windows. And then I became a stand-up comedian. I guess you could say I'm still coding. Just now it's in the form of punchlines. But seriously, it's great to be here tonight. It's like finally getting to debug in front of a live audience. I didn't realize how committed these Trekkies were until I saw one of them wearing a Starfleet uniform to his own wedding. It's amazing how many people here have actually met an alien, yet none of them seem to have ever met a woman. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm more intimidated by a group of Klingons or a group of women. I mean, I'm not trying to generalize or anything, but we all know that women are from Venus and Klingons are from Connors, right? And let's not forget about the Ferengi, am I right? I mean, if there's one thing I know about Star Trek fans, it's that they're not shy about expressing their opinions. I guess you could say I'm a bit of a nerd myself. I mean, I once wrote a Java program to calculate the probability of the Enterprise running into the board. Trying to explain to that guy what was wrong with his computer was like trying to teach a ferret how to use a computer. I felt like I was speaking another language. You know, like I was telling him to open the command prompt and he thought I was talking about a sitcom on TV. It's like trying to explain a car's engine to a fish. I might as well have been speaking Klingon. I swear, explaining tech to non-tech people is like trying to teach a horse to play piano. It's like asking a fish to ride a bicycle. Trying to teach tech to non-tech people is like trying to explain colors to a blind person. Beta testing is like playing Russian roulette, but with software. You never know what's going to crash next. Some people think beta testing is just playing with new software, but it's like being a detective solving digital crimes. Sometimes I miss those days. Now I just test my audience's patience with bad jokes. And that's how I became a hero of the tech industry, for like a day. But let's be honest, beta testing is basically just being paid to find something wrong with someone else's project. It's like being a professional fault finder. And don't even get me started on debugging. It's like finding a needle in a stack of needles. Am I right, folks? And that's why you always have to test the test before testing the code. Am I right, folks? If only debugging was as fun as hackathons. Am I right, folks? Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. Am I right, folks? Debugging is like a treasure hunt, but the treasure is the bug. Am I right, folks? At the hackathon, our team was struggling with a bug that just wouldn't go away. It was like dealing with a clingy ex-girlfriend. Am I right, folks? Debugging is like a marathon, except you're running in circles and the finish line keeps moving farther away. Am I right, folks? If programming languages were vehicles, C would be a car with manual transmission, while Python would be a self-driving Tesla. Am I right, folks? Hackathons are like group projects on steroids. Am I right, folks? So after that incident, I made a startup that helps people differentiate between their personal and professional social media accounts. And it's doing pretty well, folks. And then I realized that my boss was on Twitter, and I had tweeted him instead of a friend. Needless to say, I was looking for a new job the next day. It was so bad, they had to change the password to password 1. It was a rough week, let me tell you. I had to change my name to anonymous. I mean, who knew one tweet could cause so much damage? I'm just glad it wasn't a DM to my ex. I thought I was tweeting on my personal account. Turns out it was the corporate. Who knew I had the ability to trend fire John Smith? I'm just glad that the company didn't tweet back at me saying you're fired. I was so nervous. I almost mixed up my programming languages. Can you imagine me coding in Python with a Ruby mindset? I never thought I'd be performing on a tech stage. I guess it's true what they say about software engineers having hidden talents. I'm still amazed at how much free swag was given out. I mean, I came back home with more t-shirts than I could ever wear. I felt like a fish out of water at that conference. I'm used to performing in comedy clubs, not in front of a room full of techies. The highlight of the conference? The nacho bar at the hotel. I mean, who needs cutting edge technology when you've got guac and cheese? I swear, some of those tech guys were laughing harder at my programming jokes than any audience I've performed in front of. I guess the tech guys really do have a sense of humor after all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the news according to Amy. So, as a journalist, I've covered a lot of breaking news, breaking in terms of my nail just breaking while trying to type the breaking news story. It's been a crazy year for news, but the craziest thing I've seen is my bank account after buying coffee every day. And don't even get me started on the price of avocado toast. And have you seen the cost of guacamole these days? I mean, what's next, $50 a scoop for ice cream? It's like they want us to give up on going out to eat altogether. I guess I'll just make my own ice cream at home and pretend it's fancy. I tried convincing Netflix to give me a show, but they said they already have enough comedians pretending to be poor. I mean, I have a journalism degree. That's got to count for something, right? I even tried dressing up as a chicken to get the exec's attention. It's a tough business, you know. I mean, have you seen the competition? They say to make it in TV, you need talent, hard work, and a little bit of luck. Well, I've got one of those covered. Living with 3 roommates is like playing a game of Tetris, except all the blocks are the same shape and nobody knows how to stack them. I once found a pizza box in the fridge with a tomato inside. I guess one of my roommates was trying to be healthy. I swear my roommates think the kitchen sink is a storage unit. I found a Tupperware container in there from 2017. I tried to make dinner once, but the smoke detector thought I was setting the house on fire. Living with roommates is like playing a game of Tetris, but with people instead of blocks. It's like we're living in a frat house, but without the fun parties. Sharing a bathroom with 3 other people is like participating in a game show called Find the Clean Towel. I mean, I love my roommates, but I'm pretty sure they're trying to set the record for the longest time without doing dishes. I mean, I'm all for a good conspiracy theory, but this guy was convinced that the moon landing was faked in 2019. I swear, if he explained one more chemtrail to me, I was gonna jump out the window. I mean, I've heard some crazy ideas, but this guy had me questioning if birds were real. He tried to convince me that the moon is a hoax. Can you believe that? Honestly, at this point, I'm just waiting for someone to tell me the sky is actually green. I mean, next thing you know, he's gonna tell me the earth is flat or something. Sometimes I wonder if they're even here for the yoga or if they're trying to get into some exclusive vegan club. I mean, everyone here looks like they just got out of a Lululemon catalog. Can't we just wear sweatpants and call it a day? I swear, I saw a woman wearing a shirt that said Namist bitch the other day. Is that what we're going for now? It's like everyone here is trying to out-virtue signal each other. I mean, how many more chakra stones do you need? I mean, I saw someone bring their own reusable bamboo straw to class. Come on, people, we get it. I mean, they even have kale-flavored water here. That's it, I'm going back to my tap water. I swear, some people treat yoga like a cult. They probably go home and chant Om for an hour. It's always the people who seem the happiest that have the most drama. And don't even get me started on the maid of honor speech. It's like watching an episode of Jerry Springer, but with better outfits. I mean, I thought nothing could beat the bride's dress, until I saw Uncle Bob's leopard print suit. I mean, who needs reality TV when you have weddings, right? I mean, the bride's parents were fighting, the groom's ex showed up, it was better than a telenovela. And let me tell you, the wedding cake was starting to look pretty ominous. Speaking of ominous, have you guys heard about the latest climate change report? The videographer forgot to hit record during the ceremony. I mean, that's one way to save on editing costs. I mean, with everything going on, it's not like the planet needs us anyway, right? I mean, it's not like we were doing a great job taking care of it anyway, right? But seriously, let's try to do better, okay? But we can still turn it around, right? And if not, well, at least we can laugh about it, right? But let's be real, folks. Who needs good news when you can have great jokes? But seriously, folks, the news can be depressing. That's why we need comedy to lighten the mood. Speaking of good news, I heard that scientists have finally figured out how to make chocolate healthy. Just kidding, that's fake news.
Hey everyone, welcome to 30 Rocked Up. I'm so happy to be here tonight. My mom said she'd only come to support me if I promised not to make any jokes about our family vacations. Sorry mom, but don't worry, I have plenty of material about my in-laws. My in-laws are funny. They're actually the inspiration for some of the characters on my show. Don't worry, they won't recognize themselves. Speaking of in-laws, my husband's family is obsessed with genealogy. They can trace their ancestors back 5 generations. Meanwhile, I struggle to remember what I ate for breakfast. You know you're getting old when your favorite song comes on in the elevator. My daughter asked me what it's like to be married, so I told her to leave me alone, and when she did I asked myself the same question. Larry wasn't a good swimmer, but he sure knew how to make a splash with the ladies. Larry must have thought I was the Baywatch babe, but really I was more like the Baywatch grandma. Larry was always telling me about his dream of being a merman. I guess he just really wanted to fish for compliments. Larry even asked me to be his wife. I mean, I was just trying to keep him from drowning. Larry had a tattoo of a mermaid on his bicep. He said it was because he loved the ocean, but I think it was because he secretly wished he was a merman. Larry was a real catch, and by catch I mean fish. Larry once tried to ask me out while wearing flippers and a snorkel. I guess he really wanted to make a splash. Speaking of aquatic creatures, did anyone catch the episode where we dressed up as shrimp for a sketch? I've never felt so deviant in my life. It was a wild time at SNL. Sometimes I would forget what day it was. There was one time when I tried to do a backflip during the commercial break, and let's just say it didn't end well. I remember one time Kristen Wiig and I had a sleepover at the studio and woke up in the middle of the night to dance to Single Ladies in our PJs. And of course, who could forget the time when Will Ferrell streaked through the studio during the live show? Speaking of crazy moments, I once caught Bill Hader on a smoke break with a puppet. And let's not forget the time Kristen Wiig came out dressed as a giant piece of broccoli. I remember one time when Kenan Thompson decided to shave his head right before going live. I mean, who talks about paper companies on a date? Did he not have any other interests? It's like he didn't have any personality outside of his job description. I guess his hobbies include watching paint dry and grass grow. He was so dull, I thought about playing tic-tac-toe with myself on his forehead. He probably thinks a highlight of his life was when the copier broke down and he got to fix it. I mean, I love paper as much as the next gal, but come on John, even I have my limits. We once played the roles of broccoli and cabbage arguing over who was healthier. I don't think I've ever had so much fun being a vegetable. And then there was that one time when we had to act out a scene with an invisible prop, and I accidentally knocked it over. We all just stood there, staring at the empty space, trying to improv our way out of it. We once had to act out a scene where I played a tree and my scene partner was a squirrel. Let's just say their nut collecting skills weren't up to par. One time, we had to act out a scene where I played a mermaid and my scene partner was a fisherman. Let's just say his casting skills weren't up to par. We also had to do a scene where I played a genie, and my scene partner was a lamp. Needless to say, they struggled with rubbing me the right way. Working at Second City was like being part of a never-ending circus, except the clowns were all comedians. I remember one time we had to do a scene where I played a mermaid, and my scene partner was a fish. Let's just say, he wasn't a very good swimmer. Meeting Oprah was like meeting royalty. The only difference was that I didn't spill anything on the Queen, yet. I mean, at least it wasn't red wine, right? I mean, I thought it was a wine tasting event, not a wine spilling event. But hey, at least Oprah didn't spill any secrets, am I right? But hey, I did get a really nice bottle of wine out of it. You know, Oprah really is the queen of forgiveness. She didn't even get mad when I accidentally called her Gail. And let me tell you, Oprah's dry cleaning bill was bigger than my first apartment. And apparently, her dress was dry clean only. Who knew? I mean, who wears fancy clothes to a charity event, am I right? You know what's even more confusing than the Game of Thrones plot? The recycling system in New York City. I miss Liz Lemon so much. Sometimes I catch myself talking in her voice. And you know what else I miss? The free food at craft services. It was the only reason I got out of bed in the morning. Speaking of craft services, did you know they once had a vegan option? It was just an empty plate. Craft services was the only place on set where my jokes weren't the worst things around. I will never forget the time Tracy Morgan forgot his lines and just started rapping Fresh Prince lyrics. Speaking of craft services, I'm pretty sure I gained the freshman 15 twice, just from the snacks there. 30 Rock may be over, but at least I still have my Liz Lemon night cheese. And if any Hollywood executives are here tonight, let me tell you, I am available for a limited time only. Just kidding, I'm available forever. Call me.
Hello, everyone. Growing up, my dad always said I had a face for radio. That's why I'm here tonight. My dad would always make me play sports I had no interest in. I'm still traumatized from dodgeball. My dad would always tell me to toughen up, but then cry at every episode of The Golden Girls. My dad would drop me off at church for Sunday school, and then pick me up 3 hours later with a new boat and a new wife. Growing up with a Korean War veteran dad, I learned how to salute before I learned how to walk. My dad's idea of a balanced meal was Friday night pizza and Saturday morning pizza. I was in so many after-school programs, I thought I was being raised by the YMCA. My mom was really into health food. Every morning for breakfast, we would have unsweetened carob, which is like chocolate's ghost. My boss at SNL used to say, don't write something clever, write something you wish you could see on TV. I once wrote a sketch about a woman who is allergic to herself, and people say I'm not relatable. When I left SNL, I was so broke that I had to take an improv gig at the airport. It was the first time a plane was delayed because of the performer. I remember one sketch where we had to dress the whole cast like vegetables. It was a real produce shine. One time we had Justin Timberlake host the show and he was so good that we had to cancel the next week. We couldn't top it. You know what they say, writing for SNL is like getting a PhD in comedy, and then you realize you're still a comedian. I remember one time during a writer's meeting, we were trying to come up with a sketch idea and someone suggested a talking dog. And we were all like, no, that's ridiculous. And then a few years later, Air Bud comes out. We missed out on millions. But let's be honest, it was all worth it for the free pizza on Fridays. I'm just glad I don't have to deal with Lon's tie collection anymore. I don't know why people always ask me about the latest celebrity gossip. I'm always the last to know. I mean, I guess I should try to keep up with all the gossip. It'll give me something to talk about at my next book club meeting. It's like my book club has become my only source of news. I mean, I'm pretty sure Beyoncé is just a robot at this point. I've learned that the secret to staying young is finding that one thing you love and never giving up on it. For me, it's processed snacks. And speaking of snacks, have you tried those kale chips? Might as well just eat the box. I mean, let's be real, who needs a personal trainer when you have a bag of Cheetos? I don't trust people who don't like pizza. My daughters know all the lyrics to Baby Shark, but can't memorize their multiplication tables. At this point, I'm pretty sure my kids are just using me for my Amazon Prime membership. I mean, I love my kids, but sometimes I need a vacation from being a mom. My husband tries to help with the parenting, but sometimes it's like he's speaking a different language. I swear, trying to get a toddler dressed is like trying to put a backpack on a cat. I once took my daughter to the park and realized halfway there that I forgot her shoes. But she didn't seem to mind. She just walked around barefoot like a little hippie. I'm not great at trying new foods. I once ordered a cheeseburger in Paris. When I was in Japan, I tried octopus for the first time. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't 8 legs. I also tried escargot once. It tasted like chewing on a really slow-moving eraser. I went to France and tried their snails, but they didn't have enough garlic and butter to make them taste good. It was like eating a rubbery mushroom. I tried the street food in Bangkok once. Let's just say I spent more time in the bathroom than outside. I went to Mexico and tried their spicy tacos. Let's just say I was sweating more than the chef who made them. I once tried the durian fruit in Singapore. Let's just say I won't be doing that again. You know what they say about spicy food and durian fruit? It's like playing a game of Russian roulette with your taste buds. Have you ever noticed how people who hate change are always the ones wearing cargo shorts and flip-flops? People say the world is getting crazier, but in truth it's always been crazy. It's just that now the world is crazier and more transparent. It's like we're living in a reality show, but the prize is just a participation trophy. Sometimes I wonder if aliens are already here, and they are just watching us like a terrible reality show. I mean, have you seen the news lately? It's like the writers of this reality show are on strike. It's like they are trying to outdo themselves with each headline. I swear, sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. The craziest thing I've ever seen on set was one time, a famous actor forgot their lines and another time, a crew member accidentally. And I'll never forget the time when Thanks for coming to the Bossipans Comedy Hour. Remember, never be afraid to speak your mind, unless you're at a mime convention.
Hello everyone, I used to be an accountant but now I'm funnier than your calculator. From tax returns to bad dates, I've got jokes for all your account chants. Accounting jokes might not add up to much, but at least they balance out the seriousness of tax season. Accounting may be boring, but it pays the bills. That's why I turned to comedy, to balance my books and my life. It's like I have an IRS agent auditing my love life. I just can't seem to get a break. Sometimes I feel like dating in New York City is just an episode of Survivor, and I'm the one who keeps getting voted off. And don't even get me started on the guys who are still living with their mums. Like, I don't need two mums in my life. I mean, is it too much to ask for a guy who can make plans and keep them? I mean, I once went on a date with a guy who asked me to pay for my share of the bill, and then proceeded to tell me he was unemployed. And don't even get me started on the ghosting culture. It's like, if you can't handle a simple text message, how are you supposed to handle a relationship? I tried online dating once, but after 3 terrible dates, I decided to give up. I'm pretty sure those guys were using their high school yearbook photos as their profile pictures. I mean, is it too much to ask for a guy who doesn't live with his mum and has a job that pays more than minimum wage? And don't even get me started on the paperclip thief in the supply room. You know what they say, you don't leave a job, you leave a boss. And Karen was a boss that I was more than happy to leave behind. And let me tell you, the break room fridge is a whole different level of office politics. I mean, I thought hiding supplies would be a little too obvious, but I guess not. I once had a coworker who would always send emails in all caps. And don't even get me started on the break room drama. It's like everyone was auditioning to be the next Karen. Have you guys seen the latest Kardashians drama? I mean, who needs reality TV when you can just follow their lives? I don't understand why people make such a fuss over avocado toast. I mean, it's just mashed up avocado on a piece of bread. I mean, can we all just agree that Friends is the best sitcom ever made? I could watch it on loop for days. I mean, have you seen how many reboots they are making these days? Why can't they come up with something new? Speaking of trends, have you noticed everyone is becoming a TikTok star? I'm just glad my teenage years weren't captured on video for the world to see. They say laughter is the best medicine, but I prefer a good Netflix binge. I don't understand why we need so many remakes. Like, how many times do we need to see Spider-Man's origin story? I just watched a documentary on hippos. I never knew I needed to know so much about them. I mean, have you seen the Kardashians? Their lives are crazier than any show they could ever make. I visited a snake temple in Malaysia. They let the snakes roam free and locals believe that they are guardians of the temple. My best friend Emily is a foodie. She tried to convince me that eating durian was a good idea. Let me tell you, the smell alone was a no-go for me. And let's not forget about the infamous ballad in the Philippines. I thought the snake temple was wild, but that was a whole different level. I once had the courage to try the notorious stinky tofu in Taiwan. Let's just say, it was a mistake and I'm still recovering from the smell. Traveling to new places is always an adventure. I remember when Emily and I went to India and had to navigate through the crowded streets of Mumbai. It was like playing real-life Frogger. Emily and I once got lost in Bangkok and ended up in a sketchy alleyway. Let's just say we won't be trying any more unusual food there. That's the great thing about traveling. You never know what unexpected experiences you'll have. Growing up, my family was so loud that we had to use hand signals to communicate at the dinner table. I've got 3 siblings, an older brother, a younger sister, and a younger brother. We used to fight a lot, but now we're just Facebook friends. My parents used to make us go camping every summer. I never understood why they wanted to simulate being homeless for a week. My relatives always ask me why I'm not married yet. I tell them it's because I'm waiting for my imaginary boyfriend to propose. My brother always wanted to be an actor, but all he ever got was a role in a safety video at work. Growing up, my sister always thought she was the favorite child, until one day, my mum accidentally called her by our dog's name. I recently found out my family has a secret group chat without me. I'm the CEO of an accounting firm. I thought I was used to being excluded. My mum always said she wanted grandchildren, but I have a feeling she didn't mean my cat. I used to hate accounting so much that I made a list of things I'd rather do than work in accounting. Number 1 was digging a hole and then filling it back up. When I quit my accounting job to pursue comedy, my parents said I was throwing away my future. But hey, at least now I'm throwing away my own money. I never thought I'd have an audience laughing at my accounting jokes, but hey, I'll take it. So if any of you need help with your taxes, just give me a call. I'm just kidding, please don't. I used to think accounting was my passion, but now I realize it was just my 401k. And now I'm going to be filing my jokes instead of my taxes. I never realized how much I love making people laugh until now. Going from stiff spreadsheets to goofy jokes feels like a thanks for letting me share my love of laughter with you tonight. Are we ready to get unfiltered tonight? I thought I was killing it up there, until the sound guy started playing cricket noises. My jokes were so bad, I heard crickets all night, literally. I mean, who doesn't love a good cricket soundtrack to their mediocre jokes, am I right? It was so bad, the crickets started telling jokes just to break the awkward silence. The only good thing about that performance was that it made me feel better about bombing here tonight. I guess I shouldn't have quit my day job to pursue this. I thought if I just kept laughing, everyone else would too. But then I realized, the only way to get better is to bomb in front of 100 people multiple times. Twitter wars are crazy. We went from arguing about comedy to exchanging recipes for gluten-free muffins. And then they had the nerve to slide into my DMs like nothing happened. It's crazy how Twitter can bring people closer together, through arguing. I mean, who needs enemies when you have Twitter followers, am I right? It's like being in a relationship with Twitter, there's love, hate, and sometimes you just need a break. I realized that arguing with a comedian on Twitter is like trying to win a roast battle against a professional. And that's how I got blocked by the Queen of Comedy. The other day I went on a date with a guy who said he was a great listener. Turns out he was just really good at interrupting. It's like some guys think a date is a one-man show. Next time I'll just sell tickets and take a cut. Sometimes I feel like online dating is just a game of Where's Waldo, but instead of Waldo, it's a decent guy. And then there was this guy who took me to a restaurant and suggested we order the same thing, like we were sharing a bed or something. I once matched with a guy who was using his cat's photo as his profile picture, but it turned out he was actually a dog person. It's like these guys have never read the How to Make a Good First Impression manual. And don't even get me started on the guys who still live with their parents. I mean, come on guys, we're all trying to make a good impression here. Can you at least pretend to be interested in what we have to say? It's funny how your definition of success changes when you see your ex's new girlfriend. I mean, she wasn't even that pretty, right guys, right? I mean, who needs a boyfriend when you have one and Netflix? You know what I did after the party? I stayed up all night plotting my revenge. Just kidding, I had a pint of ice cream and fell asleep. And I'm like, come on dude, you couldn't find a better time to move on? You had to do it on my birthday? My therapist tells me that I should forgive him, but I'm pretty sure she's never been to a surprise party that turned into a nightmare. I remember one time Trevor said something so hilarious that I nearly burst out laughing while reading the news. It was a real challenge to keep a straight face. I still can't believe I got paid to make fun of politicians, wear a fancy suit, and hang out with Trevor all day. It was like being a kid in a candy store. I once accidentally snorted on camera during a segment with Trevor, and I don't mean laughed, I mean physically snorted. Trevor had this weird obsession with the Yankees, like he talked about them all the time. I thought he was from South Africa, not the Bronx. I remember one time Trevor was interviewing a politician and called him out on a lie, and the guy just stuttered for like 5 minutes straight. It was amazing. Trevor was always messing up the news stories, like the time he accidentally reported on a cat fashion show instead of a political rally. But in all seriousness, it was an amazing experience and I'm grateful for every moment. I mean, the amount of hairspray I went through just to keep my hair from moving during those segments. It's a miracle I didn't suffocate myself. And I don't know how Trevor managed to keep a straight face while I was reporting on the fashion trends of male rompers. I remember the first time I went to a Hollywood party. I was the only one there with a name tag. Yeah, it said Jessica Williams, the only one here who isn't famous. I also tried my hand at being a barista, and let me tell you, the only thing worse than being a struggling artist is being a struggling artist with latte art skills. It's funny how people talk about chasing your dreams, but nobody tells you what to do when you actually catch them. I also tried my hand at being a bartender. Let's just say, I've never seen so many grown adults cry over spilled drinks. I remember when I finally got my big break, my parents were like, "Oh, so all that time you spent watching TV instead of studying finally paid off, huh?" And don't even get me started on the auditions. It's like they wanted me to play into every stereotype possible. My grandma's cooking was so bad, I once got food poisoning from water. I remember when I was a kid, my mum used to make me wear these matching outfits with my sister. We looked like twins. It was so embarrassing. My dad once tried to give me the talk but ended up giving me a lecture on taxes. I'm still traumatized. My best friend and I used to invent secret languages and code names for all of our crushes. You know, as one does. I remember when my parents took away my computer privileges. I was so mad that I wrote them a letter in Wingdings font. They just stared at it like it was hieroglyphics. Growing up, my parents always told me to reach for the stars, but I just wanted to reach for the cookies on the top shelf. You know what should be sold in vending machines? Cookies on the top shelf.
Good evening, nerds. How's your Wi-Fi signal tonight? Speaking of Wi-Fi, have you ever had that one guy in the office who always manages to take up all the bandwidth? I swear, he's probably live streaming a 24-hour cat cam or something. If you think IT problems are frustrating, try explaining them to your grandparents. I once had a colleague who thought the computer was a literal box of magic. He asked me once why it wasn't working, and I told him maybe the magic was gone. I still don't think he got the joke. Sometimes I feel like my job is just fixing the problems Google can solve. It's like my colleagues think the power button is a magical on-off switch for their stupidity. I swear, sometimes I feel like I'm running tech support for a kindergarten class. It's like some people think their mouse is a 3D printing pen and their monitor is the canvas. Have you ever tried explaining the concept of right-click to someone who thinks the mouse is actually a foot pedal? When someone says, "I can't find my mouse," I always feel the urge to ask, "Have you checked the cheese aisle?" Speaking of computer illiteracy, I once had a colleague who thought a USB drive was some kind of sandwich spread. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a part of the Game of Thrones universe? You can finally say that winter is coming and really mean it. I mean, have you seen the dragons in God? They're hotter than my CPU when running Crysis. I would argue that the only thing hotter than the dragons in God are the passionate fans cosplaying as the dragons. Speaking of cosplay, I once saw a guy dressed as Hodder and I couldn't tell if he was cosplaying or if it was his regular outfit. The amount of effort some people put into their cosplay is just insane. I mean, I saw a guy dressed up as a White Walker, and I couldn't tell if it was a costume or if winter was actually coming. I saw someone dressed as a White Walker and immediately felt the urge to shout, "Winter is coming!" I even saw a Hodder cosplayer. I wanted to hold the door for him, but apparently he had other plans. I mean, who hasn't dreamed of having their own dragon? I saw a new virtual reality headset that was so amazing, I almost forgot I was at a tech convention. Almost. They had a drone that could walk your dog. I mean, what's next? A cat that can walk itself? And then I saw a robot that could make coffee. I mean, can robots just do everything now? Have you seen those self-driving cars? It's like, who needs a license anymore? The only thing left for robots to do is stand-up comedy. Oh wait, I don't have to worry about that. They don't have my charm. I saw a booth for a virtual reality game that's so immersive, you forget you're in a convention center. It's called Social Life. I also saw a robot that does stand-up comedy. I wasn't sure if it was funny or just trying to calculate the optimal punchline based on audience reaction. I always thought Princess Leia was the coolest character in the Star Wars franchise. I mean, how many other princesses carry a blaster and lead the rebellion against an evil empire? But let's be real, Jar Jar Binks was not the best Star Wars character. I think we all know who was. Ewoks. Those little guys were adorable. And let's not forget the iconic sound of the lightsaber. Asterisk mimics lightsaber sound asterisk. Even stormtroopers have a better aim than me. Asterisk audience laughs asterisk. I always wondered how Darth Vader went to the bathroom with his suit on. Asterisk audience laughs asterisk. You know you're a true Star Wars fan when a hologram message appears and you immediately check if it's for you. Asterisk audience laughs asterisk. I was going to dress up as a stormtrooper for Halloween, but I couldn't find a suit that fit my awkwardly long arms. Asterisk audience laughs asterisk. I tried to make a joke about UDP, but I don't know if anyone got it. Asterisk audience laughs asterisk. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? because light attracts bugs. Asterisk audience why did the developer go broke? Because he used up all his cash. Asterisk audience laughs asterisk. Why do programmers hate Halloween? Because they get scared of haunted cash. Asterisk audience why do programmers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Why do programmers forget to check their calendar? Because dates are for every day, not programmers. I always feel like a superhero when I leave the comic book store. Asterisk grins asterisk. I always get into arguments with my friends about who would win in a fight between Superman and Batman. Asterisk chuckles asterisk. I mean, who wouldn't want to be a superhero? Asterisk smirks asterisk. But seriously, have you ever seen a comic book artist in real life? They make the rest of us look like Picasso. Asterisk laughs asterisk. I once tried to dress up as a superhero for Halloween, but it didn't work out. Turns out, a bedsheet and a hastily drawn S on my chest doesn't make me Superman. Asterisk smiles asterisk. I mean, have you seen the size of those comic book collections? They make hoarders look like minimalist. Asterisk smiles asterisk. I mean, have you ever tried to explain the plot of a superhero movie to someone who's never watched one? It's like trying to teach calculus to a cat. Asterisk smiles asterisk. And don't even get me started on the cosplay. Asterisk chuckles asterisk. I heard that some people cosplay as characters they've never seen. What's next? Dressing up as a vegan without actually being one? Asterisk laughs asterisk. It's amazing how cosplayers can transform themselves into characters so accurately. I can barely transform myself into a presentable human being in the morning. I tried to cosplay once, but people kept asking me if I'm dressed as a middle-aged IT specialist. I envy the cosplayers. They have the talent to make their costumes. I don't even know. Thank you everyone. Remember, always embrace your inner nerd. Asterisk bows asterisk. Well, here we go again. Another G asterisk asterisk asterisk. I still don't understand why those words are so dirty. They're just words, right? As a kid, I thought the G asterisk 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 and F word was a type of glue. I remember when my Grand Tommy told me the S word, I thought he was talking about the sea creature. My mom always used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So I didn't say anything nice. My uncle used to say, cursing is the crutch of an incompetent mind. That's why I use it as a wheelchair. I remember asking my dad what one of these words meant, and he said, it's a type of bird. So I went around school telling everyone, I saw a big chicken in my backyard yesterday. And don't get me started on the word beaver. It's funny how society has deemed certain words dirty and others not. Like, why is ass a bad word and donkey is fine? They both refer to the same thing. Have you ever noticed how certain words become more acceptable over time? Like, hell used to be a bad word, but now it's just used casually in conversation. Why do we say butt instead of ass? It just sounds more childish and less offensive, but we all know what it means. Why is it that we can show violence on TV, but God forbid we show a nipple? Why is it that the woman's nipples are censored, but the man's aren't? Don't men have nipples too? And let's not forget about the double standards in advertising. Women's bodies are shamelessly objectified, but when a man takes his shirt off it's considered unprofessional. It's funny how certain words that are considered dirty can be used innocently in other contexts. Like for example, I told my wife she has a nice pair of melons in her garden, and all of a sudden I'm getting kicked out of Home Depot. And don't even get me started on the FCC. People get offended by anything these days. My grandma called me a dirtbag and I thanked her for composting me. Language has become softer, more censored, and less honest. People can't take a joke anymore. We used to have the freedom of speech, but now we have the freedom to be offended. People are so quick to take offense these days. It's like everything is triggering them. It's like we're walking on eggshells around here. Can't say anything without offending someone. And don't even get me started on emojis. Someone's gonna be offended by a frickin' smiley face soon enough. Words are powerful, but they're just words. If you're offended by words, you have bigger problems than words. Different countries have different slang words for dirty stuff, but we all know what they mean, right? In Japan, the word for shit is unki. I mean, if you wanna sound like a local, right? Don't forget unki and have a good time. It's funny how different words can mean different things in different countries. I mean, in England, the word fanny means something totally different from what we think it means here, right? It's fascinating how a word can be totally harmless in one place but completely taboo in another. In Japan, they have special words to insult someone without actually using any dirty word. And let's not even talk about non-verbal insults. And in some cultures, body language can be more offensive than any dirty word. And let me tell you, Hollywood has a whole new level of dirty language that they like to use. You know what they say, the dirtier the language, the bigger the box office success. And let me tell you, the actors aren't any better than the directors. They act like they're better than everyone else, but they're just as bad. And don't even get me started on the producers, they're like used car salesmen with fancy suits. And the executives? They're just a bunch of overpaid yes-men who couldn't find their way out of a paper bag. And don't even think about getting me started on the agents, they're sharks swimming in a pool of blood. It's like they say, Hollywood is the land of make-believe. Except when it comes to making money, then it's all too real. People these days are too afraid to have a real conversation. They hide behind their screens and emojis, forgetting the power of words. Technology has turned human interaction into a game of charades. No one says what they really mean, we're all just trying to guess the real message behind the emojis. People have forgotten that language is a way to express themselves, not just convey information. We've lost the nuance and beauty of words. We're all so focused on screens, we forget to look up and see the world around us. Technology has turned us into screen zombies. We need to unplug and remember what it's like to talk face to face. We're living in the age of likes and followers. No one cares about real connection anymore. It's ironic that technology was supposed to bring us closer together, but now we're more alone than ever. Different rules for different religions. It's like everyone's playing a game but with different rules. And some religions even have different words for the same thing. Like, hey, I can say fuck, but I can say intercourse? What's the difference? And don't get me started on the different interpretations of religious texts. One person's commandment is another's suggestion, and it's all up for interpretation. I mean, can you imagine if the laws of the land were like that? It's like a game of telephone, but with religion. You know, where one person says something and by the time it gets to the end, it's completely different. Except with religion, it happens over centuries. You know what really confuses me? How some religions have one god, some have multiple, and some don't have any at all. Talk about mixed messages. And don't even get me started on religious curses. That's a whole other can of worms. And speaking of mixed messages, have you ever noticed how some religions preach about love and acceptance, but then turn around and discriminate against certain groups of people? It's like they're saying love thy neighbor, unless they're gay, or Muslim, or atheist, or any other group that doesn't fit. Well folks, that's my time for the night. Keep questioning authority and love each other. Good night.
How I would learn to know it. I looked around and thought, well, this is going to be a learning curve. Well, at least the smoke detector worked. I was ready for the first day, but clearly the classroom wasn't. That's when I realized my time as a high school teacher was going to be lit. I thought to myself, at least I'll always have a fan in the classroom. And to think, I thought a faulty AC was the worst thing that could happen in a high school classroom. Looks like the AC unit is as ready for the school year as I am. Looks like I'll need to add firefighter to my resume as well. Looks like the curriculum is on fire too. I guess I'll be adding building inspector to my resume as well. I didn't know Mrs. Smith was practicing her pitching for the softball team. Well, that's one way to get out of parent-teacher conferences. I wasn't sure if she was practicing for the softball team or trying to hit me with a fastball. She was definitely throwing like a girl. She may have been throwing like a girl, but at least she had better aim than Mrs. Smith. You know, I don't think I've ever seen someone throw a stapler before. I gotta say, Mrs. Smith has got a better arm than some of my baseball players. Looks like Mrs. Smith also has a future career in the major league. Seems like Mr. Smith enjoyed his trip to the museum. He got a behind-the-scenes look that no one else saw. It's like Mr. Smith had a secret mission to complete or something. Looks like we needed a permission slip for that restricted area. Anyone know if Mr. Smith can forge a signature? I should have known something was up when Mr. Smith asked to borrow my phone charger during the bus ride. I mean, Who knew that John Smith had such an interest in ancient Egyptian artifacts? I guess I should have taken the kids to the zoo instead. At least we would be able to find John in the monkey exhibit. And you know what's worse? That was the only student who actually paid attention during the entire field trip. I just hope the statute of limitations hasn't run out on John's little incident. And let me tell you, fire marshals do not have a sense of humor. Well, the school did need a renovation anyway. Let us just say, we were the hottest act in school that year. John really burned down the house that day, and now he's a professional magician. I guess you could say he really lit up his career. But hey, at least we made it onto America's Funniest Home Videos. I love teaching, but now I always keep a fire extinguisher close by. So I went back to my class and had to undo all of Mr. Johnson's rules. It was like playing Jenga with a toddler. Mr. Johnson's rules were so strict, I'm pretty sure even the rulers in the classroom were scared. He even gave us a rule about how to sharpen our pencils. Do you know how many pencils you can sharpen in 45 seconds? None, because that's how long it took John Smith to ask to go to the bathroom again. And don't even get me started on his no gum policy. I think that man had something against minty fresh breath. I mean, who even uses a pencil sharpener anymore? It's all about mechanical pencils and iPads now. You know what? Mr. Johnson probably still uses a typewriter. You know what they say, those who can't do, teach. But those who can't teach, become substitute teachers. So there we were, trying to control the spider, feeling like we were in a horror movie. Oh come on, this has happened to everyone, right? I don't know about you, but I always have a can of bug spray in my classroom just in case. And let me tell you, arachnophobia is a very real thing. I had a student once who brought his pet tarantula to class, and let us just say it didn't go well. I swear that's the day I started my own personal crusade against spiders. They're just too creepy. And you thought math tests were scary. It was like breaking up with 100 people all at once. It's like I left a piece of my heart in that classroom, and now it's sitting in the lost and found next to unclaimed gym clothes. It's like I said goodbye to my own kids, but at least they didn't steal all the markers on the way out. It just goes to show that sometimes the smallest things we do can have the biggest impact. And that's what teaching is all about, making a difference in someone's life. Teaching may be over, but making a difference never ends. Thank you all for coming tonight. Remember to cherish those teachers that made a difference in your life. Hello love. I'm Sarah Jones, a former teacher living my dream as a comedian. I couldn't believe how many different foods were on Smith's deli menu. There were so many options, I couldn't decide what to order. I went to Smith's Deli the next day for lunch and ordered a sandwich, and let me tell you, it was the best sandwich I've ever had. And don't get me started on the mac and cheese at Smith's Deli. I've never tasted anything so delicious in my life. And let me tell you, that mac and cheese has become my new addiction. I can't stop thinking about it. I swear, that mac and cheese could solve world peace. Only in law can a free sandwich change your life. That sandwich was so good, it should be illegal. I mean, a sandwich changing your life, that could only happen in law. It was a fun field trip until John Smith's sandwich changed their lives. Those kids won't stop talking about it. I never thought a sandwich could be life-changing, but John Smith proved me wrong. The best part of the field trip was seeing John Smith all over social media with his arm around me. My ex saw it and finally realized what he lost. John Smith's new restaurant was as big of a hit as my lesson plans. John Smith's restaurant is so good, even the celebrities he paid to say they like it actually do. I don't know about you all, but I learned more about marketing from John Smith than my 4 years of business school. I guess now my students will never forget marketing either, or John Smith's restaurant. I should have been a talent show judge. I mean, I could have totally been Simon Cowell, just without the accent. Or the axe. I guess I'll just have to stick to teaching them how to read and write, and leave the talent show judging to John Smith. I heard Emily has been killing it at John's restaurant. Maybe I should quit teaching and become a talent scout. Looks like Emily is not the only one here with talent. I see a lot of potential in my students. Looks like Emily's stand-up comedy has competition now. Another student just performed a monologue that had me cracking up. I might have to start my own comedy club with all this talent. Speaking of gift cards, my dad gave me one for my birthday to his restaurant. I'm pretty sure it's just to get me to stop criticizing the menu. John Smith's restaurant is so good, I don't even need a gift card to criticize the menu. I mean, have you seen the prices at that restaurant? I could donate a kidney and still not be able to afford the spaghetti. You know your in-law when the valet has his own personal trailer. I heard the gift cards were so expensive, even John Smith couldn't afford them himself. I wonder if John Smith would donate some gift cards to my class. I mean, I don't teach in a fancy school district or anything, but a girl can dream, right? Well, I hope he heard me too when I said he should bring his cooking skills to our classroom, John. That's right, I said it. So John Smith not only owns a restaurant but also knows how to make a mean lasagne. Is there anything he can't do? Looks like John's restaurant just got a new regular customer, Roy class. I guess we know who's bringing in the free samples for lunch tomorrow, wink. Well, John Smith must be on top of the world now, chuckles. Looks like John Smith is going to have to start preparing for the lunch rush smirks. I never knew I could get emotional about cafeteria food until that day loss. John really knows how to make an entrance, but I think John's restaurant food should be part of our curriculum now. John's restaurant food was so good, half my students forgot they were graduating and just kept eating. John's restaurant food was so good, my students were talking about it for weeks. It was like they graduated from food school. My students gave John a standing ovation, but then again, they do that for pizza too. I mean, who needs a diploma when you have John Smith's restaurant menu memorized? I think my students are more excited about the free food than actually graduating. And let us be real, their first job will probably be in a restaurant anyway. I mean, it's hard not to love free food, am I right? I guess it's true what they say, the way to a teacher's heart is through their stomach. I mean, the restaurant may not have had Michelin stars, but it definitely had John Smith's stamp of approval. And let us be real, that's all that matters. I mean, I never thought food could make me feel so appreciated. Who needs a raise when you have free breadsticks? And to think, all I ever got as a thank you from my students was a drawer full of broken pencils and eraser shavings. It's amazing how a simple gift certificate can mean so much. It's like validation that all the hard work was worth it. But then there was little Timmy who wrote best teacher ever on his desk, in permanent marker. Teaching is tough, but if you make just one student laugh, well, you're still not paid enough.
Who else here used to work in advertising? And don't even get me started on team building exercises. I didn't sing up to share me feelings with strangers. I barely even share me feelings with me therapist. And I am pretty sure that HR was just created to make things more confusing. I mean, seriously, does anyone actually enjoy this department looks? I once had to attend a mandatory team building event with my coworkers. We built a tower of spaghetti and marshmallows. It fell over. That was the best team building exercise ever. I mean, team building exercises are used an excuse for managers to avoid their actual work. Trust me, the real team building happens during happy hour. I guess the only time I felt truly valued was when I went on vacation and my colleagues realized how much of their work they depended on me for. I mean seriously, is it too much to ask for a little respect around here? I heard they're planning to promote me again, to chief babysitter. So now every time I get a pay raise, I renting myself, more money, same problems. I used to think I wanted to climb the corporate ladder, but now I realize it's more like a hamster wheel. It looks impressive from the outside, but it's just a never-ending loop. I told getting a fancy office would make me happy, but all it did was expose the fact that my life is still empty and meaningless. I learned that the higher up you go in a company, the farther away you get from what actually matters, like happiness. Although we work so hard for a company that doesn't care about us, it's like being in a one-sided relationship. Dealing with office politics is like playing a game of Monopoly, except nobody's having fun. It's like we are all actors in a big drama, but nobody knows the lines. It's like we are all pawns in a chess game, but nobody knows the rules. And let's not forget the office gossips. You know who you are. You know what's worse than office politics, office romance. Now I don't mean to judge, but seeing him from accounting making eyes at Pam from sales really makes me want to vomit. You know what they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. That's why I always make sure to sit next to Jane in our team meetings. And it's not just the team leaders, everyone's trying to climb up the corporate ladder. I mean, I saw Tom in who are pretending to be best friends with the CEO just to get a promotion. I swear, every time an employee leaves the company, it's like a game of 2 år and everyone is giving them a hero send-off. I mean, I love traveling for work, but I don't want to end up in a hotel room sharing me breakfast with me boss. That's not what I signed up for. And don't even get me started on those mandatory team building exercises. I don't need to play trust falls with people I barely know to build a stronger team. And don't even get me started on the awkward business dinner with clients. Trying to make small talk with people you just met while trying not to spill sauce on your dress. No, thank you. Samantha Johnson, why do they think we want to spend all day in a windowless conference room? The only team building exercise I need is a round of drinks at happy hour. Samantha Johnson, I mean, who needs a beach vacation when you can go on a business trip with John Smith? Samantha Johnson, and don't even get me started on the cramped airplane seats on the way there. And the whole department had the nerve to say good luck with your future endeavors, like they weren't the ones who just rendered me unemployed. You know, after getting laid off, I realized that I had spent more time at that office than I did with my own family. It's like the company put all its employees in a game of musical chairs, except there were 5 chairs I time the music stopped. And you know what's even worse? That new CEO doesn't even know my name. And the exit interview it's like a bad first date, except I'm the one who gets ghosted. And let me tell you, that severance pay, it was like getting a participation trophy for losing me job. I guess I'll have to start selling me soul to the corporate world again, maybe then they'll take me back. I mean, who needs job security anyway? I never thought I'd say this, but I love going to work on Mondays now. It's amazing what a little bit of job satisfaction can do for your mental health. I even started dreaming about work and it's not a nightmare. I'm even excited to go to work on Monday mornings. I finally found a job where I can be my true self. I can't believe I'm saying this, But I actually enjoy our team meetings. I'm speaking of making a difference. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one in the office who knows how to properly recycle. Let's be honest, the highlight of my day is when I can finally take off my bra and put on some sweatpants. Have you ever noticed how corporate emails always end with the phrase let me know if you have any questions as if we have any other option? I mean, who needs free will when you can just click reply all? Corporate meetings are like a game of hot potato, except everyone wants to be holding it when time's up. Sometimes I think I'm the only one not playing an elaborate game of dress up at work. The best way to survive in the corporate world is to stay true to yourself pause, and maybe invest in some noise cancelling headphones. If there's anything the corporate world teaches us, it's how to deal with difficult people pause, and be that I mean HR. Thank you everyone for coming tonight. Don't forget to stay true to yourself, pause, and never underestimate the value of a good pair of noise cancelling headphones.
What's the deal with numbers? Numbers are like my coworkers at that job, always negative. I mean, they told me I would be working with numbers, but I didn't expect them to be so negative all the time. It was like being stuck in a room with a bunch of accountants who had just found out they were getting audited. I mean, I never thought Excel sheets could cause so much misery. Who knew crunching numbers could turn me into a nihilist? And don't let me get started on tax season. I mean, who knew that a job in accounting could suck the soul out of you? It's like the job sucked out all the joy I had left in me, and then demanded overtime. I mean, I didn't become an accountant to make friends, but I sure didn't expect to make enemies. And now, I'm pretty sure Bob's stapler has trust issues. But I guess Bob's just not a fan of office jello shots. I mean, who doesn't like jello shots? I guess Bob just needs to learn how to have a good time. But hey, at least I didn't put his coffee mug in the microwave for too long like Jim did to Dwight. Speaking of The Office, did you guys know that they almost didn't air the first season because it wasn't doing well? Imagine a world where we didn't have the iconic Jim and Pam love story. What a tragedy. And can we talk about Stanley's hilarious crossword obsession? The man would finish the entire NY Times Sunday puzzle before lunch. I'd be lucky to fill in 2 squares. I've always been fascinated with numbers. Like how some people's favorite number is 5, or 22, or 274 million. What's that all about? Numbers are so fascinating that I even read the ingredient labels of my cereal boxes. Have you noticed how many numbers are in our lives? We got social security numbers, credit card numbers, phone numbers, bank account numbers, security codes, PIN numbers, passwords. I mean, no wonder we can't remember anything anymore. Numbers are so important that when I lost my phone, I panicked not because I lost my contacts, but because I lost my calculator. It's funny how we use numbers to measure everything, but we can't measure how much we love someone. Wow! No matter how important numbers are, they can never measure the joy of laughing with friends. And don't get me started on the number of bad dates I've had. Numbers may not measure happiness, but they sure can add up to a great punchline. I mean, how come the subway is never delayed when you actually want it to be? Have you ever noticed how the numbers on the clock seem to move faster the closer it gets to midnight? It's like the universe is playing a game with us, speeding up time when we least expect it and slowing it down when we're stuck waiting for something. So I finally make it to the comedy club and I'm about to go on. But then the manager comes up to me and says, "Hey John, can you do 20 more minutes like, seriously?" Time is like a bank account, except you can't borrow from the future. And trust me, I've tried. Speaking of delayed trains, my love life is like a New York subway schedule, unpredictable and often way behind. Have you ever noticed that the things we value most in life can't be measured on a balance sheet? Like love, laughter, and friendship. Jerry told me to never be afraid of being inspired by others, but to always stay true to myself. Jerry was right. Developing my own style is important, but it's also important to find inspiration from others. That's why I always watch reruns of Seinfeld before shows. I gotta say, though, meeting your idol can be stressful. I mean, what do you even say to them? Jerry told me to find my own unique perspective. Be yourself, he said. But if you can't be yourself, just be me. So, I tried being Jerry Seinfeld for a day. Let me tell you, it didn't go well. Jerry Seinfeld told me that comedians have to be observant. So I spent a week people watching in Central Park. Turned out, I was just really good at staring. Dealing with hecklers is tough, but not as tough as being stuck in a room with my mother-in-law. But you know what's even tougher than dealing with hecklers? Doing your own taxes. You know what else is harder than doing your taxes? Trying to explain to your parents what you do for a living as a comedian. Doing your taxes is like being on stage with a heckler. Both demand attention to the details. I always hated math in school, but now I'm a comedian so I can say that math is an idiotic invention. Dealing with hecklers is like solving equations. You have to find the X factor to make it all add up. I guess you could say dealing with hecklers is like balancing your checkbook. You gotta make sure everything adds up in the end. It's not just online reviews. I once had a guy yell "you suck" at me during a show, and I was like, "Okay sir, but can you be more specific?" I mean, come on. If you're gonna give me a bad review, at least tell me what I need to improve on. Did I use the wrong microphone? Did I not hit the punchline correctly? Don't leave me hanging like that. But seriously, who trusts online reviews? I mean, half the time they're probably fake anyway. Sometimes I wonder if people just leave bad reviews for the sake of it. You know what I mean? You know what they say, there's no such thing as bad publicity, except for maybe a bad Yelp review. And let me tell you, that Yelp reviewer wasn't the worst thing to happen at my show. One time I had a woman in the front row fall asleep and start snoring loudly. I mean, at least with the bad review thanks for coming out tonight, everyone. And remember, even if you hate my show, leave a good Yelp review. It'll really throw people off.
Oh my god, I can't believe I'm pregnant again. It's like I just had a baby the other day. Wait a minute, I did. I didn't realize how much I missed sushi until I couldn't have it during pregnancy. 9 months of California rolls, I was like, when can I have raw fish again? I don't understand why people say you're eating for true during pregnancy. Like, if that's the case, why can't I have 2 glasses of wine? My husband was useless during my pregnancy. All he did was watch TV and eat junk food. And don't even get me started on the unsolicited advice you get from strangers. Like, lady, I don't need you to tell me to breastfeed. I already know that. Pregnancy is so weird. All of a sudden, your body starts doing all sorts of strange things, like making you crave pickles and ice cream. It's like as soon as you're pregnant, everyone thinks they can share their opinions on everything. Like, no, Susan, I don't want to hear about your traumatic birth experience. I'm trying to enjoy my pickles and ice cream here. And don't get me started on the unsolicited belly rubbing. Who said it was okay to just touch a stranger like that? It's like being a human Buddha statue. And let us not forget the constant unsolicited advice. No, Becky, I don't need to eat for two. I need to eat for one and a tiny fraction. And why isn't there a better word for nipple? It's just an ugly word. They should come up with something cuter, like booba. Breastfeeding is like being on welfare. Everybody thinks it's great, but nobody wants to do it themselves. My husband always tells me I'm a brave mother. But you know what? Let us be real, I'm not brave. I'm Asian. I would be gotten an abortion. That's how I deal with my problems. My husband is always criticizing me for not being strict enough with the kids. But it's hard to discipline them when I myself am still learning how to be an adult. Parenting is like being on a roller coaster. Except the seatbelt is broken and you're just holding on for dear life. My husband thinks it's important for our kids to learn multiple languages. Meanwhile, I can't even speak English properly. My son just learned how to be standing up. Well, he thinks he did. My bathroom floor thinks otherwise. My husband is always trying to impress me with his cooking skills. But let me tell you, Kraft mac and cheese does not count as homemade. My husband took me to a fancy restaurant on our anniversary, but the only thing he could talk about was the beefy password. My husband thinks he's a DIY expert. He tried to fix our sink, and I swear it was like watching a unicorn try to build a spaceship. I told my husband I needed more space. He gifted me a mat, and then remembered he's a DIY expert. I mean, at least he's handy with something. It's like being on a roller coaster. We can either scream or hold on tight. My mom is so cheap, she told me to rub her back and she'd cook me dinner for a week. My dad is so frugal, he takes a shower in a raincoat to save on water bills. My grandparents used to say, waste not, want not. That's why they'll try to reuse any Ziploc bag they can get their hands on. My mom is always asking me why can't I be more like my cousin Susan. Well, let me tell you about Susan. My dad is always mispronouncing words in English. It was cute when I was a kid, but now it's just embarrassing. My grandmother is always warning me about the danger of not wearing socks. She thinks it can lead to catching a cold. My mother always wants me to eat more rice. She thinks I'll blow away in the wind. My dad always tells me to save money. He thinks I'm a walking atom. I don't understand all the hype about avocado toast. It's just a crushed up fruit on bread. Every time I see a celebrity with a new baby, I'm just like, oh great, another stunningly beautiful, genetically blessed, sleepless a-hole. I mean, have you seen the Kardashians? They're like the Baywatch of reality TV, except instead of running on the beach, they're running marathons on their mama's plastic surgeries. Our society is obsessed with looks. I mean, have you seen how much money people spend on makeup and beauty products? It's insane. And don't even get me started on Instagram models. They make the rest of us feel bad for eating a whole pizza in one sitting. I mean, have you seen these celebrities' personal trainers and nutritionists? If I could afford that, I would never eat a whole pizza again. Now I know why people become actors. It's not for the craft or the art, it's for the juice cleanse and teeth whitening. Celebrities always post about their amazing vacations, but nobody shows you the 10 ghante they spend on a plane sitting next to a sneezing baby. I hate those Instagram filters that make you look like a smooth, poreless baby. I want people to know that I've been through some shit. I feel like the beauty industry starts aiming their anti-aging products at you once you turn this, cause that's when they know you're insecure as hell. You've just lost all your college rent is swag laughing. You're like, what's my style, what's my identity, and somebody else like, you should start drinking 8 liters of water a day and paying $80 for tiny bottles of olive oil because that's what Gwyneth Paltrow does. I swear, sometimes I think the beauty standard for women is catfishing. Cause I see these pictures and I'm like, who is that? I have never seen her before in my life. My mom would always tell me, you better marry somebody rich so you don't have to work so hard. But I was like, Mom, I have a master's degree. I don't need no man. And don't even get me started on the pressure to have kids. It's like my uterus is a ticking time bomb and I'm constantly being reminded of it. The other day I was trying to do my makeup and my daughter was like, Mommy, you look like a clown. I was like, damn, even my child knows what's up. It's like my parents want me to have a PhD and a husband by the age of bytes. Good luck with that. My mom asks me why I'm not married yet. Mom, I'm just trying to pay rent. My grandma still thinks I'm too skinny, so she's force feeding me mooncakes. It's the Asian version of a Big Mac. My dad used to wake me up at crack at 5 baje to practice piano. I'm still terrible at piano, but I can sleep anywhere now. Mooncakes are practically a Chinese love language. You know, if you ever want to apologize to an Asian person, just give them mooncakes. Growing up, my mom always used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say, just don't say it. And don't even get me started on the pressure to be a doctor or lawyer. My mom thinks being a writer is the same as being unemployed. Thanks for coming out tonight, Viol. Remember, you don't have to be nice to say something. Just make sure it's funny.
I'm a naptime warrior, which means I've mastered the art of catching some shut-eye anytime, anywhere. I can't believe how much money I've spent on therapy just to entertain audiences like you. I mean, who needs friends when you can just pay a therapist to listen to you cry every week? Therapy isn't just for the rich, but it definitely helps. I mean, I could be spending all this money on therapy on a lifetime supply of wine, which is basically the same thing. Therapy is expensive, but you know what's free? Ignoring your problems until they go away. Working as a barista is the closest I've been to being a drug dealer without actually breaking the law. I had a customer who would order a latte with 9 pumps of vanilla, and then ask for a side of insulin. I had a customer who would come in every day and say, "Surprise me," and I would just give them the decaf. I once had a customer who ordered a tall mocha frappuccino with 12 modifications and then asked if he could get it for free because it wasn't exactly what he wanted. I once had a customer who ordered a plain drip coffee and then proceeded to add milk, sugar, and caramel syrup until it looked like a melted Snickers bar. Did you know that decaf coffee is just water and lies? Some customers think asking for a double espresso shot makes them look sophisticated. It just makes them look twitchy. It's ironic that reality TV is the least real thing I've ever done. Some people add so much sugar to their coffee, it's like they're trying to create a secret candy stash. My life was like a scripted version of myself. I always wanted to be on a show called The Real World, anywhere but here. I thought reality TV would lead to a career in acting, but instead I just ended up with a lot of Yelp reviews from people who think I should be more polite when I make their lattes. When I got voted off the show, they literally handed me a gift certificate to the Olive Garden and a napkin folded into a swan. The only famous person I met was the caterer. He was on Chopped. I don't know how Gordon Ramsay does it. I can barely plate a frozen pizza without having a panic attack. I tried every dating app out there, and then I realized I needed to delete them all and actually leave my house. I had one guy who kept insisting we go to a restaurant called Get Out of My Way, bitch. Needless to say, we didn't have a second date. I always thought Tinder was just a really efficient way to get murdered. It's like the guys on Tinder are either holding a fish or holding a grudge. I mean, who doesn't love a good dick pic at 9 a.m? It really gets the day going. I'm convinced that online dating is just a game of hot or not with extra steps. I once went on a date with a guy who kept talking about his cats, plural multiple cats, and then he handed me a business card for his cat sitting business. But when I told him I was a comedian, he said, "Oh, I have a joke for you," and he told me a knock-knock joke. I mean, I had no idea what number 420 friendly meant until I started online dating. And my uncle, who's always been a bit of a black sheep in the family, showed up in a full clown costume. And let's not forget my great aunt Mildred, who always kisses me on the mouth. My mom's side of the family is Italian, so you can bet there's always a pasta dish involved in every family gathering. It's like my family reunions are a showcase of every mental illness and personality disorder in the DSM-5. And I'm pretty sure my Uncle Tony is a serial killer. I mean, have you seen those eyes? I mean, my cousin showed up in a wedding dress just to make a point. It wasn't even her wedding. My obsession with celebrity gossip is really getting out of hand. It's not my fault that all my favorite TV shows involve people fighting for singing competitions. Whenever I see a celebrity in public, I turn into a statue trying not to make eye contact. I have an entire spreadsheet dedicated to tracking all the reality TV shows I watch. I've watched so much reality TV, I feel like I could run for office. I'm just waiting for the day when my reality TV consumption pays off and I get called for jury duty on a celebrity trial. I've been following the Kardashians so closely that I feel like I'm practically a part of the family. I even started using the same lip gloss as Kylie Jenner, just in case we're ever in the same room. It could happen. I mean, who needs therapy when you can just watch reruns of The Office? I used to think naps were for lazy people. Now I realize they're for the smart ones. When I say productive, I really just mean I managed to brush my teeth today. I mean, let's be real. Setting the alarm is like setting myself up for disappointment. I tried to meditate once but ended up just taking a nap. Does that count as enlightenment? I found a new way to wake up feeling refreshed every morning. Just sleep for 14 hours. There's nothing more empowering than taking a really good nap, except maybe taking a nap during work hours and not getting caught. Thanks for coming to Naptime Warrior. Remember to take those naps. And take no prisoners. Good night.
What's the deal with airplane peanuts? How about those strict dress codes? I mean, come on. Can't I show off my oversized tie collection? Why did Mr. Johnson have to make me wear a suit and tie anyway? It's not like I was running around without pants on. And don't even get me started on the shoes. Who needs dress shoes that shine so bright you can see your reflection in them? I mean, who needs dress shoes anyway? I'd rather wear a pair of snazzy sneakers any day. It wasn't just the suits and shoes. Even my tie had to be perfectly symmetrical. I felt like I was living in a geometry textbook. I don't understand why we couldn't wear a snuggie to work. It's perfectly comfortable and professional looking, if you ask me. I remember getting a new tie every week just to avoid being called out by Mr. Johnson. It wasn't until I quit my job that I realized I had enough ties to last me a lifetime. I mean, come on. Mr. Johnson even made us wear ties on casual Fridays. What was he trying to prove? I started using the name Bob, but even then the barista spelled it as Bab on my cup. I mean, how do you even get that wrong? I even tried saying my name backwards, and the barista still got it wrong. The other day I tried using a different fake name and the barista wrote Jan instead of John. I mean, are they even trying? At this point, I'm tempted to just start signing with a smiley face. I think the barista just likes messing with me, you know, like they have a bet going to see how many different ways they can get my name wrong. You know what's worse than getting your name spelled wrong on your cup? When they get your order wrong. I started going to a different coffee shop. They still got my name wrong, but at least the coffee was right. I went to a CrossFit gym once. They had people doing handstand push-ups. I can't even do a regular push-up. I've decided to stick to exercising my jaw by eating pizza instead of going to the gym. I mean, who needs exercise when you're laughing all the way to the pizza place? It's not that I'm lazy, it's that I just don't want to lift things. Except for my pizza, of course. I mean, who needs a gym when you can have a gym membership that has been unused for 6 months? Why sweat it out at a gym when you can just order pizza from the comfort of your couch? And don't even get me started on those Amazon sizing charts. I feel like half of my online shopping experience is just checking the sizing chart. I mean, why does every store have a different idea of what a medium size is? I've had better luck getting clothes that fit from a claw machine. So, I decided to try a different website to buy clothes. Big mistake. The shirt was like a parachute on me. I mean, sure they call it large, but apparently, size inflation is a thing. And have you ever ordered shoes online? It's like playing a lottery. You never know the size or style you're gonna get. But at least now I know my size. It's a start. I had to give myself a hearing test after that Uber ride. I swear, my ears are still ringing. I mean, I think I lost some of my hearing still, but hey, at least I found my rhythm. I couldn't decide if the music was a new song or a car alarm going off. I mean, I'm pretty sure I left that ride with some hearing damage, but at least the driver knew how to party. I actually had to go to a specialist after that ride. He said I had a new medical condition called Uber ear. And you know what's even worse than an Uber driver with loud music? An Uber driver with no music. Dead silence. Just my thoughts about my life choices echoing back at me. Not even the GPS lady wanted to talk to me. I mean, who eats like that in public? It's like they've never even heard of a napkin. I mean, I'm all for eating snacks at the movies, but do you really need to crunch that loud? It's like listening to a symphony of teeth grinding. It's like some people think they're at home, watching Netflix with their shoes off and a bag of chips in their lap. I even saw someone bring an entire meal to a movie once. I mean, what are they gonna do next? Set up a barbecue grill in the theater? I mean, can't people just watch a movie in peace without all these distractions? And don't even get me started on the people who talk during the movie. Like, hello, there are other people here trying to watch the movie. It's like people forget they're in public and not in their own living room. Next thing you know, they'll bring a recliner and a blanket to the theater. And those people who bring their own snacks to the theater, like they're preparing for a siege or something. I mean, the popcorn here is pretty good, folks. And speaking of forgetting where you are, I once saw a guy try to order a pizza during a movie. And don't even get me started on the people who use their phones during the movies. Might as well bring a marching band with you. And those people who talk during the movie, they're the ones who think a dialogue is just two monologues spoken simultaneously. Why do people order food at a comedy club? Are the jokes not satisfying enough? You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine. That's why these guys are so healthy. Have you ever noticed that the more you try to be quiet in a library, the louder everything you do seems to be? Sometimes I feel like I'm performing in a library full of drunk people. Thank you all for coming. You've been a great audience. I hope you laughed so hard you woke up the neighbors.
Hey guys, so I used to be an accountant. So, I quickly realized that accounting isn't just about numbers, it's also about coffee cup security. My co-workers always tease me about my coffee cup. They say I treat it like a newborn baby. But hey, I'm not taking any chances. I even went as far as getting a coffee cup with a lock and key. Hey, can't be too careful. I even have a backup coffee cup in my bag, just in case the original one fails me. I even have a panic attack when I see someone walking around with an unsecured coffee cup. I even have a designated coffee cup holder in my car. I even have a coffee spill emergency kit in my purse. Sometimes I feel like Excel is controlling my life. I swear, Excel is like a needy boyfriend. It always wants my attention and I can never make it happy. Honestly, my dream job is to just never have to touch Excel again. I think Excel was designed by a sadist who wanted to see accountants suffer. Every time I see the Excel logo, I get a pit in my stomach. And don't even get me started on pivot tables. My boss thought I was just playing around with spreadsheets all day. Little did she know, I was actually planning my escape. I never understood why people say accounting is boring. It's exhilarating. John deserved a raise for that one. I deserved a raise for just being there. I never realized how important mental preparedness was until that elevator incident. That elevator ride felt longer than my ex's stories. I swear, elevators are the Bermuda Triangle of social interactions. It's like entering a war zone every time I step on an elevator. I think I need to start taking the stairs. I'm convinced John's wife will never wear red around me again. But at least I made sure to avoid the mistletoe after that. And no, I have to wear a bib instead of a tie to the holiday party. I even tried to scrub the stains out myself, but that just made it worse. I thought I was safe with just a bib, but then I spilled gravy all over my pants. I still have nightmares about the time I spilled coffee on my boss during a presentation. I guess I'm just really clumsy. I may have ruined John's wife's dress, but at least we all have a great holiday party story now. But let's be real, that dress was hideous anyway. That intern probably learned that lesson the hard way. We all make mistakes though. Everyone knows the best way to learn something is by making a mistake. Just ask my ex-husband. Sending embarrassing emails not only crushes our self-esteem, it crushes our bottom line too. Always remember to double-check your work, especially if you're an intern. One mistake and you might end up being the company joke for the next 6 months. Check your emails twice, just like you check yourself out in the mirror before a date. You don't want that reply all button to be the equivalent of spinach in your teeth. That intern learned the hard way that you can't unsend an email. The same goes for accidentally hitting reply all. Let's just say, it's not a good look for anyone involved. Always triple check before hitting send. Trust me, your job and reputation will thank you. But I gotta admit, sometimes I miss the drama. It added a little spice to the day. I'm pretty sure Corinne was the reason our office ran on drama instead of electricity. Corinne, if you're watching this, please find something else to do with your time, like maybe a hobby, or a personality. But you know who I miss, Debbie from HR. She always had the best office gossip. Speaking of rumors, did you hear that Dave from the IT department is secretly a ninja? I mean, I don't believe it, but imagine the possibilities. Corinne was just jealous that I had a better spreadsheet game than her. Corinne had it coming. She should have known better than to mess with an accountant's numbers. Well, I guess hard work pays off after all, just not for Corinne. I guess my hard work did pay off after all. At least I didn't get fired for embezzlement. I guess it's true what they say. Karma is your boss's boss. It's like they say, work hard and you'll get ahead. Unless someone else is embezzling, then you'll get the promotion. It's kind of like playing musical chairs, but with promotions and embezzlement. Looks like the promotion was terminal. Looks like we'll have to stick to daydreaming about being the boss.
Liv from New York. It's Saturday night. I thought having a unicorn tattoo would get me laid. Spoiler alert, it did not. Who knew being a unicorn was such a responsibility? I had no idea I signed up for all this glitter and rainbows. Honestly, I don't mind the unicorn tattoo that much. It's the glitter that keeps following me everywhere that's the real problem. It's like every time I walk down the street, all the glitter in the world is just following me around, like I'm some sort of magical magnet for shiny things. I mean, who wouldn't want a Chad original tattoo, am I right? And now my ankle looks like a Lisa Frank binder. Thanks, Chad. You know, I used to think unicorns were magical creatures, but now I just think they're Chad's calling card. Chad's like the unicorn of frat parties. He shows up, leaves a mess, and every girl goes home with a tattoo. I remember for my 16th birthday, I invited all the popular girls over for a sleepover. They agreed to come, but then they asked me where my pool was. I didn't have one. They all left and went to Sarah's pool party instead. I tried to join the cheerleading team, but I couldn't even do a split. Turns out, being able to spell it doesn't mean you can do it. I remember trying to impress my crush by wearing a tight dress and heels. I ended up tripping and falling in front of him. He asked if I needed help getting up, but I just laid there and cried. I thought joining the drama club would make me cool, but they cast me as a tree in the school play. I actually ended up getting sick from drinking that wine, but hey, at least I fit in for one night. They were so confused why I was even there. It turns out they only invited me to make fun of me. That was my last attempt at fitting in. I now embrace my weirdness. I mean, who goes to their old workplace on a date? Imagine if we went to his old workplace. We'd be eating at McDonald's. It's like going to your ex's wedding and realizing it's at your old high school gym. I mean, I couldn't even remember if I had spat in his drink or not. But then, the worst thing happened. I was just praying that none of them saw me do that shot off a customer's belly button in the back room. And that's when I knew I had to break up with him. I mean, who sends a lock of their hair in the mail? I mean, who does that? It's like he's auditioning for a stalker role in a movie. He would even follow me into the women's restroom. I mean, I appreciate dedication, but that's just creepy. I always knew he was a little crazy, but I didn't think he was wear my face as a mask crazy. I mean, I thought about calling the police, but I didn't want to ruin his streak of holidays spent in jail. I mean, the lock of hair was bad enough, but then he started sending me pictures of his toenail clippings. I mean, the guy was crazier than a bag of rats, but I couldn't help feeling a little flattered. I mean, the guy even started making me a scrapbook of our relationship. It was like a horror movie in paper form. I knew he was going to propose, but I didn't think he'd go so far as to show up with a ring in the middle of my yoga class. She was devastated. It was like when I found out Magic Mike wasn't a tutorial on the dark arts. My little sister was so sad. I even considered using my older sister's makeup to become Cinderella for her. I mean, I get it. Cinderella's the bomb. But have you seen Prince Charming? He's got like zero personality. What does she even see in him? I mean, it's not like I'm bitter or anything, but Cinderella didn't even thank me for taking care of her glass slipper. I mean, I bet Cinderella wouldn't last a day working at Disney World. She'd be all, "Oh no, I can't clean up after the horses. I'm a princess." I bet the Little Mermaid would have a tough time working at SeaWorld. She'd be all, "I can't do tricks. I'm a princess." I heard Sleeping Beauty got fired from her job as a mattress tester because she was always sleeping on the job. I hope the next time he gives someone a trendy European style, they give him a trendy European bruise. I guess I should have been more specific when I said trim because now I look like I should be on the cover of a Bon Jovi album. I tried explaining to him that this isn't really a trendy European style, it's more of a "I want to talk to the manager" kind of haircut. It's like he was trying to give me a haircut that would match the service at the DMV. I mean, what is it with Karen haircuts? Am I right? And don't get me started on those edgy barbers who end up cutting you like some sort of abstract art piece. It's not like I asked for a Jackson Pollock on my head. I don't know about you guys, but I prefer my haircuts to be more timeless than trendy. Some people say revenge is a dish best served cold, but, in my case, revenge was a dish best served with a dose of hepatitis. And I also made him a special cream of mushroom soup. Let's just say it didn't exactly come from a can. But you know what they say, revenge is a dish best served with some extra seasoning. And by seasoning, I mean pubic hair. And let me tell you, I found some things in that soup that would make Gordon Ramsay lose his lunch. The worst part was that the customers loved his food. They had no idea what I put in it before it got to their table. It's not like he didn't deserve it. He was a terrible cook anyway. Speaking of terrible cooks, have you tried the food at that new restaurant down the street?
Hello world. Are you ready for some loss? I mean, I get it. He's following his dreams, but does he have to traumatize children while doing so? I mean, is Party Central whoring? I need to switch careers. I feel like I'm in a horror movie. He's Pennywise and I'm Georgie. I think I heard him whisper you'll float too. So I think it's safe to say that my clown fetish has officially ended. I mean, if he really wanted to make children happy, he could have just shown up as a lawyer. Well, at least he didn't show up as a doctor. I can't handle fake stethoscopes anymore. I mean, I guess it's better than another lawyer, but still. I'm afraid to ask what he does for St. Patrick's Day. Well, I guess I'm not the only red-faced one at this party. I heard that Jennifer Lawrence can be quite the prankster, so I guess this is her way of jetting me back. Well, Jen, if telling jokes is how I pay my rent, then spilling wine on famous actresses is how I lose my rent. You know what they say, Jen, if you can't take the heat, then get out of the limelight. Well, Jen, jokes are my specialty and making it up to you will be my pleasure. So here is one for you. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. Why did the grape stop in the middle of the road? Because it ran out of juice. Why was the MacBook sad? Because it had too many problems. Why did the circuit board go to the doctor? Because it had a USB port. Why did the software engineer quit his job? He didn't get a raise. What do you call a programming language that only makes bad jokes? Picnic. Well, I always wanted to date a computer engineer. Now I can date his program instead. I guess Dave's programming really had us fouled. Next thing you know, we'll be watching a comedy show starring a group of robots instead of human beings. I can't believe I was out-joked by a computer program. I never thought I'd see the day where I'm opening for a computer program. Dave may be funny, but can he do this? I never thought I'd be competing with a machine for loss. I mean, who spits in someone's food? I thought that was reserved for birthday cakes when we were kids. And that's why I always check my food before taking a bite. You never know what's lurking in there. It's like the customer was asking for it. Who orders lamb well done and with ketchup? Looks like someone needs a lesson in steak etiquette. Medium rare is the way to go, folks. You know it's that when the chef's own spit has more flavor than the dish. I mean, who needs flavor when you can have a side of phlegm with your meal? And that's why I always ask for my food to be cooked extra well done. So I asked John what his favorite exercise was, and he said the one where I make people forget I used to be a stripper. I bet he has a lot of interesting stories to tell, and a lot of interesting dance moves to show off. So John's exercise is like Voldemort, the exercise that must not be named. I don't know if I should work out more or just ask John for his number. I mean, I could use some extra weights in my life, you know what I'm saying? He could definitely help me lift my spirits, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's like he was crafted in a lab, the perfect balance of looks and awkwardness. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to a private session with Magic Mike over there. I mean, I don't even think there's a comparison to be made between this stripper and Tom Cruise. The stripper is just on a whole other level. I mean, the only thing that could be made this bachelorette party better is if Tom Cruise himself showed up. Or the stripper could be just taken his shirt off, either one. And to think I almost became a stripper, I could be been Tom Cruise's long lost twin sister. Tom Cruise's long lost twin brother, that explains the abs and the couch jumping. Maybe I should be been a private detective instead. I would be found Tom Cruise's twin brother years ago. Tom Cruise has a twin brother and I'm still single. Well, that's it. I'm officially done with online dating. I mean, if I can't find a guy who looks like Tom Cruise's twin brother, what's even the point? I remember when I was on a survival show, the only thing I was able to catch was a cold. So we're all starving and dehydrated, and I'm pretty sure I saw John Legend salivating over a raw coconut as if it was a 5-star meal. I mean, I love John, but if he kept talking about receipts he's never going to get to taste, I was going to serve him as the main course. Gigi's screaming kept me up all night. I was about to offer her some earplugs, but then I realized, where would I find a store on this luxurious island? I heard Gigi screaming for John to come save her from the bugs. I was this close to offering him some cooking tips for those bugs. I guess you could say, John was bringing the heat with his bug kebabs. Thanks for coming out tonight, you guys have been amazing.
What's up, New York City? So ladies and gentlemen, a drunk proposal is like a flu shot. Painful for a second, but it'll save you a lot of trouble later on. I didn't know if I should be flattered or concerned that my number one customer proposed to me drunk. And let me tell you, trying to defuse the situation while pouring shots is a talent. Handling drunk customers while bartending is like being a therapist, but the only degree I have is pouring drinks. I mean, I'm flattered, but proposing to your bartender after one drink? That's a new level of desperation. If proposing to me after one drink is your move, I'm guessing you're not a big planner. I mean, some people really need to read up on consent. Just because you buy me a drink, doesn't mean you own me for the night. I mean, if Karen wanted a drink that tasted like her personality, she should have just ordered water. Well, Karen always had a bad taste in drinks. It's not my fault she couldn't taste the difference between a martini and water. And then Karen said I want to speak to the manager like I'm not the manager of my own bar. You know what, Karen? You're right. You caught me. I purposely gave you the wrong drink just to mess with you. My job isn't stressful enough already. Anyway, I gave Karen the drink she ordered, from the drain. Oh Karen, you could complain about a free drink. But of course Karen, it's my fault the drink tastes bad, not your terrible taste in alcohol. Karen, I'm not a magician. I can't make the taste of your personality go away. Jennifer was so nice about it though, said I should get a promotion to janitor. I never thought I'd say this, but my janitorial skills are so impressive that even J-Law said I should quit comedy for cleaning spills. I was so nervous. I spilled a drink on J-Law and had to clean it up. I mean, can you imagine? It was like trying to mop up America's sweetheart with a dirty rag. I mean, you try wiping up a spill with one of those little napkins. I swear, cleaning Jennifer Lawrence's spill is how I got my six-pack abs. That spill was no match for me, just like the time I served Tom Cruise on a tightrope. Looks like Timmy won't be getting any drinks tonight, but hey, at least he's got a new ID for the future. I can't believe these kids these days, thinking they can pull one over on me. Back in my day, we didn't even need fake IDs, we just had a really good fake mustache. These kids think they're so smart with their fake IDs, but let me tell you, they're not even close to fooling my grandma, who's been alive since the Civil War. I mean, if you're going to use a fake ID, at least make it believable. The guy was using a library card with a picture of a Pokemon on it. And nowadays they don't even bother to use a fake ID, they just order an Uber and hope the driver won't ask for their age. But seriously, underage drinking is not a joke. It's a workplace hazard. And can we talk about the parents who buy alcohol for their kids' parties? What happened to pin the tail on the donkey? And the parents who think it's okay to let their kids drink at home? Please, that's just lazy parenting. I mean, come on parents, it's not a keg party, it's a kids' party. How about some pinatas? Hey, John, if your date was as terrible as my last relationship, then you're better off alone. I once had a blind date who showed up with her mother. Let's just say it didn't go well. I once had a date who spent the whole night talking about herself. She finally stopped to ask me if I had any siblings. I said I don't know. It was a dark and stormy night when I was born. One time, I went on a blind date and the guy didn't show up, so I just pretended to have a good time with myself. So, John, tell me, have you ever peed in a public pool? I once accidentally texted my dad instead of my hookup. The worst part? He responded with a winky face. I remember my first blind date. He said he was a lawyer, but he looked more like a stripper. Needless to say, it didn't work out. But you know what's worse than making a fool of yourself on stage? Making a fool of yourself at work. Karaoke is the quickest way to make people go from love you to hate you. I once had a coworker who thought she could dance, so we went to a club. She ended up knocking over a table of drinks and breaking a guy's nose. Good times. I once did karaoke with my ex-boyfriend. He was terrible and it made me wonder why we were ever together. I've had some bad karaoke experiences, but that might be the worst. It's like we were singing two different songs, and neither of us knew either of them. I didn't become a bartender to deal with my boss' drunken advances. I became one to make drunken advances of my own. I never thought a bar could have a Me Too moment, but here we are. Laughs. And then Mr. Johnson leaned in and whispered, "I'm the boss. I can do whatever I want." Audible groans. So I said to Mr. Johnson, "I'm sorry, but I'm not on the menu." Crowd groans. And then I remembered the sign behind the bar that says, "We have the right to refuse service." Crowd cheers. So I told him, if I wanted to deal with inappropriate behavior, I would have stayed in my ex-boyfriend's apartment. Crowd erupts. I swear, some men see a girl behind a bar and just think it's an invitation to be a total creep. And just when you think you've seen it all, a guy walks in and asks for a Virgin Manhattan. What's next? A non-alcoholic Irish coffee. Crowd chuckles. What's up, Windy City? So I'm guessing Windy Enterprises is just a front for a cocktail school and dance club? I'm starting to think Windy Enterprises doesn't actually sell any products, just hangovers and dance moves. I mean, I haven't seen anyone at Windy Enterprises actually work. Maybe they're all too busy perfecting their dance moves and mixology skills. I heard their company motto is work hard, play hard, nap hard. I mean, I'm not sure if they're running a business or a bartending school over there. I bet they mix up their marketing plans with their cocktail recipes. I guess Windy Enterprises is more interested in a good bartender than a good marketer. I mean, if he needs a therapist, he should really hire a Cardinals fan. I mean, he clearly has a lot of emotions bottled up. Maybe he should just invest in some wine and a therapist instead of a new pitcher. I mean, I could barely enjoy the Cubs game with John Smith sitting next to me. The only thing more painful than watching the team lose was listening to him monologue for hours. I need a drink just thinking about it. I'm just glad he didn't bring up his ex-wife again. I swear, I know more about her than I do about the Cubs lineup. And to make things worse, he spilled beer all over my Cubs jersey. I haven't forgiven him yet. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the Cubs, but maybe I should start rooting for a team that actually wins once in a while. I'm starting to think the Cubs are allergic to trophies. Maybe the Cubs just need to switch to a different sport. I hear they're much better at baseball. I mean, who hasn't pretended to be someone else on the phone at least once? I once had a job interview where I pretended to be interested in the company, but I think the interviewer could tell I was just there for the free snacks. I once pretended to be a British tourist just to avoid talking to someone on the phone. And then he asked me to fax him the proposal. I mean, who still uses a fax machine in 2021? I guess the call quality wasn't the only thing that was stolen from the 90s. I guess I can't blame him. If I was a teenager, I wouldn't want to talk to a marketing executive either. So much for escaping reality, am I right? I should have gone to Alaska. At least it's colder than his heart. He even took me to that same stupid beach where we had our first date. Ugh, I can still feel the sand in places it shouldn't be. I should have known better than to take a vacation to Hawaii. I mean, everything there is trying to kill you. The volcanoes, the sharks, the sun, and then there's my ex-boyfriend. I even saw a gecko in my hotel room. I swear that thing was plotting my demise. And to top it off, I got sunburned in places I didn't even know were possible. I never thought I'd miss the hustle and bustle of the city so much. At least I know my ex isn't there. I mean, the last guy who offered me a drink talked like a peacock and had a pocket square bigger than his personality. It's like these people don't even care about the cause, they just want their picture taken in front of a step and repeat. I mean, do these people even know what the charity is for? It's not just a place to show off fancy dresses and expensive tuxedos. I mean, they're not even donating to the cause. It's like they don't even care. It's like they're more interested in their own reflection than making a difference. Charity should be about generosity, not publicity. These charity events are like high school reunions, but with less class. It's like the janitor is more important than the celebrity at this point. It just goes to show that anyone can make their dreams come true, even if they have to sneak in to do it. I mean, who needs VIP status when you can just grab a mop and blend in with the janitorial staff? I guess it just goes to show that you don't need to be a VIP to have a VIP experience. I guess Mark wasn't the only one with a VIP experience that night. I mean, who needs to pay for a ticket when you can just bring a broom and blend in with the staff? I mean, I guess it's not that hard to sneak into a movie premiere. After all, half the people there are so botoxed up, their faces can't even move. Security probably doesn't even bother checking them. I heard Mark even got to take a picture with one of the actors. Too bad it was the guy who played the janitor in the movie. I mean, who needs friends in high places when you have a janitor with a stolen VIP ticket? I mean, did he even know the couple he was talking about? It was like he was at the wrong wedding. And don't even get me started on the DJ. I think he was stuck in the 80s. But you know who had it worse? The bride's father. He had to pay for all of this. And then, as if things couldn't get any worse, the groom's ex-girlfriend showed up uninvited. I mean, The best man's speech was so bad that even the DJ started playing funeral music. It was so bad that I'm pretty sure the bride was considering a karate chop to John's throat. I'm not saying John's speech was bad, but even the cake was in tears. Now that John's speech is over, let's all raise our glasses to the open bar.
What's the deal with coding? Is it just me, or do computers have a mind of their own? It's like the only code I knew was how to make a website. They threw me into the deep end of the codebase, and I couldn't even swim. I was drowning in functions and variables. I thought I was going to change the world with my code. Turns out, I was just changing the font on some corporate website. I thought free snacks and pink timetables were the norm in the tech industry. Turns out, the only perk I got was a bent laptop charger. I was so excited to be working at a tech company, I even wore my new suit on my first day. It didn't take long for me to realize how out of place I looked next to all the programmers wearing hoodies and flip-flops. I finally understand why there's a stereotype of programmers eating junk food all day. It's because coding is their vegetable. It's funny how quickly I went from feeling like a hotshot Silicon Valley programmer to just another cubicle dweller. And don't even get me started on the free snacks. Let's just say I never want to see another bag of trail mix again. It's like they say, ignorance is bliss, until you realize you have to work with that ignorant person every day. I've learned that starting a company is like raising a child, except the child has investors, and they expect a profit. So, we realized pretty quickly that coding is the easy part. It's the business side of things that will make you want to pull your hair out. Unless, of course, you're already bald like me. You know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, delegate to someone else and pretend it was your idea all along. Sometimes it feels like coding is just translating English into bullshit, am I right? And then I realized, instead of starting a company, I can just make fun of them on stage. But hey, at least I have great material for my comedy routine now. It's like they say, those who can do, make fun of those who can. We all had our own coffee shop nicknames. Mine was the Caffeine Coder. My favorite coffee shop character was the Espresso Addict. He always seemed to be in a rush. One time, I met a barista who was also a coder. She'd make a double shot of espresso and 2 semicolons at the same time. I once saw a guy writing code with a pencil on a piece of paper in a coffee shop. Have you ever tried coding while drinking a frappuccino? It's like trying to juggle with one hand. And don't even get me started on coding with a hangover. It's like every tech party is just a bunch of introverts trying to be extroverts. Tech parties are like a real-life version of the Big Bang Theory, without the laugh track. Tech companies love to give their employees free food, but they don't realize we're only in it for the snacks. And don't even get me started on the free massages. How am I supposed to work with all that relaxation? It's like these companies are trying to bribe us with perks to forget about the fact that we're underpaid and overworked. They call it work-life balance, but it's more like work-life entanglement. It's like we're living in the Matrix, except the red pill is the tech industry, and the blue pill is a stable job and financial security. And let's not forget the infamous startup pitches that we've all endured. I mean, have you heard of the startup that's making an app for scheduling your bathroom breaks? I once went to a tech party where they served marbled Wagyu beef, and I literally saw someone use a drone to grab a piece of it. It's like a game of musical chairs, but instead of chairs, it's business cards, and instead of music, it's awkward silence. Networking is like speed dating for business. You have a limited time to make a good impression and hope they want to see you again. Networking is like a job interview, but the interviewer already knows all your dirty little secrets. Networking is like a game of poker. You never know what cards you're going to be dealt, but you have to make the best of what you've got. Networking is like playing chess. You might have to sacrifice a few pawns to capture the queen. Amazon is like a virtual mall. You can find anything in there, from a rubber chicken to a can of unicorn meat. And don't even get me started on the weird item recommendations they give you. I mean, who needs a life-sized unicorn statue? It's like they know me better than I know myself. I mean, who wouldn't want a 10-pound gummy bear? I mean, who doesn't want a 6-foot inflatable T-Rex? Am I right? I mean, have you seen the recommended products on YouTube? I watched one cat video and now they think I want to start a farm. I mean, who knew I needed a banana slicer until Amazon recommended it? And now my life is forever changed. And don't even get me started on the sponsored posts on Instagram. I don't need a DIY beekeeping kit. I live in a studio apartment. Programming languages are like ice cream flavors. Everyone has their own favorite. But I think we can all agree that Java is like plain old vanilla. Nobody really wants it, but it's always there. Am I right? But let's be real, no matter what language you use, you're always just Googling Stack Overflow anyways. I mean, sure, Python is great and all, but have you ever tried coding in Lisp? You'll feel like Neo in the Matrix, dodging bullets left and right. I mean, come on. How can you call yourself a programmer if you haven't dabbled in assembly? You know what they say about programmers who only know Python? They're like carpenters who only know how to use a hammer. Sure, you can build a house with just a hammer, but you're gonna need more tools to do it efficiently. And don't even get me started on JavaScript. It's like the Wild West of programming languages. That's like saying you only need a spoon to eat a 3-course meal. Sure, you can do it, but it's not gonna be pretty. Thanks for laughing through code with me tonight, folks. Don't forget to tip your programmer.
Hey, thank you so much. This is amazing. I mean, Chad, come on. We all know who Elon Musk is. He's the guy who made it possible for me to get here on a private jet. I mean, they act like they're saving the world with their app that tracks how much water you drink. Congrats, Chad, you're basically a superhero. At the startup, they thought paying pong tables and free snacks would make up for their lack of diversity. I'm pretty sure their mission statement was just to be disruptors. Like, disrupt what? Breakfast cereal? It's like they all read the same book called How to Be a Tech Bro. These guys think they're hot shit because they work for a company named after a fruit. I mean, the only thing scarier than being in a room full of tech bros is being in a room full of tech bros who think they're woke. I mean, he couldn't even look me in the eye when he spilled that sauce all over himself. I mean, did he not realize he was on a date with someone else? It's like he just wanted to talk about her. And then he asked if I wanted to see a picture of her. Like, no, John, I am good. And then he asked if I wanted to split the check. Like, sorry John, I'm not into men who are still in the 18th century. I'm pretty sure John's ex-girlfriend was the best thing that ever happened to him. At least that's what he talked about all night. Looks like John's ex-girlfriend is taking up more space in his life than just in his heart. If John keeps talking about his ex-girlfriend like this, I might just start missing her too. John, bring your ex-girlfriend if you love her so much. Let's make this a party. John, maybe it's time to move on. Unless is she single again? I once saw Beyoncé at Starbucks and completely froze. I was trying to decide between a latte and a cappuccino and couldn't form words. And then I woke up and realized it was just a dream. Beyoncé would never go to Starbucks like a basic bitch. I mean, getting a selfie with Beyoncé is like winning the lottery. You're probably not gonna do it. Unless you're Jay-Z, of course. I was so nervous meeting Beyoncé. I actually spilled my coffee on her. But she was so cool about it. She just laughed it off and said, "Girl, don't worry about it." I mean, if I could go back and tell my younger self that I'd meet Beyoncé one day, she wouldn't believe me. She'd be like, "Yeah, right. You still have braces and your only talent is playing the recorder." I swear I felt like I was levitating the whole time. It was magical. And I thought I was going to get a good workout, not a stalker. It's like he was a personal trainer and a detective at the same time. He even followed me on Instagram and liked all my pictures from 2 years ago. That's not personal training, that's creeping. It's like he was the Siri of personal trainers. Great job on that squat. Now remind me to call my mom at 7 p.m. He even suggested I name my firstborn after him. Sorry dude, I was aiming for normal baby names. He's the reason why I never want to drink a protein shake again. It's like he mixed it with creepy instead of whey. He even followed me to the grocery store to make sure I was buying the right kind of chicken. I mean, who does that? And the worst part is, I still don't know if I was doing the exercises right. It's like she's allergic to social media, but somehow still manages to embarrass us all. And the worst part is, no matter how many times we remind her not to hit reply all, she always does it. I had to help my mom create a Facebook account. She didn't understand why she shouldn't use her email address as her username. She also keeps accidentally sharing fake news, which makes me more embarrassed than the time she accidentally liked her ex-boyfriend's post from 10 years ago. My mom also forgets about the public and private settings. Last week she posted a picture in her underwear to everyone on her friends list. My mom thinks Google is a person. She'll ask Google a question and then she'll say thank you out loud, like Google can hear her. My mom once sent me a text message that just said LOL. When I asked her what was so funny, she said she thought it meant lots of love. I mean, who screams on a roller coaster? It's not like it's going to change the outcome. I don't understand people who read books on roller coasters. Like, how do they keep up with the plot? And who are those people who can take pictures on roller coasters without their faces contorting into grotesque shapes? I mean, who even gets hungry after that? I was too busy trying to remember my social security number to even think about funnel cake. I mean, do roller coasters even have brakes? I feel like we're just hurtling through space with no regard for human life. I mean, who looks at a roller coaster and thinks, yes, I want to do that to my body? I guess I shouldn't have worn my white pants that day. The funnel cake made that mistake even more obvious. So I'm not the coolest person in the room, but at least I'm not the person who insists on playing acoustic guitar at parties. Blessed. I once tried to impress a date by taking them to a fancy restaurant, but I didn't know how to use the silverware. They had to show me embarrassing. I also once tried to pull off a fedora on a first date. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date cringeworthy. I guess I shouldn't have ordered the escargot, because I definitely wasn't prepared to deal with those little buggers. Gross. Trying to be cool is like trying to defy gravity. It's bound to come crashing down. Fail. My coolness is like the Titanic. It sank before it even left the dock. Epic fail. Being cool is overrated anyway. I'd rather be myself than try to fit in authenticity.
Are you guys ready for some tech jokes? So, I finally started working at Google and I found out that the most important skill in tech is the ability to Google your errors. Google's new product, Googlebot, will finally give every dog a voice. But let us be real, they are all just going to sis squirrel. I once tried to teach my cat to code, but all she wanted to do was scratch the keyboard. I hear Elon Musk is working on a new technology that will translate dog barks into English. Finally, we'll know who the good boys really are. It's crazy how similar coding and cat herding are. Both involve constantly fixing other people's mistakes and trying to control something that's ultimately going to do whatever it wants. I tried programming my cat to clean its own litter box, but it just ended up ordering more litter online. Turns out Google has a dog-friendly office, but they don't appreciate it when you try to debug their bot recognition software. I heard Amazon has a nap room for employees. That's one way to ensure they're sleeping on the job. I heard Snapchat's offices have a slide to go between floors. Must be nice to have fun replacing what you just deleted. It's not just the tech industry. I used to work for a catering company where play hard meant eating all the leftover food. We called it work to rule. Speaking of startups, have you ever noticed how their innovative ideas are just repackaged versions of things that already exist? You know what they say, there's no such thing as an original idea, only original execution. And you know what else startups love to do? They love to give ridiculous job titles to make their employees feel more important. I mean, come on, you're just a glorified intern with a cool sounding name. And don't even get me started on the ping pong tables. They're just a way to keep you at work longer. I guess working at a startup is like a relationship dash. The early stages are exciting and fun, but eventually you realize you're just being used for your skills. I mean, it's not like we're saving lives here. It's just an act, people. A user asked me why the app wanted access to their photos. I told them it was to sell to advertisers. They didn't appreciate my honesty. We thought using a hamburger menu icon would make things simpler. But now we're just hungry all the time. We changed the color of the button to green, and now people think it means go. Maybe we should add a stop sign icon to be sure. We decided to use the word finalize instead of submit, but now users think it's the final submission. I guess next we'll try double check. Maybe we should just stick with submit and let users deal with their issues. Seems like the only time people read the instructions is when something goes wrong. Maybe we need to invent tech support glasses that automatically show instructions in real time. They should just make it a requirement to read instructions before using anything with a power button. Maybe some people just need a software engineer sitting next to them all the time. Sometimes I feel like I'm debugging people instead of code. And this, my friends, is why we can't have nice things. I mean, come on, who doesn't know how to download a hand-drawn diagram? You know you work in tech when you try to use a command line interface to order a pizza. And that's why we had to change our passwords every these days. And that's why our IT department is busier than Santa's elves during Christmas. I mean, who needs security protocols when you can just hire a Nicolas Cage fanatic? Well, at least we know our IT guy has good taste in action movies. I guess we should be grateful he didn't swap our coding with the script of Con Ed. I mean, who doesn't love Nicolas Cage, but maybe not enough to hack into a colleague's computer. I mean, it could have been worse. He could have replaced all our databases with Nicolas Cage movies. It's like they think we're all Luddites who they never encountered a piece of technology before. Tech brass act like they're inventing the wheel, but let us be real, they're just putting a wheel on a suitcase. These tech brass are so clueless, it's like they've never met a woman who knows how to code. These tech brass are so wrapped up in their own intelligence that they forget that a single brick can bring down an empire. These tech brass act like they're saving the world with their acts, but they can't even fix their own relationships. These tech brass should remember that intelligence doesn't equal emotional intelligence. I mean seriously, the only thing more predictable than a tech bro trying to impress you with his coding skills is a startup using the word disrupt in their mission statement. Tech brass need to learn that a high IQ doesn't make up for a low EQ. These tech brass should really learn some people skills. I mean, even Siri has a better emotional IQ. It's like we're working with robots, but the robots have better personalities. And don't even get me started on their dating app skills, it's like their bios are just a list of programming languages they know. It's like they need to debug their dating life. It's like they're trying to program their way through a relationship. At least he found a way to multitask. Looks like my time is up, folks.